Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents An Act of Salvation by Lynn. Narrated by Callie Dalton and Teddy Hamilton. Prologue. Caitlin. 7 years old.
Where are you, you little bitch? Get out here now!
My heart pounds in my chest as I look around my room, frantically searching for a hiding spot before my dad can find me. Colin burst through the adjoining door of the bathroom that links our bedrooms, wearing nothing but a pair of shorts. He waves me over, the terrified look on his face matching my own.
Come on, Kate. Hurry.
I run as fast as my shaking legs will allow, and he quickly ushers me over to his closet.
Get in here, and don't come out no matter what, okay?
But what about you? I whisper fearfully. Daddy will hurt him bad if he doesn't hide too.
Don't worry about me. Just get in there.
Before I can argue more, he pushes me in and gives me a stern look.
I mean it, Caitlin. Don't come out, no matter what,
he orders, before closing the doors, blanketing me in darkness. I hate the dark. I've spent too much time in it.
When I find you, little girl, I'm going to skin you bare.
I burrow deeper into the back of the closet, my small body trembling with fear at his threatening voice. The sound of the bedroom door cracking open has me flinching. Through the slats of the closet, I see my father, his red, glassy eyes bulging with fury as he grips the thick leather belt in his hands. Oh no.
She's not in here,
Colin yells, standing in front of the closet, protecting me with an intensity far greater than his 10 years. Daddy knows he's lying.
Get out of my way, boy.
No! A loud smack echoes through the air before I see Colin fall to the ground. I cover my mouth, trying to quiet my sob. Terror washes over me as my father reaches for the closet door.
No, she didn't do it,
Colin shouts, jumping back up.
It was me. I broke your stupid glass.
Oh no, what's he doing? I'm the one who broke it. But it was an accident, and Mama already yelled at me for it. Daddy doesn't care. He looks for any reason to hurt us, because he hates us, especially Colin.
You're lying, but I'll gladly make you pay for it, you mouthy little shit.
No! I scream, but he can't hear me. The only sound that can be heard is my father's violence as he unleashes it on Colin, the belt lashing down across his bare back. Please stop, I plead with a sob. I want to help, but no, I can't. Colin will get so mad at me if I leave this spot. I did it once before, and it didn't end well for either of us. Knowing there's nothing I can do, I helplessly cover my ears and squeeze my eyes shut, trying to quiet the horror of my father hurting my brother. Colin! I call out his name over and over again, wishing I could help him. This is all my fault. I should have been more careful when trying to get a drink of water. After a while, I hear nothing but the sound of my own cries. I pull my hands away from my ears and listen, only to hear soft, painful groans. With blurry vision, I peek through the slats and see my father is gone. I slowly open the door, then quietly step out. Colin lies on his bed, curled in a ball with his back to me. The angry red welts marking his skin makes my heart hurt. Colin! I rush over to him. I'm so sorry, I sob, kneeling next to the bed.
I'm okay,
he assures me through chattering teeth. Can you get the light? With a sniffle, I stand and reach up on my tiptoes to shut off the light, then crawl in on the other side of the bed and pull the blanket over us. This is our usual routine. I never leave my brother's side after our father does this to him, which happens often. Lying down, I face him, only seeing his shadow in the dark, but I feel his entire body tremble in pain. You shouldn't have said you did it. I'm so sorry, I whisper.
Don't worry. I'm used to it. It's nothing I can't handle.
I cry harder, hating that our father hurts him so much.
Please don't cry, Kate. I'm okay. I promise.
I think we should tell Uncle Joshua and Aunt Linda. They will help us. Maybe we can even live with them.
No,
he snaps, shutting down the idea right away, like he always does. We can't tell anyone. Remember what happened last time? When Uncle Joshua questioned it and called those people to come over to check on us? They didn't do anything to help, and we got it way worse after they left. I nod, knowing he's right. We just need to hang in there, Kate. Stick together and stay away as much as we can. When I'm old enough, I promise I'm going to get us out of here. We'll go so far away, we'll never have to see them again. The thought of never having to see our parents again is a piece I often dream about. I love you, I whisper. I have no idea what I would do without him. Besides my cousin Faith, he's my best friend. I promise I'll take care of you. I'll get us out of here one day. And when I do, we'll never look back. I just pray we can survive that long. Especially Colin.
Chapter 1. Nick. 10 years later. I stormed toward the small house vibrating with music, furious about the phone call I received 10 minutes ago from Scotty Drummond. I am going to spank that girl's ass red. My cock twitches at the thought, which only jacks my anger up another notch. What the hell is she thinking? She knows better. Both Cole Ann and I told her not to go anywhere near Brett's party, but does she fucking listen? Never. She never listens to a goddamn thing we say. I pull my phone from my pocket, checking to see if Cole Ann has responded yet. When I see he still hasn't, I send him another text. Where the fuck are you? You need to call me back now. It's about your sister. Who knows where he is or what he's doing. For the last few months, I feel like I don't even know my best friend anymore. The fucker is getting caught up in shit he shouldn't be. It started with the street fighting, something he does to make extra money, which is fine. He's good at it and can handle himself. But then he got hooked up with some asshole who's a known dealer. I hate to think he's doing that shit. He told me he wasn't, but I'm not stupid. I lived with a fucking junkie. I know when someone is high, and the last time I saw him, he was on something. But good luck arguing with that fucker. He's as stubborn as his sister. All of it gives me a damn headache. I think about the acceptance letter I got the other day. The thought of getting out of here and doing what I've wanted to do, what I've worked my ass off for, should feel good. But instead I feel guilt. Guilt of not only leaving Pop behind, the one person who took me in when no one else wanted me, but also Colin and Caitlin. They're the only people I've let myself form any kind of relationship with since I was 6 years old. Through the years I thought I kept myself detached from them enough, but apparently not, because the first thing I thought about was how my leaving would affect them, especially Caitlin. I can't pinpoint the moment things changed between us. One minute, she was this annoying yet cute little girl who followed Colin and me around everywhere, to growing up and becoming a walking bombshell, turning guys' heads whenever she walked past. It drives Colin and me fucking crazy. Me for a whole different reason than him. I feel like shit for breaking the friend code and having constant thoughts of my best friend's younger sister with her legs wrapped around my hips while I drive into her. But she doesn't make it easy, especially when her attraction is apparent, tempting me every chance she gets. It's getting harder and harder to ignore. It's not only because of my loyalty to Colin. If I were a different guy, then I would give in to the temptation and give her everything she deserves. But I'm not that guy, and I never will be. I can't be who she needs. This is why I need to take the opportunity I've been granted and go to Quantico, the FBI Academy in Virginia. For as long as I can remember, I've wanted to be a cop, and I busted my ass through college to get here. I'm the only person Pop has, but even he wants me to accept. I know what I need to do, but having to leave the people in my life behind is fucking hard. I'm mad I allowed myself to get this attached when I know better. There are a few people out on the lawn as I approach the house, but none of them are the girl I'm looking for. Scotty comes running out of the front door when he spots me. "Hey, man," he greets nervously, knowing I'm pissed. "Where is she?" I ask, storming past him. "In the living room, dancing. But I should warn you, I don't wait to hear what he has to say. I run up the stairs and barge through the front door. Smoke and the smell of beer immediately impale my nostrils. Through the thick cloud and crowded bodies, I spot her, shaking her ass just like Scotty said. My dick hardens at the sight of her, in the short jean skirt and tight tank top clinging to her like second skin. Fury settles in place of my lust when I see Brett fucking Stryker grind against her. I plow through the crowded bodies, pushing past 3 different chicks who try and stop me to talk. In the midst of the chaos, Caitlin's warm chocolate eyes find mine, sending that familiar punch to my gut, as always. They flare in shock, and something else, something I don't want to label. Her chin lifts in defiance, as if ready to fight a battle. Get ready, baby, because you're not winning this one.
Nick, what a surprise to see you here. Decided to come party with the high school kids tonight?
She asks with a sassy smile. I grind my teeth at her casual greeting. She knows exactly why I'm here, and I'm not in the mood to play her games. Let's go. I grab her arm firmly and start pulling her through the crowd.
Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing?
She rips out of my grasp.
I'm not going anywhere.
I move into her space, her sweet scent masking the overwhelming stench of the party. She visibly swallows, looking as nervous as she should. Do not fuck with me right now. Get your ass out of this house or I'll fucking carry you out. Her eyes spark with anger, indicating this is about to turn into a battle. That's until Brett steps in front of her, trying to act like a big guy when he's nothing more than a stupid bastard who's about to get his ass kicked. If she says she ain't going, then she ain't going. Now get the fuck out of my house. You better back away from her, Stryker, before I knock your ass out. There's no denying the fear in his eyes. He knows not to fuck with Colan or me. Most people in this town do. But the ballsy motherfucker decides to press his luck. With a smirk, he slings an arm around her shoulders. What are you gonna do, huh? Grabbing his arm, I twist it back until I hear a crack. Ow! Fuck! He howls. Keeping it in the painful hold, I grab the back of his neck and bend down close to his ear. You're as stupid as you look. We warned you once about her. You know better. Touch her again, and I will break your other arm. Got it? When he doesn't respond, my grip on his neck tightens. Yes, fuck! Okay! I release him with a shove, sending him crashing into the coffee table. I turn back to Caitlin and see her already storming out of the front door. I haul ass and catch up to her in the front yard. My fingers wrap around her arm, but she rips out of my grasp and spins around, looking more pissed than I've ever seen her.
What the hell is the matter with you?
She snaps. Me? What the hell is the matter with you? We told you not to go anywhere near this party, but do you fucking listen? No, you never do.
Because I'm not a damn dog that you and my brother can order around. I have the right to hang out with my friends. You had no business storming in there and embarrassing me like that.
I wouldn't have come at all if you had fucking listened to what we said.
I'm not a child,
she snaps.
When are you guys going to get it through your heads?
Turning, she storms off, bypassing my truck. Caitlin, come back here and get in the fucking truck. Instead of following the order, she flips me off and continues walking. With a frustrated growl, I let my head roll back on my shoulders and dig for patience. Knowing she isn't going to listen, I decide to follow behind her. I try really hard not to notice how good her cowboy boots complement her long, smooth legs. Legs that I dream about wrapped around my waist while I'm fucking us both into oblivion. Sensing my pursuit, she turns back, her eyes dark and narrowed.
Stop following me.
I wouldn't have to follow you if you would get in the fucking truck and let me drive you.
I don't want to be anywhere near you right now.
Well, too bad, sweetheart. You're stuck with me until your ass is home, and I know it's staying there. Or at least until Colan gets home, wherever the hell he is.
Gah!
She screeches in frustration before bending down and taking off her boots. I frown, thinking they're hurting her feet or some shit, until she whips one at me, hitting me right in the fucking chest.
You are such an asshole. You know that?
She throws the other one, but this time I'm prepared and catch it, which pisses her off even more. She continues on to her house in bare-ass feet. Shaking my head, I follow after her, carrying the fucking boots. I should leave them behind. That would teach her to throw them at me. But of course I don't. It would be a shame to throw away something that looks so good on her. We walk most of the way in silence, except for her mumbling shit I can't quite catch. I hear a few more assholes and pricks, but I continue to ignore them. As long as she goes home and is safe, then she can call me whatever the hell she wants. As we approach her driveway, I notice Colin isn't back. Damn it. She comes to a sudden halt and turns on me, her long brown locks tangling around her pissed-off face as she points her finger at me. You had no right to come there and embarrass me like that. Her tone is furious, but her eyes are lit with pain. It makes me feel like shit. The last thing I want is for her to hurt, but unfortunately that's how it's been most of her life, no matter how hard Colin and I tried stopping it. My guilt dissipates when I think about what could have happened to her there, especially at the hands of that asshole Brett. The entire thought makes me see red. Grabbing her wrist, I pull her in closer and ignore her sweet scent that beckons me. Why can't you understand this is for your own good? We aren't doing this to be assholes. We are doing it for your protection. This has nothing to do with Brett, she screams. This has to do with me hanging out with my friends and having fun before finishing our last week of high school. You completely humiliated me, Nick, and I'll never forget it. She rips away from me and heads to the back door. I don't hesitate to follow her inside. If it had nothing to do with Brett, then why the fuck were his hands all over you when I walked in? She throws her hands up. He'd just come up behind me when you came storming in like a bat out of hell. And so what? He was only dancing with me. I grunt. She was dancing. He was trying to put his fucking hands where they don't belong. The dirty fucker is lucky I didn't cut them off. What the hell do you care anyway? She asks. It's really none of your business what I do. I can dance, talk, or fuck whoever I please. I tense, my body wound tight with a dangerous rage at the thought. Now I'm the one to point my finger at her. Knock that shit off. You haven't been with anyone and we both know it. Colin and I both watch her like a hawk. No way would something like that slip past us. And no way would Colin let some loser in here. Unless he wasn't home. The entire thought makes me violent. She shakes her head with a bitter laugh. God, you are so arrogant. What did you think, Nick, that I would wait forever for you? She brings up the one thing I've avoided talking about. I refuse to wait anymore for someone who will never give themselves to me, but fuck every other girl in town. You're out of your damn mind to think otherwise. For all you know, I could have screwed the entire football team at Eastbridge High. She steps closer, having no idea the dangerous territory she's walking into right now. And it wouldn't be any of your business. You may not want me, but that doesn't mean no one else does. So take your self-righteous bullshit and shove it up your ass. She stalks to her bedroom, thinking this conversation is over when it's far fucking from it. Within a few strides, I catch up to her, just inside the room, then swing her around and back her against the wall. She inhales sharply as her personal space becomes mine. Look at me. Grasping her chin, I force her gaze to mine. Look me in the fucking eyes and tell me the truth. I have no right to demand this of her, and I know it, but the thought of someone else touching her, taking her, has me losing all common sense. With a visible swallow, she remains silent, but her expression says it all. I knew she was full of shit. My hand moves from her chin to thread in her soft hair while I snake my other arm between us. A gasp leaves her as my fingers graze the inside of her silky thigh, working their way up to paradise. Tell me the truth, baby. Did someone have this? I ask, cupping the sweet spot between her legs. Nick? Her head drops back against the wall, my name falling from her lips with a sexy moan. Answer me, Caitlin. Has someone else had this? Biting her lips, she shakes her head, giving me the answer I already knew, but wanted to hear her say, "No, not yet. But I won't wait forever. I'm 18 in a few days. I refuse to wait any longer for someone who doesn't want me," she whispers, tears brimming her big brown eyes. The sight of her pain has me withdrawing my hand and deflating against her, my lips resting at her hairline. Jesus, you have no idea how wrong you are. No idea how much I want you. I'm not sure who's more shocked at the admission, her or me, but I know I can't avoid this conversation any longer. It needs to be had. But I can't. We can't.
Why? Because of your friendship with Colan?
She asks sadly. That's some of it, but not all.
Then what?
I can't be what you need. I can't give you forever, and that's what you deserve. Her fingers clutch my shirt as her breath hitches with emotion. She knows what I'm saying is true. She knows enough about me to understand I can't give it to her. I can't give it to anyone.
Then give me tonight.
I tense at her whispered words. Don't. I grit, my voice gruff. Don't say shit like that to me. I only have so much control, especially when it comes to you. I feel her look up at me, but I keep my gaze on the wall above her, avoiding eye contact. If I look into those soulful eyes of hers, I'll be fucking done for.
I'm completely serious, Nick. I know you can't give me forever, but you could give me tonight.
Her soft hand finds its way under my shirt, coasting over my abs, and it makes my already hard dick jerk in response.
For tonight, give me the one thing I've always wanted, but never had. You.
My jaw locks down in restraint, a war battling inside me. I shake my head, trying to do the right thing. You deserve to be with someone who can give you more than one night. The words sear me like a hot blade as I say them, because the thought of anyone else touching her fucking guts me. But I know that's not fair. I know she deserves someone to give her more, and it won't ever be me, no matter how much I wish otherwise.
My first time should be with someone I love and trust. I've loved you since I was 11 years old. I trust you more than any other person besides my brother.
Even though her words don't surprise me, they still have fear snaking up my spine.
I'm asking you to trust me.
Inwardly, I flinch, that word hitting me like a powerful blow. I learned at a young age that you can't rely on anyone but yourself. I swore a long time ago I would never trust anyone again, that I would never give someone that kind of power over me. But Jesus, I don't know if I can turn this down. How can I walk away from the one girl I've always wanted, but has always been forbidden?
Please, Nick, just for tonight. Give me a memory to treasure forever,
she whispers, pressing her body closer to mine.
Be my first.
I make the mistake of looking down at her, her warm, dark eyes pleading for the one thing we both want. Just like I knew I would be, I'm completely helpless against it. Yep, I'm fucking doing this. Consequences be damned. And I have no doubt there will be. This will change everything. And once it's over, I will never be the same again.
Chapter 2. Caitlin. My breath is locked inside of my chest, as those beautiful yet guarded blue-gray eyes peer down at me, a war raging in their depths. All of my earlier anger at the way he stormed into the party evaporates, a sliver of hope warming inside of me from his admission. I knew he felt it too. I knew in my heart. No way could I be the only one to feel this connection between us. It's too powerful. Most people would say it's impossible to be in love when you are only 11 years old. But I can attest that it can happen, because it did for me. The moment Nick Stone walked into my brother's and my life, I was lost to him. Never has one person affected me the way he does. The fact that he has finally admitted to feeling this too has left me hopeful he'll give me this one time with him. My first time. I'm setting myself up for heartbreak, and I know it. But for years I've wanted this, wanted him. If he will only give me one night, then one night I will take, and I'll do my damnedest to not let it ruin our friendship. I won't lose him. I can't. He is my safe haven. He is everything Colin is to me, but more. So much more. For just one night, I want all of him. Well, as much as he can give himself to anyone, because no one will ever fully have Nick's heart. It's sad because he deserves to be loved, but I know he will never let it happen, and it's all thanks to his mother. Something I know nothing about, but by the small flashes of pain I've seen in his guarded eyes, I know he harbors scars from where he lived before that will never heal. Not even Pop, his loving grandfather, has been able to erase them. As silence continues to hang heavily between us, that small measure of hope dwindles to nothing. With a deflated breath, I sag against the wall, as reality sets in, and drop my gaze from his, not wanting him to see my pain. Never mind, I whisper, shaking my head. Just forget I said anything. I turn to walk away, when his hand lands on my chest, and he pins me back in place. My eyes snap back to his, and I suck in a sharp breath, my heart pounding at the intensity staring back at me.
One night,
he says, his voice low and rough as he leans in closer.
One fucking night, Caitlin. I know I don't deserve even that with you, but I'm too selfish not to take this.
Those are the last words spoken before his mouth descends on mine. I gasp at the first touch of his lips. It's electrifying, and barrels through me like a tidal wave, almost knocking me off my feet. As I stretch up on my toes to wrap my arms around his neck, his hands grip the back of my bare thighs, and he lifts me off my feet. My legs hug his hips as he pins me against the wall, a whimper escaping me as the cool metal of his belt buckle collides with the center of my damp panties. He slides his tongue in, seeking mine with a skill that steals my breath and sends my head reeling. Oh God, he tastes so good.
You taste good, baby. Just as sweet as I knew you'd be.
He growls, making me realize I said my words out loud. My fingers tangle in the back of his hair as we devour one another, getting swept away in a storm of passion and longing. It's one I've dreamt about with him for so long, and oh God, it's perfect. Everything I knew it would be. Moving away from the wall, he strides over to my bed and lays me down, his mouth never leaving mine as he follows on top of me. I breathe into the kiss, not wanting to sever the beautiful connection for something as dumb as air. Terrified if I do, it will break this spell over us, and I'll lose this moment with him. My hips grind against his hard stomach as I try to find friction for my throbbing center. With a groan, he tears his mouth from mine and trails his hot lips down my throat, licking and tasting my skin. He reaches between us to push up my tank top, his palm skimming along my stomach, creating goosebumps to break out across my fevered skin.
Arms up, baby.
I follow the order, sitting up just a bit so he can remove my top. He tosses it behind him, then, with a deft flick of his fingers, he frees me from the confined lace of my black bra. I whimper as he pushes the cups aside, his fingers brushing over my sensitive nipples. The simple touch demands a ripple to shoot through me, moving all the way down to my core.
Fuck, you're so goddamn pretty.
He fixates on my exposed breasts, his eyes flaring so bright that even in the darkest shadows of my room, you can see them, wild with lust. Yet something else burns in his gaze, something that goes beyond skin deep. I'm used to catching men's eyes. My asshole father has always told me my looks are all I have going for me. Most people in town agree with him. They think I'm nothing but trash with a pretty face. All because of who my parents are. Not even my uncle, Joshua, the respected pastor in town, can change people's minds about my brother and me. But Nick has never treated me like that. He's never leered at me in a way that made me feel cheap. There have been times where I find him watching me in a way that has my breath catching in my throat and my heart warming. He makes me feel beautiful. He makes me feel more than I am. He makes me feel worthy.
You are more.
Nick's words echo in my head, hurtling me into the past. Before I can fully latch on to the beautiful memory, I'm brought out of it with a gasp as he gently blows on my nipples. They pucker, straining further for his touch. My body quivers in pleasure, making my clit swell.
So greedy, he murmurs. You like that, Kate?
My response is an agonized moan, since he's rendered me speechless. A cocky chuckle rumbles from his chest, clearly enjoying my torture.
All right, baby. Don't worry. I've got you.
Leaning down, he closes his hot mouth over one aching bud and sends my already charged body into a frenzy. Oh, God! I arch into the heavenly heat of his mouth, my fingers threading through his hair as he lashes me with exquisite licks of his tongue. His hand kneads my other breast, his fingers plucking and pinching the tight tip. Heat spreads through me like wildfire. God, Nick, that feels so good. I reach for his shirt, desperately wanting to touch him too, to feel his naked skin on mine. Take this off. As he sits up to remove it, I finish ridding myself of my bra before lying back down and staring up at his hard body, a body that I've admired many times before while he was working on the ranch with Pop, and just like always, the sight of him has my throat going dry. His body is powerful, lethal, and absolutely beautiful. His shoulders are broad, muscles lean and sculpted from hard work. Add in the decorative black ink that's woven up one arm, going all the way past his shoulder, and you have perfection. Sensations explode through every part of my body as he comes back over top of me, his naked skin colliding with mine. The beautiful contact has us both groaning with pleasure.
Damn, you're so soft, Kate.
He seals his mouth over mine, his taste exploding on my tongue and seeping into my soul. I lift my hips and grind into his hard length, wanting to get closer, needing to alleviate the throbbing between my legs. Unfortunately, he pulls away from my efforts, drawing a disappointed moan from me. Standing, he reaches down and flicks the button on my denim skirt before sliding it down, leaving me in nothing but my black lace panties. His large, warm hands find their place on my knees before he spreads my legs open for his view.
Move your panties aside, baby. Give me a glimpse of the sweetness I'm about to devour.
His voice is rough and rakes along my senses. I clench at the thought of his mouth on me. I've never been touched like that, but having Nick to be the one to do it will only make it that much more incredible. Reaching down, I pull the damp center aside and bite my lip to keep from moaning as the cool air from the room whispers over my sensitive flesh. It's almost enough to make me come. Nick's expression turns hard, his grip on my knees strengthening.
Fuck me, you're perfect. I knew you'd be bare,
he remarks through clenched teeth. Satisfaction fills me to know he thought about it. That he thought about us like this, because it's all I've thought about for so long. You going to do something or just stand there? I ask with a quirk of my brow, taunting him. His eyes snap to mine.
Be careful, Caitlin. That sassy mouth of yours only makes my dick harder. Don't provoke something you're not prepared for.
I swallow hard, my suddenly dry throat making it difficult. I'm a big girl. I can handle whatever you have for me. That's only half true. I'm completely inexperienced with this, but I do know I will take him any way he comes. I know he would never do something to hurt me. He drops to his knees, positioning himself between my legs.
I wouldn't be so sure about that, baby, because the things I want to do to you even fucking scares me.
Before I can think much about that, he shocks me by shredding my panties from my body. As the scrap of lace disappears, he wastes no time delving in, claiming me with his mouth. Oh! My back bows off the bed as white-hot pleasure whips through my senses. Oh, God, I've never felt anything so incredible. His skillful tongue is warm and wet, swirling around my pulsing bud that sends slight shock waves through my body. Pleasure surges through me and rushes through my veins. My skin suddenly becomes too tight for my body. Right when I think I can't take any more, he slips a single finger inside of my snug entrance, drawing another pleasured cry from me.
Oh, fuck. You're so goddamn tight.
My hands fist the sheets as I involuntarily thrust against his mouth, riding every fiery flick of his tongue while his finger strokes deep inside of me.
That's it. Fuck my mouth,
he growls, the vibration of his words bringing me to teeter on the edge. God, Nick, I'm so close already, I whimper, hating for this to end.
Don't hold back, baby. Let me taste your pleasure, so I can claim your tight little pussy with my cock.
His filthy words are all it takes to send me over that precious edge. I cry out the intensity of my orgasm, ecstasy rushing through every nerve ending of my body as I soar to a place where there's nothing but pleasure. As I float back to reality, I distantly register soft kisses trailing up my stomach. Nick's hard body settles over mine as he claims my mouth. I moan at the taste of myself on him, and shockingly, find my body flaring to life again. Reaching down between us, I move to the buckle of his belt. But he clasps my wrists in his hand, halting my attempt. My heart stops at his expression. What's wrong? Did you change your mind? Please, God, don't let that be the case.
No, baby. I didn't change my mind.
A breath of relief is set free from my imprisoned throat.
I should, but I can't. Having you come apart from me like that.
He trails off, jaw flexing.
I'm giving you an out now, Caitlin. If you're not 100% sure about this, we can stop here.
I shake my head, immediately shutting down the idea. No, I don't want to stop. I want you more than anything. My hand lies against his face as I look him straight in the eye, forcing him to see how sure I am. Show me what it's like. Show me how good it can be. With a pained groan, he gives me a swift kiss, then moves to his knees and reaches in his back pocket for his wallet. As soon as I see the condom, I grab his wrist to stop him from opening it. Have you always used a condom? I ask softly.
Yes.
Well, I swallow past my dry throat. I'm on the pill. He shakes his head, rejecting the suggestion fast.
Caitlin.
If tonight is all we'll ever have, then I don't want anything between us. I want to know what you feel like, Nick. All of you. Selfishly, I also want to have what no one else has ever had with him. I want him to trust me the same way I do him, even if it's just for this moment. He tosses the condom to the side with a growl and drops back over top of me.
You drive me fucking crazy.
I smile at his frustration and hug him close. But you want it too? I ask, making sure it isn't just me. Otherwise it means nothing. His expression softens.
Yeah, Kate. I want that too.
He cups my face, resting his forehead on mine.
Tonight is just us, and nothing else.
Just us, I repeat softly. When I reach again for his belt, he doesn't stop me. Instead, he helps me rid him of his jeans. My heart hammers in anticipation as he settles back over me. Grabbing his erection, he swipes it through my wet flesh, coating it with my arousal. A fiery whimper releases from me as he passes over my sensitive clit. He pauses at my entrance.
I'm going to get this first part over with quick, baby. You ready?
I nod, feeling both nervous and excited. Leaning down, he presses his lips to my forehead, then enters me with one smooth thrust. With a gasp, I bury my face in his neck, my nails biting into his strong shoulders, at the burning pain tearing through me.
Holy fuck,
he groans, sounding like he's in pain too.
You're so tight, so fucking perfect.
He remains still, allowing me time to adjust. I feel him kiss my shoulder, trying to soothe me.
You okay?
I nod, unable to speak at the moment.
Look at me.
I drop back down to look up at him and see his gaze concerned. I'm good. Just go slow. He drops a kiss at the corner of my eye.
I'll go as slow or as fast as you want, baby. Just say the word.
He begins moving in and out of me with careful precision, filling not only my body, but also a part of my heart that's only ever been reserved for him. His fierce blue-gray eyes stay locked with mine, giving me a connection with him I've never had, but one I've longed for. It's one I'll never feel again. Not without him. With every stroke, the pain recedes and pleasure evolves. Gripping his strong biceps, my hips begin to meet his thrusts.
"Better, Caitlin?"
he asks, his voice as dark as his expression. Yes.
"Do you know how many times I've thought about this? How many times I've imagined what it would be like to be buried inside of you like this?"
His fierce expression and powerful words have my heart faltering in my chest. Probably not as much as I have, I respond honestly. He grunts.
"I wouldn't be so sure about that."
Before I can think about his comment, his thrusts become more intense, robbing me of everything but pleasure. My hands explore every bare inch of skin I can reach, feeling his hard body flex under my fingertips. I commit it all to memory, every groove, every stroke, every touch. More, I tell him, meeting each of his thrusts. With a growl, he unleashes more, his strokes becoming hard and fast, stealing the breath from my lungs. I moan and arch up closer to him.
"Good, baby. You like that?"
he asks, his tone tough and cocky, turning me on even more. Yes, so good.
"Good. I want you to feel me for fucking weeks. Hell, years. I'm going to make sure you never forget what I feel like. That you never forget who had you first."
His words come out on a possessive growl, yet his blue-gray eyes are raw and vulnerable. I want to tell him that it could always be like this, that it never has to end. I want to tell him how much I love him, and I always will. Even if I have to do it from afar, I will love him for the rest of my life. Swallowing thickly, I reach up and touch his face. Nothing could ever make me forget this moment with you. I'll cherish it until the day I die. His pace slows as he drops his forehead on mine, a breath escaping him that sounds downright painful.
"God help us both, Caitlin, when this is over."
A sob builds deep in my throat, but before it can escape, he crushes his lips to mine, claiming my mouth the same way he does my body. It's raw, desperate, and holds an underlying finality. It makes me want to scream in agony. The thought of never feeling this with him again kills a small part of me. Keep it together, Caitlin. You promised. You knew the rules. I take in lungfuls of air as he pulls back and starts pumping in and out of me again with quick, hard strokes.
"Wrap your legs around my back, baby."
I do as he says, and whimper as it brings him deeper than before. All too soon I feel that building pressure, but I try hard to prolong it, never wanting this to end. He can feel it too, if his raw groan is anything to go by.
"As much as I want to hold off, I can't. You feel way too fucking good."
His large, warm hand finds my breast, cupping the heavy weight.
"Come with me."
He pinches my tight nipple with a force that borders on pain. The sensation shoots all the way to my core and sends me crashing over the edge for a second time. Nick swallows my cries of ecstasy as pleasure overtakes my body. The orgasm that claims me is no less intense than the last. It isn't until I'm coming back down from my high that he stills, letting his own release claim him. As he buries his face into my neck, I hold him close, loving that for the first time ever, he's letting me be there for him, even if it's something as small as this. We lie tangled together for several long minutes, sweat coating our bodies and melding us together. I remain completely still, not wanting to move in fear of losing him so soon. I've heard the rumors, ones that gutted me every time to hear. Nick doesn't stay. No cuddling, no bed talk. He hightails it out the door as fast as he came in. It's the rules. His rules. However, no matter how close I hold him, I know I can't keep him. A pained noise leaves my throat as he pulls out of me.
"Sorry."
He apologizes, thinking he hurt me when in fact, the noise has nothing to do with the tenderness between my legs, and everything to do with the pain in my heart and knowing this is goodbye. At least for tonight. Tomorrow I will see him, but it won't be like this. It will be as friends. It's enough, Caitlin. As long as he's in your life, it's enough. The mental pep talk doesn't soothe me. My throat grows tight, and my eyes burn with tears as he puts his pants back on. Once he stands, I try to clear my clogged throat. So, I guess I'll see you tomorrow? He spins around so fast, I'm surprised he doesn't get whiplash, and pins me with a hard gaze.
Ready for me to leave already?
I frown, surprised by his clipped tone. No, of course not. I know your rules and...
My rules?
Yeah.
And what rules would those be?
He asks, his tone as hard as his eyes. His attitude leaves me confused and a little miffed. I've heard it all, Nick. It's not like girls don't talk, especially the whores you've been with. I know your rules. He drops down with lightning speed and braces his arms on either side of my head, his face hovering only a breath from mine.
And since when have I ever fucking treated you like everyone else?
My heart pounds like a drum as he looms over me. His expression is dark and a little... hurt? No, it can't be that. What's your problem? You were the one who got up and started getting dressed.
I'm going to the bathroom to grab something, then coming right back.
Oh. Well, how was I supposed to know that? He rests his forehead against mine, his masculine scent consuming my senses. God, I really love it when he does this. I love the intimacy it brings.
Because you should know by now that you're different than everyone else.
How? I want to scream. How am I supposed to know that? Yes, we are friends, and share a bond that I don't have with anyone else. But he's always kept me at arm's length, like everyone else. If it wasn't for his friendship with Colin, would he be my friend? I have a feeling he wouldn't. The entire thought is depressing. Look, I'm sorry. I saw you get your clothes on and I assumed you were leaving. I don't want to fight. His expression softens, a smirk forming on his lips. He briefly brushes his mouth over mine.
Good. Me neither. Now wait here and I'll be right back.
I grumble at his retreating back, wanting to kiss and slap him at the same time for his bossiness. Shifting around, I wince from the tender burn between my thighs. A small smile graces my face as I think about not being a virgin anymore, loving that I got to lose it with the only person I've ever loved. Oh man, wait until I tell Faith. She'll never believe it. Nick walks back in holding something in his hand, the dark shadows of my room making it difficult to determine what it is. As he sits beside me, I see it's a washcloth. I tense as he slips his hand under the sheet and starts cleaning me. It's awkward, yet makes me feel oddly cherished.
You sore?
He asks softly, pulling my attention to his face. A little, but it's a good sore, I reply with a soft smile. He finishes up quickly, then tosses the rag in my hamper before taking the spot beside me. I move over to give him room, but my bed is tiny. He turns to face me and wraps his arm around my waist to bring me flush against him. A heavy silence consumes us as we stare at one another, the air thick with tension. I hate it, so I decide to break it. Since we finally did the deed, I guess it's time to get married and have lots of babies. I try to keep a straight face, but his expression has me bursting into a fit of laughter.
You're fucking hilarious,
he remarks, unimpressed. Too soon? He grunts, then mumbles something beneath his breath. What's that? I ask. He shakes his head.
Nothing.
I shrug, then decide to take pity on him, knowing I'm probably giving him severe heartburn. Okay, fine then. If babies and marriage are not up for discussion, then what do you want to talk about?
How about we just lie in silence?
Because I'm a talker, you know this. He grunts again.
Fine, then let's talk about earlier.
Uh-oh, I don't like that idea. It will only end in an argument. Actually, you're right. Let's just lie in silence.
Caitlin?
My name comes out on a warning. I don't want to have this conversation, Nick. It will only end in an argument.
It doesn't have to.
Oh yes, it does. Because the way you stormed into that party tonight was completely uncalled for, and I'm still pissed at you for it.
You shouldn't have been there.
Why? School's almost over. I just wanted to have fun with some friends.
You could have gone somewhere else to hang out. I don't like Stryker. He's bad news. I don't trust him.
Well, how about trusting me? I wasn't even drinking. I wouldn't put myself in a position I couldn't get out of.
How do you know? Anything could have happened to you.
Anything could happen to me walking across the street, for God's sake.
This is different. Colin and I know shit about Brett that you don't.
I didn't go for him. I went with a few girls from school. I was having a good time before you stormed in there and ruined it. I paused, my voice dropping to a whisper. You know how hard it is for me to fit in. You completely embarrassed me. Other than Faith, I have very few friends, and these past couple of years have been tough without her at school. She's older and graduated before me, so it's been pretty lonely. Most of the girls in this town hate me for no reason, and the guys think I'm only good for one thing. So when Stacy Martin, the new girl who moved here a few months ago, asked if I wanted to go to the party with her and a few other girls, I couldn't say no. And it was fun. We had a great time getting ready together, and for the first time I felt like I really belonged. But after the way Nick barged in and acted the way he did, I'm sure I'll never be invited out again. Nick deflates with a heavy breath, his arm hugging me tighter.
I'm sorry. You're right. I shouldn't have stormed in like that. I was fucking worried when I got the call from Scotty.
Scotty? Why, that little snitch. He's dead when I see him on Monday. Well, okay, maybe not dead, since if it wasn't for him, tonight would never have happened. But still, there will be words.
Then I saw Stryker with his hands on you, and it set me off. I didn't mean to embarrass you, but you need to trust us when we say something isn't a good idea. I don't even want to think about what could have happened with that asshole.
I frown, wondering what they could possibly know that freaks him out so much.
You need to be more careful, Caitlin. I won't always be there if you get into trouble.
He adds quietly, with an underlying tone that has alarm bells ringing in my head. What do you mean you won't always be there? He remains silent, but something shifts in his eyes, something that has panic pounding through my veins. Nick? I prop up on an elbow to look down at him. Are you leaving? The thought has panic choking me. He senses my hysteria and quickly shakes his head.
No, I'm not leaving. I'm just saying you need to be more careful.
Immediately I can breathe again. Oh, good. You scared me for a minute. Another shift happens in his eyes. But before I can question it, he pulls me back down, bringing my head to rest on his chest.
Just promise me you'll be more careful.
I want to argue and tell him I was being careful, but the sudden pain in his voice stops me. What is going on with him? Whatever it is, it does not sound like Nick, and it makes my heart hurt. Don't worry. I promise to always be careful, no matter what. I've grown up knowing to be guarded and cautious. It's the only thing I can thank my bastard parents for.
Good.
His fingers slowly drag up my back, starting from the curve of my bottom all the way up to my neck. At the sound of his steady heartbeat under my cheek and the warmth of his body wrapping around mine, a peace like I've never known settles over me. My eyes grow heavy, but I fight sleep, absorbing as much of this as I can, never wanting the moment to end. Nick, I ask, my voice sounding as tired as I feel.
Yeah, baby.
Thank you, I whisper. Thank you for giving me tonight. His lazy circles on my back falter, his body tensing.
I should be the one thanking you, not the other way around.
I smile, but it's sad, really sad. I'm going to miss this. There's a long moment of silence, my heart growing heavier with each passing second. I start to think he isn't going to answer, but he finally does.
Me too, Kate. Me too.
I grind my teeth to ward off the pain trying to erupt from me, but silent tears fall, soaking his chest. He says nothing but holds me tighter. My wet eyes grow heavier until I can't fight it any longer. Just before I let sleep claim me, I hear him whisper,
"You are more."
Those 3 words wouldn't mean anything to most people. But to me, they are everything. They own my heart as much as the man next to me does, and they were the best last words to hear before I fall into a peaceful slumber.
Chapter 3. Nick. I felt Caitlin's breathing even out almost 10 minutes ago, but I still can't find it in myself to leave. I need to. With every moment that passes, the tightening in my chest increases. Jesus, what the fuck did I do? I fucked up so bad and I know it. I knew succumbing to temptation was going to make this harder on both of us, but I can't regret it. The way it felt to be inside of her, to have her coming apart from me and my every touch, will be ingrained into me forever. The thought of never feeling her again, or holding her like this, brings on a panic so strong it's about to suffocate me. It's the same panic I saw in her eyes when she thought I was leaving. How the fuck am I supposed to leave now? How did I get myself into this mess when I know better? Don't ever get attached. It's my #1 rule, and what the fuck do I go and do? Hell, I don't even know when it happened, but I don't like this feeling. It's dangerous and takes me back to a time I refuse to let myself remember. Unable to withstand the torture of my thoughts for another second, I untangle myself from the most perfect body I've ever felt and sit up at the edge of the bed. In the corner of her room, draped over her makeup chair, I see a sweatshirt of mine I've been looking for. I should have known, I think with a grunt, but my cock swells at the thought of it wrapped around her body. Shaking my head, I grab it off the chair with the intention of taking it back since it's my favorite hoodie. But then I see her sound asleep on the bed, looking every bit of the angel she is, and decide against it. Instead, I lay it next to her, then lean down and kiss her soft cheek. The panic pounding in my veins only intensifies. Jesus, I need to get the fuck out of here before I do something really stupid. Something that will end me in a bigger mess than I'm already in. I let my lips linger and inhale everything about her, then grab my shirt and force myself to get the fuck out. A heaviness weighs down on me with every passing step as I make my way down the hall. I throw my shirt on over my head as I step outside the back door and end up running into a brick wall. Shit! I step back and look up to see Colin. Well, fuck me. What are you doing? He stares back at me, confused as to why I would be getting dressed while walking out of his house. He looks down, his eyes going hard, and that's when I realize my belt is still undone. This is not going to be good. Is Kate in there? He asks, pointing to the door behind me. Tell me there is some other chick in my fucking house that has you getting dressed. Tell me this is not what it fucking looks like. Having no words, I let my expression say it all. You motherfucker! A hard fist lands across my face, sending pain to explode through my head. I take the hit, knowing I deserve it, and stumble back. My little sister! Are you fucking kidding me? He seethes, his voice thick with betrayal. Listen, man, it's not what you think. She's different. He comes at me again, landing another blow. I decide that's the last one. I spit out the blood that fills my mouth and rub at my tender jaw. That was your last free one. Next time I hit back. We are close to the same height and build. This would be a scary match at who would come out on top, one I don't want to find out. A bitter laugh escapes him. You are un-fucking-believable. Just how long have you been screwing her? I shake my head. I haven't. This was the first time and that makes it better? No, fuck, I don't know. I run my hand through my hair, gripping the strands in frustration. It's a shitty explanation, but I don't have the answers he's looking for. No matter what I tell him, it won't make a damn bit of difference. You know how she feels about you. You are supposed to help me protect her. Or maybe that was your plan all along. Be friends, act like you care about her so you could take what you want from her. My jaw locks down at the accusation. That's a goddamn lie and you know it. I was protecting her by pulling her out of that fucking party tonight. Where the hell were you, huh? I step closer and notice his eyes wild with rage and something else. Something that has my temper erupting. What the fuck are you on? Nothing. Don't turn this around on me. With quick precision, I grab him by the shirt and throw him against the house. Don't fucking lie to me. You've been messed up for months now, and because of it, I am the one who had to get her tonight. I'm leaving, man. I'm not always going to be here. You're all she has to rely on, and she can't when you're fucked up. You're leaving? He asks, focusing on my reveal rather than the issue at hand. I release him and step back. I've been accepted at Quantico to train with the FBI. He stares back at me. Violence still rages in his bloodshot eyes, but so does surprise. A fucking Fed? I remain silent and ignore the way that word drips with disdain. Does Kate know? No, I just found out. He shakes his head. So that's why you did it. Took what you wanted before you left. His comment takes my anger up another notch. No, I told you that's not what happened, but you're too fucked up to even listen to me right now. You need to pull your head out of your ass, Slade, and stop whatever it is you've gotten yourself into. You're spiraling fast. I don't even fucking know you anymore. Are you serious? You're going to judge me about how fucked up I am? This coming from the guy whose mom was a fucking junkie and left his ass when I don't let him finish. My fist plows through the air with swift precision, clipping him in the jaw with a force that has his head snapping back. He stumbles, but rights himself quickly, expecting me to come at him again. But I'm done. I'm done with it all. I don't need this bullshit. He knows the line he just crossed, but I've also crossed some of my own. There's no going back. I begin walking away, but turn back to him, saying one last thing. You had a goal to get both of you the hell out of here when she graduates. Do it. Keep your promise to her and protect her. You're all she has, and you know it. I don't wait for his response. Instead, I walk away from the only best friend I've ever had. As I head back to my car, resolution settles over me, knowing what I have to do. My chest burns like a motherfucker as dark chocolate eyes assault my mind. It's a pain I've only ever felt one other time in my life, and I'm pissed I let it get to that point. That I let myself be vulnerable. Never again.
Chapter 4. Caitlin. I weave through the heavy crowd and out of the school's main doors with a slight dance in my step from the song blaring on the speakers. As I make it to the street, I falter when I see Colan waiting for me across the road, leaning against his truck. 3 girls surround him, all of them with their chests out and rubbing against him. Typical. Colan is always the center of attention, whether it's with the girls in town vying for his attention or the adults looking down their noses at him. He's always being noticed. He uses some of it to his advantage, but mostly he likes his privacy. Something the girls in this town don't understand. Actually, it surprises me how many approach him, because even though my brother may have been graced with some incredibly good looks, he's also very intimidating. With tattoos marking up his muscular body and dark eyes, with an even darker expression, he looks like one scary dude. He can be pretty frightening when he wants to be too. But as hard as my brother appears, deep down he has a courageous and honorable heart, more than anyone could ever know. I've been on the receiving end of it my whole life. Between both him and Nick, they are a force to be reckoned with. And it's the reason I've lasted in this town as long as I have. A swarm of butterflies take root inside of me at the thought of Nick. It's been 3 days since the most amazing night of my life. When I woke up to his hoodie lying next to me, I knew I'd been busted. But him letting me keep it has left a permanent smile on my face. I haven't seen him, but figure I will today since it's my birthday. I'm assuming that's why Colan is here. However, the closer I get, I see no sign of him. Maybe we're meeting up with him. Once Colan notices me, he pushes through the girls, dismissing them instantly. His usual black ball cap is pulled low, shielding half of his face, but it does nothing to conceal the small smirk that's reserved just for me. No one else gets to see it, except sometimes Faith.
There's the birthday girl,
he softly muses, affection loud and clear in his deep voice. Wrapping his arms around me, he lifts me off my feet, giving me a bear hug that almost squeezes the life out of me. Hello, big brother. I greet him with a loud smooch on the cheek, making sure to be careful of his swollen jaw. My heart hurts every time I see it, but I'm used to seeing him with bruises. It comes with all the fighting he does. I hate it, but he loves it and makes good money doing it. It's how he has supported us since getting us out of our parents' house when I was 16. What are you doing here? I ask. He places me back on my feet.
I'm here to take you out for your birthday. I know Aunt Linda's having a supper for you, but I was thinking of hitting up Frozen Sweets before you go,
he says, talking about my favorite ice cream parlor in town. I'm assuming that means he's not joining us for supper. Not something I'm surprised about, but I wish he would. He doesn't associate with family. Ever. Sure. Is Nick meeting us? Something passes over his expression, but it's so quick, it makes me wonder if I imagined it.
No, not today.
Oh, I mumble, disappointment striking me deep.
Does that mean you don't want to go then?
He asked with a clenched jaw, his clipped tone catching me off guard. Of course not. I was just curious. Some of the tension eases from him, raising my suspicion. What's going on, Colin? Is everything okay? Does he know about the other night? My stomach sinks at the thought. No. Surely he would have said something. He slings an arm around my neck.
Yeah, Kate. Everything's fine. Come on, let's get out of here, and I'll give you your birthday gift.
Ooh, what is it? What is it? He chuckles.
You'll see.
We arrive at the ice cream shop 10 minutes later. Colin orders me my favorite bubblegum ice cream and a soda for him before we take a seat at an outside table. I dig into my ice cream right away, moaning at the creamy bliss. I swear I could live off of this stuff. Hearing Colin chuckle, I look up to see him watching me with amusement. I smile back. Thanks for taking me out. It made my day when I walked outside to see you there. I feel like I haven't seen you in forever. He's been out later than usual lately. I'm always asleep when he gets home, and he's still asleep when I get up for school.
I know. I'm sorry I haven't been around much.
I wave away his guilt. Don't worry about it. You've been busy working. I'm a big girl. You don't need to take care of me.
You're my baby sister. I'll always take care of you.
My throat tightens at his sincere words. Reaching over, I cover his large hand with mine, and wince when I feel the rough scabs marring his knuckles. I know. You've always taken good care of me. He shakes his head.
I haven't done a good job of it lately. I've been caught up in shit. But I promise, no more.
I frown, wondering where all of this is coming from. The last thing he should ever feel is guilt when it comes to me. He reaches into his back pocket and hands me an envelope. What's this? I ask.
Your birthday gift.
I open it with a smile that vanishes when I see what it is. A one-way ticket to Columbia, South Carolina. My eyes snap to Colin in shock. What's going on? What is this?
A new beginning,
he responds quietly.
For both of us.
I stare at him, unable to wrap my head around what he's saying. He releases a heavy breath and leans forward.
Look, I made a promise to you, Kate, and I'm keeping that promise. I told you when I was old enough, I would get us the fuck out of here. I have an opportunity to make a professional career out of fighting, and the opportunity lies there.
He points to the plane ticket.
I want to take it. This is our chance. This is what we've waited for our whole lives. A place where we can start fresh. Far away from here, where no one will know who we came from. We can get out from under the curse of being Lorraine and Keith's kids, and be whoever the fuck we want.
My gaze falls to the ticket in my hand. The thought of a new start sounds amazing, yet still incredibly terrifying.
You don't want to go,
he remarks, sitting back in his chair. No, it's not that.
Then what? You look like I just killed your dreams.
I shake my head. The idea sounds wonderful. You know how much I hate it here. But it's scary, too. This is all we know.
There's nothing to be afraid of. I won't let anything happen to you.
A sad smile takes over my face. I know you won't, It's not that, it's just... I trail off, not knowing how to explain it.
I'll be making good money. I'll be able to afford to put you through that beauty school shit you want to take. And it sounds like they have a really good one there. This is our chance, Kate. Let's take it.
What about the people we love? Faith and... Nick, I whisper. Oh God, I can't move away from him. No way.
Forget about him.
He snaps, his expression turning stone cold. I stare back at him like he's crazy. Why on earth would I forget about him? Why would you? He's
gone.
I flinch, the harsh words hitting me like a slap to the face. What are you talking about? He's not gone. I just saw him the other day. He shakes his head, rage darkening his eyes to a shade I've never seen.
He left for Virginia to train with the FBI.
Dread pounds through my body and rushes my ears, swearing I heard him wrong. No, I shake my head. No, you're lying. He wouldn't leave, not without saying goodbye. Through blurry vision, I see Colan's expression soften. He leans forward and grabs my hand.
Kate, listen.
No! I rip away from him and stand. You're lying. He wouldn't do this. My breath hitches as I try to pull in air, but can't. My heart is squeezing so painfully in my chest that I can't breathe.
Would you calm down?
He spits out. No, I'm not listening to any more of this. I take off, running faster than I ever have in my life. I hear Colan yell for me, but I don't stop. I push myself harder. Fear and panic fueling me with a speed I didn't know I possessed. I run through parks, jumping over playground equipment as I take shortcuts to the country. To Nick. Please, God. Please, God. He wouldn't do this. He wouldn't leave me. A sob rips from me at the thought, the burn in my legs and heart doing nothing to dull the pain lancing through me. I reach the ranch in record time and bang on the door. Pop answers with the phone to his ear, his eyes concerned at my state of turmoil.
It's all right, son. She's here,
he says, to who I'm assuming is Colan.
Yes, no problem.
Where's Nick? I ask as he hangs up, my words winded and filled with urgency. I need to see him, Pop. It's important. His shoulders slump, and regret washes over his face, unveiling my worst fear. A new fear grips my chest. It's instant and heart-stopping. I shake my head in denial. Please tell me it's not true. I plead with a whisper. Please don't tell me he's gone, that he left me. With a curse, he pulls me against him, his strong arms holding me tight.
It will be okay, Caitlin girl. He didn't leave you. He left for himself. It's a good thing for him, darling. A good opportunity. It was a decision he didn't make lightly.
This can't be happening. He can't be saying this to me. He didn't even say goodbye. A pain unlike I've ever known strikes deep, tearing another soul-destroying sob from me.
He never wanted to hurt you, honey. It killed him too. I saw it.
That has me crying harder. Pop holds me closer, his worn hand rubbing up and down my back.
He left something for you. Let me go get it.
As he walks into the kitchen, I wrap my arms around myself, feeling cold and empty. He comes back a moment later with a small wrapped gift and an envelope. I take it from him hesitantly, unsure if I want to know what's inside.
Why don't you come sit down at the table to open it?
I shake my head. No, but thanks. I choke out through my raw throat. If you don't mind, I'm going to the creek. I need to be alone right now.
Absolutely, it's fine. Just promise me you won't walk back to town. Come here first, and I'll drive you.
With a nod, I walk out the door and numbly make my way to the fresh water that runs at the far back of the property. About a 5-minute walk. It's a place where you're surrounded by nothing but nature. It's a place where I've always felt safe. One where I've laughed, cried, and created some of the most beautiful memories. It was our place, Nick's and mine. Taking a seat on the lush green grass, I listen to the sound of rushing water, but it brings no peace like it usually does. I stare down at the gift in my hands for a long time, unsure if I can handle what's inside. but my curiosity ends up getting the best of me. With a deep breath that I can't fully inhale, I swipe at my wet cheeks and open the envelope first, the words blurry as my burning eyes try to focus.
Caitlin, I know this is a shitty goodbye. I'm sorry. I worried if I did it in person, I wouldn't have been able to leave. And this is for the best, especially for you. Things will work out, though, you'll see. Your hard-headed brother will take good care of you. Or maybe it will be the other way around.
A laugh escapes me, but it immediately turns into a sob.
You're strong, Kate. Stronger than you give yourself credit for. You're going to do great things, and not because you need to prove yourself, but because you are more. You are everything. I'll never forget our night together. I'll never forget a moment of my time with you. Happy birthday, Nick.
I suck in sharp, painful breaths, trying to control my breathing, but the pain slicing through me makes it impossible. With sobs locked in my chest and clogging my throat, I tear at the paper, unveiling a small pink cardboard box with a blue bow. My hands shake as I lift the top off to see what's inside, and the agony I've been holding in my chest breaks free. I fall back on the hard earth and clutch the pink, hollow, heart-shaped stone that's engraved with the words, "You are more," close to my chest. The beautiful gift takes me back to a moment from the past that started out heartbreaking but ended beautifully. It was a day I fell even more in love with Nick's stone. 2 years ago. Sitting at the creek, I hug my knees close to my chest and cry out all of my humiliation and hurt feelings. My tears soak my expensive red silk dress that Colin saved up to buy for me, all for this stupid dance. A dance that I was supposed to attend with Tommy Powers, the most popular guy in school, only to find out it was a cruel joke. A bet. I should have known better. You would think I was hurt because I have feelings for him, but that's far from the truth. I never have had those kind of feelings toward him. However, when the most popular boy in school asked me to go with him to homecoming, I felt important. For the first time in my life, I thought I might just fit in after all. That maybe the kids who always shunned me for who my parents were grew up and saw I was nothing like them. Maybe I was being given a chance. Ha! No, that wasn't the case, and I was dumb to think so. Although, Tommy was pretty damn convincing. He even asked me with a bouquet of flowers, the only ones I've ever received, all in the name of some stupid bet. The rules were simple. Get me to the dance, fuck Colin Slade's sister, and he would get $100. No one believed he was brave enough to do it. He was. When I walked up and overheard him talking with his buddies about it, joking with them about how he was going to do it, humiliation had struck deep, and a little piece of me died. Once he realized I was behind him, he didn't even have the decency to seem remorseful. He only gave me a cocky smirk and shrugged. I lost control. I threw my drink in his face and shoved him until he stumbled back, knocking over the table behind him. That was when Missy Robbins stepped in, the bitch eyeing me up and down with a sneer. Really, Caitlin, you have no one to blame but yourself. You are delusional if you think Tommy or any guy here would be seen with trash like you. I'm surprised he even did it for the money. I wanted to lash out at her, scratch her eyes out, and hurt her as bad as they all hurt me. Instead, I ran. I took off my heels and ran as fast as I could. I ran until I ended up here, at my sanctuary. The sound of snapping twigs alerts me of his presence just before I feel him sit beside me. Nick's incredible scent and close proximity brings the first sense of peace I've felt since the horrible incident. How did you know I was here? I ask, without looking up.
Faith called and said you ran off upset. I figured I would find you here.
Because this is my solitude. He is my safe haven.
You going to tell me what happened?
I shake my head, still refusing to look at him. If I tell him or Colin, they will kill Tommy and everyone else involved. I don't want them to get in trouble.
Caitlin, Look at me.
Pulling my arms away, he lifts my chin, forcing me to look at him. His expression softens at the pain etched on my face, but his eyes hold a rage that has ice running through my veins.
Did he hurt you?
I nod, unable to speak at the moment.
He put his fucking hands on you?
I shake my head and finally find my voice. No, but it would have hurt less if he did. I choke out, my heart breaking all over again as I think about it. It was a bet, Nick. All of this was just some stupid bet to humiliate me. I drop my head back onto my knees and cry. I feel so stupid. I should have known better.
Hey, come on, Kate. You're not stupid, but that little fucker is. Especially if he thinks he's going to get away with it.
I should have known better. I feel horrible that Colin worked so hard to buy me this dress, and it was all for nothing.
Do you think he gives a shit about any of that when you're hurting like this? You're all that matters, not the money.
I glance back up at him, my heart mending from his kind words. He takes his thumb and swipes at my wet cheeks, his gaze somber. Looking away, I stare out at the moonlit water. One day, I'm going to get out of here, and I'm going to be something. I'm going to prove to everyone I'm more than the trash they think I am. An enraged growl tears from him before he frames my face and pulls my gaze to his.
You have nothing to prove. Do you hear me? These people are fucking nothing, Caitlin. You want to know why those bitches are always giving you a hard time? Because they're jealous. You're beautiful. The hottest chick to exist in this goddamn town, and they can't fucking stand it.
His voice softens, but is no less furious.
Why the hell do you think Colin and I have those high school fuckers terrified to even look at you? It's not you who isn't good enough, Kate. They are good enough for you.
It was probably the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me.
Do you understand?
I nod, wide-eyed and a little stiffly since my face is still between his hands.
You are more,
he says, emphasizing every word.
Say it. I want you to say it.
I swallow hard and stare back into his fierce blue-gray eyes. I am more.
And don't ever fucking forget it.
Okay, I agree, feeling like I have no choice in the matter. When his eyes drop to my mouth, my heart stalls in my chest. I swear he's about to kiss me. I pray for it. Instead, his hands fall from my face, and he puts a little distance between us, his gaze now at the creek. My life would be so much easier if you loved me, I whisper, before I can think better of it. He chuckles, thinking I'm joking. I'm not. But I let him think it. I know if I tell him the truth, he will run out of here in the blink of an eye.
Trust me, your life wouldn't be better.
I tilt my head curiously. Why do you say that?
I'm not capable of it. I'm too broken to love anyone.
I stare at his profile, my already damaged heart shattering. This isn't the first time I've wondered what the hell happened to him. What made him like this? I think maybe we're all a little broken, Nick. I know I am.
All the more reason it wouldn't work.
I don't know about that, I whisper. Sometimes two broken pieces make a whole. His head whips back to me, his eyes fierce, yet guarded. Something passes between us, something that penetrates all the way to my soul. Knowing things are getting too heavy for him, I drop the conversation and let my hair down, brushing my fingers through the thick strands before I lie back and stare up at the stars. I feel his eyes on me, but I don't acknowledge them, and wait patiently for him to join me. Eventually he lies down close to me, so close that his body heat seeps into mine, warming every cold and lonely place inside of me. We focus on the night sky above us, letting silence fill the air until he breaks it a few minutes later.
You're too perfect to be broken.
His words are so quiet I barely hear him. With a smile, I move a bit closer, placing my head in the crook of his arm while keeping my gaze on the stars. We stay like this for the rest of the night, And for the first time in my life, a warm peace settles over me. Every emotional wound and scar starting to heal. All because of the guy next to me, the one who makes me feel whole, the one who makes me feel more than I am. Coming back to the present, I lie in that exact same spot, still clutching the pink stone against my heart. Only this time I feel no peace. I feel completely dead inside. He was my other broken half, and now I'll never be whole again. Chapter 5. Caitlin. 7 years later.
Colan Slade, a well-known championship fighter with the EFC, has fled town after a warrant was issued for his arrest Sunday morning. The 27-year-old is being charged with rape in the first degree, along with assault and battery. The police department is looking for your help. If you have any idea on his whereabouts, please contact Charleston PD at 555.
I power off the television before the news anchor can finish reciting the phone number, unable to listen to another second of it. I stare at the black screen through blurry vision, feeling heartbroken and completely helpless. Pretty much how I've felt the past 3 days while I've been trying to find my brother. He would never harm a woman. He wouldn't take off like this and have no contact with me, which has me terrified something has happened to him. I have no one to turn to. Cooper is trying to be supportive, but I know he thinks Colan did it. I guess I can't blame him since the evidence seems to be pretty incriminating, but it still hurts. All the other guys are questioning it too, which has strained my friendship with Julia, Kayla, and Grace. It's hard for me to be around them when they all think he did this. The damn media isn't helping his case either. Everyone thinks he's guilty. The only other person who knows Colan didn't do this is Faith, because she knows him like I do. No matter what, I'm going to get to the bottom of this. I will not give up on him. Which is why I resorted to finding the only other person who might be able to help me. I glanced down at the piece of paper in my hand, with a phone number belonging to a man I haven't seen in 7 years, but one I've never forgotten. Up until a few hours ago, I knew nothing about the life he lives now. In the past, Faith tried to bring him up a few times, but I always cut her off, because it hurt too much to think about him. It still does. However, he might be the only person who can help me right now, and for my brother, I will swallow my pride and ask for help. After a brief conversation with Pop, someone I haven't spoken to in just as long, I found out Nick is indeed in the FBI and living in Florida. Calling him might turn out to be the biggest mistake of my life, but I don't know where else to go. He's my last resort. With a deep breath, I swipe my tears away and dial the number. By the first ring, my palms are cold and sweaty. By the second, my heart is pounding so loud it's all I can hear. When he answers on the third ring, I'm rendered speechless.
Stone.
The sound of his voice stops my heart altogether. A flood of memories hit me like a tidal wave, one standing out more than the others.
You are more. Hello?
His deep voice pulls me from my fog. Nick? I croak on a whisper. The line goes completely silent. I quickly clear my throat. It's Caitlin.
I know.
His response has my mouth going dry and a million thoughts racing through my mind, but I keep them at bay and get to the task at hand. I know this is really out of the blue, but I need your help. Silence. I don't have anyone else right now. When he still doesn't say anything, my anxiety skyrockets. I lick my dry lips. I'm not sure if you've heard about Colan, but
I've seen the news,
he finally answers. I sit for a moment, waiting for him to say more, but he doesn't. His casual demeanor turns my anxiety into irritation. Right, I'm sure the whole world has by now, I grumble. Anyway, that's why I'm calling. I need help finding him. I'm worried about him. He hasn't been in touch with me at all.
Cops are saying he fled town.
My back straightens. Yeah, well, cops are saying a lot of things that are bullshit. Silence fills the line once more, and it has a sick feeling forming in my tummy. You think he did it, don't you?
Caitlin,
he starts. but I cut him off with a bitter laugh, sensing the truth of my suspicion in his tone. I should have known better than to call you. I don't know what I was thinking. I guess I figured since you were his best friend at one time and know him like I do that you would care.
Would you listen to me?
Forget it. I don't need you. I don't need anyone. I'll find him and prove his innocence myself. Sorry to have bothered you. Have a nice life, Nick.
Caitlin, don't you fucking hang up.
I do exactly that, because I don't want him to hear me break. He doesn't deserve it. I throw my phone across the room and bury my face in my hands, my heart shattering in a million pieces. I should have known better. The realization strikes deep that I really am alone. And if that's how it's going to be, then, like I said before, I'll do it on my own. Come hell or high water, I will find my brother and prove his innocence. I won't turn my back on him, just like he never has with me.
Chapter 6. Nick. When the line goes dead, I curse and hit redial, my heart pounding like a jackhammer in my chest. She doesn't pick up. Not the first time or second. Fuck! I slam my phone down on my desk and sit in stunned silence, shock still coursing through me at the voice I just heard. My eyes move to the picture on the corner of my desk as I try to comprehend what the hell just happened. 7 years. 7 fucking years since I've heard her voice, but I knew it was her the moment she spoke. I'd never forget that sound. I hated the fear I heard in it, and the hurt, especially at my reaction. When I pick up my phone and try her number again, she still doesn't answer. Still fucking stubborn as hell, I see. I mumble with frustration as I get up from my chair and head to my boss's office. I knock on the half-open door, making Chief Reynolds' head snap up. "Stone, come in," he says with a wave. "What can I do for you?" "Hey, Chief. I know this is short notice, but I need a leave of absence. Hopefully not a long one." "A leave of absence?" he asks in surprise, probably because I've never missed a day of work in my life. I nod. He leans back in his chair, looking unhappy with the idea. "You and Jameson are in the middle of a case right now." "We're almost done, and if he can't wrap it up alone, I'm sure Caffrey or Higgins can step in." "Maybe, but they aren't as good as you and Jameson together, which is why I partnered the two of you." His words don't surprise me. It's not the first time he's said this. "Listen, I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important." He scrubs a hand across his jaw thoughtfully. "What if I say no?" I stare back at him, trying to gauge if he's serious or not. I call bullshit. He's a hard ass, but not an asshole. Then I'll be putting in my resignation. He lifts a brow. "This is that important that you would walk away from your position here?" "I need your help. I don't have anyone else right now." Caitlin's voice replaying in my head has me answering without hesitation. "Yes." He deflates with a disappointed breath. "All right. How long we talking about?" I shrug. "I don't know. A couple of weeks, maybe." "Fine," he grumbles. "But make it quick, Stone. I don't like being without one of my best agents." "I'll wrap it up as quickly as I can." He nods. "Let me know if you need anything, and go fill Jameson in before you leave." "Thanks, Chief." I walk out and head to Jameson's office next. I don't bother with a courtesy knock and walk right in. He's in the midst of hanging up the phone as I enter. "Sure, come on in, make yourself at home." Sarcasm pours from his words as he spreads his arms out in front of him. "I will, thanks," I reply with a smirk before taking the chair in front of him. He grunts. "You're lucky my wife wasn't in here." "Actually, I'm unlucky since your wife is nice to look at," I say, knowing it will get a rise out of him. I chuckle as he tosses his empty coffee cup at me, just missing my head. We may bust each other's balls often, but Ryder's become a good friend and partner. I trust him to have my back, and that's saying a lot, because I trust no one. "What do you want, asshole?" "I came to let you know I'm leaving town for a bit." "Leaving?" I nod. "Where?" "South Carolina. I think that's where she was last time I checked." "How long?" "Hopefully only a couple of weeks." "What did the chief say?" "He doesn't like it, but he didn't have a choice. I was going either way, even if I had to resign." His eyebrows shoot up in surprise. Whoa, sounds serious. Everything okay? I blow out of breath, thinking about how much shit Slade is in right now, if the news reports are accurate. I don't know, man. I won't know until I get there, but an old friend needs my help right now, and by the sounds of it, she has no one else. She? I nod, but keep my mouth shut. It's something I don't want to talk about. Thankfully, he respects it. Anything I can do? You okay to wrap up the Dollins case on your own, or should I ask Caffrey to fill in for me? No, it's fine. I can handle it. When are you leaving? Probably no later than tomorrow. I'm booking the first available flight, I say, standing. Take it easy, man. Keep in touch, and let me know if you need anything. You know I got your back. I nod. Thanks. But hopefully I won't need it. If all goes well, I'll get in and out quickly, because I have no doubt that seeing the one girl I've never forgotten, the only one to ever penetrate through my defenses, is going to fuck with my head and emotions in the worst way.
Chapter 7. Caitlin. The next day, on my lunch break, I leave the salon and head over to the one place I never thought I would step foot in again. Cryptic. A dance club that belongs to one of the biggest assholes I've ever had the unfortunate chance of meeting. And dating. Vince Padalecki. I met him at the bar for its grand opening. He was handsome and charming, to say the least, but I learned quickly it was all an act. It was the most disastrous relationship I've ever had, and I've had my fair share of them. However, I can't regret it no matter how horrible it was, because it was the relationship that truly opened my eyes, when I finally remembered, I am more. I rubbed the inside of my wrist, the special words I had tattooed on me as a reminder of what I will never forget again. It may have taken a few crummy guys, but I finally got it together. I refused to be treated like crap in hopes someone might love me someday, and when I say love me, I mean love me, and not my appearance. The last couple of years have been lonely since most of the dates I've been on fall flat. No spark, no feels. I started thinking it was me, that maybe I was so beat up from the bad ones that I didn't have it in me anymore to feel. Until that phone call yesterday. A lump forms in my throat when I think back to my brief conversation with Nick. It shouldn't surprise me that I managed to feel so much in that short amount of time. Anger, hurt, but most of all, an intense longing. From the moment I heard his voice, I wanted so badly to go back to that time when he made everything better, just by being around me. He made me feel safe. However, his cold demeanor quickly changed that, and all I felt was the heartbreak from 7 years ago, when I read his goodbye letter. I understand he was probably caught off guard, but he didn't need to act like such an ass. He called back a few times, but I didn't answer. I couldn't. It hurts too much, and he's not going to be able to help me. Not when he thinks Colin did it. I should have known better, though. Whatever happened between Colin and him all those years ago ruined their friendship. I've always wondered if it's because Colin found out about the night between Nick and I. The best night of my life. I never asked Colin, in case I was wrong, but it would kill me to know if that's what ended them. Especially since it's something I initiated. Colin has always been crazy protective of me, which is why I hid so many of my relationships from him. There was no hiding Vince, though, especially after the marks he left on me. I shake myself from the memory before it can drag me down. Shortly after the disastrous phone call with Nick, I found out that Nikki Porter, the bitch accusing Colin of rape, used to work at Cryptic as a waitress and has ties to Vince, which is why I'm putting myself through encountering him again. I'm sure Vince will be smug as hell that I'm coming to him for information, but I'll endure it. Colin's life and freedom depends on it. Gathering my courage, I walk into the empty club and make my way to the extravagant leather and plush red velvet. I spot Paul behind the counter of the bar, cleaning and stacking glasses. He looks up as he senses my approach, a shocked yet genuine smile lighting his face.
Well, holy shit, if it isn't a blast from the past.
Hey, Paul. Long time no see. I greet back with a smile. He leans over the bar and gives me his cheek to kiss.
What brings you by, beautiful?
Is Vince around? He watches me for a moment, his eyes cautious and concerned. Trust me, I wouldn't be asking if it wasn't important.
Yeah, he's in his office upstairs.
Thanks.
Yell if you need me.
He calls to my retreating back. I flip him a wave behind me, then make my way up the stairs. My heart begins beating faster as I knock on the closed door.
Come in,
the familiar voice barks. Stealing my nerves, I walk in with my head held high and shoulders squared. The shock on Vince's face is comical, and if I didn't hate him so much, I would laugh.
Well, 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 he muses smugly. If it isn't the little vixen from my past.
Vince, I greet for the sake of pleasantries. His eyes roam down my body, leering at me in a way that makes my stomach recoil.
What do I owe this pleasure?
I need to know where I can find Nicky Porter. He cocks back in his chair.
Nicky, huh? This wouldn't happen to be about your rapist of a brother, would it?
My hands clench at my sides. Colin didn't touch her. His smug smile spreads.
I wouldn't bet on that.
What do you know about her? I ask, not in the mood for his games.
What's in it for me if I tell you?
I don't miss the suggestion in his leering gaze. Your business. He laughs, not taking me seriously. I'm sure you haven't forgotten who my friends are, Vince. Some of them are people who care about upholding the law. It wouldn't be good for you or your business if I told them about all the extra dealings you have going on around here. His expression turns to stone, a fury I recognize well igniting in his eyes.
Be careful, little girl. Don't forget what I'm capable of.
I push aside the fear trying to crawl at my spine. You don't scare me. So you can give me the information, or I can make your life difficult and still find the information some other way. Silence consumes the room as he glares daggers at me. I'll take that over the way he was leering at me any day.
Annihilation,
he says, surprising me. What?
It's an underground club where she works. I'm sure it's where she met your asshole brother, since he owns one of the rooms there. From what I hear, he's their highest paying customer.
He adds, his smug smile returning. I don't pay mind to his insult, knowing he's just trying to bait me. That's all I needed to know. Thanks, Vince. Have a great day, I mock, before turning to leave.
Don't say I didn't warn you, my little vixen.
I give him the finger over my shoulder before slamming the door behind me, my face hot from the anger rolling inside of me. Paul's watching me carefully as I descend the stairs.
Thought maybe you could use one of these,
he says, pushing a shot glass with some amber liquid in it toward me. Tempting, but no. I need to keep a clear head at the moment, I say. What can you tell me about annihilation? His brows furrow.
That it's no place for someone like you.
Thanks for the compliment, I smile.
I'm serious, Caitlin. Whatever you're up to, stay away. The people there don't fuck around. They'll sniff you out a mile away. Especially dressed like that.
I look down at my outfit. The black shorts, sandals, and off-the-shoulder shirt is my usual attire for work. What's wrong with what I'm wearing? He smirks.
Nothing. Unless you go down under.
Chapter 8. Caitlin. My pulse thrums through my veins and roars in my ears as I step through the entrance of the dark, dank club.
Hold up, sweetheart.
The monster of a man at the door grabs my bare arm, picking me out among all the other people entering.
I don't recognize you.
He looks me up and down.
And I would definitely remember you.
If I didn't already feel naked with my skimpy outfit, I would now. After Paul's comment, I tried to do a little research before I came. I wasn't able to find much, but I did see a couple of pictures on someone's Facebook, and the majority of girls in the background were dressed as if they belonged in a brothel, as do the many other girls passing me at the moment. Thanks to boudoir pictures I got done a couple of years ago with the girls, I had a few things on hand, and was able to create the perfect ensemble. With a burgundy corset, tiny black shorts, fishnet stockings, and thigh-high leather boots, I thought for sure I would fit right in. I figured no one would notice me among the sea of bodies. By the sharp, assessing eyes of this man, it's clear I was very wrong. Play it cool, Kate. You got this. I'm a friend of Nikki Porter's. She told me to stop by. I hold my breath, praying Vince didn't send me on a wild goose chase, and this guy knows Nikki.
Name?
He asks, his expression remaining hard. Shit. Natasha. He assesses me before grabbing the mic that's attached to his shirt and speaking into it.
Boss, you there?
Oh shit, I'm totally busted.
Yeah, I got a girl here saying Nikki sent her.
Paul's warnings about the dangerous people who run this place rings in my head and has lead settling in my gut. I'm just about to rip out of this guy's grasp and make a run for it when he steps back, releasing me with a lift to his chin.
Go on in.
Shock has me staring at him for a good few seconds before I get my butt in gear. Thanks. I release his shaky breath as I hurry away. I have no idea what just happened, but I'm thanking my lucky stars. The music gets louder as I approach a black velvet curtain. Closer, by 9-inch nails, blares from the speakers, the loud beat vibrating under my feet. Gathering my composure, I pull aside the black material and enter. The sight I met with has me stopping dead in my tracks. Oh my God. It's unlike anything I've ever seen before. Strobe lights flash about the dark room, giving a glimpse of the sinful dungeon as people move about. People who are not like me. Girls in leather are being led around by leashes linked to spiked collars. Most of them walk with their heads down. Some have ball gags in their mouths, and others have their wrists bound in front of them. One girl that passes me is being pulled by a thin chain attached to nipple clamps, her bare breasts exposed for everyone to see. Good God, where the hell am I? I walk in, exploring more of my surroundings, and see a stage in the far back, looking to be prepped for some kind of show. As I move along the walls, taking in the dance floor flooded with bodies, I accidentally bump into something. Looking down, I jump back with a squeak. Oh shit, I'm so sorry. I apologize to the girl who's on her knees in front of a man. My gaze darts away, and I quickly move to the center of the room, making sure to stay away from the dark corners. I am so out of my element here. I walk down a long hallway, but quickly come to another abrupt halt. Nothing, and I mean nothing, could have prepared me for what I'm seeing now. Glass rooms line each side of me. Rooms where every kind of bondage is being played out, open for everyone's view. I gape at the girl who is bent over a table, with her wrists tied together, screaming in pleasure as she's spanked with a large paddle. The memory of Vince telling me Colin owns one of these rooms stands out in my mind and has me feeling nauseous.
Can I help you?
I spin on my heels with a startled yelp and stare up at an attractive man dressed in an expensive suit. My face flames, knowing he just caught me staring at the couple in the room. Hi, I squeak. Do you work here? He stares down at me, his dark eyes amused.
No, just a member.
A member?
Yes.
I have no idea what that entails, and I don't want to either. Any chance you know my friend Nikki Porter? She works here?
Yeah, I know her. Everybody knows her.
Do you know where I can find her? He shrugs.
Probably in her room backstage, getting ready for the scene.
The scene? He nods.
Thursdays are usually her nights. Though with everything that just happened with Slade, who knows if she'll be on tonight.
I inwardly tense at the mention of Colin. Yeah, it's horrible what he did to her. The words are bitter on my tongue. Do you know him?
Of course. Everybody knows him. He's the most successful fighter in the EFC right now. Or was until he went and fucked it all up.
My fists clench at my side, and I get the urge to throat punch him, but I refrain myself. Well, I better go see Nikki before the show starts.
I figured you were new,
he says, a knowing smirk tilting his lips.
If you're not careful, a sweet girl like you can get eaten alive in a place like this.
By the look in his eyes, I have a feeling that someone might be him. He's attractive in a highly groomed sort of way. If he hadn't just put down my brother, and I wanted to be led around by a leash and paddled until I screamed, then I would probably consider a date. But I don't want that. At all. Which is why I decided to get the hell out of Dodge. Her room is behind the stage, you said? I point behind me and start making my way out of the hallway. This way? He nods, highly amused by my very apparent brush-off. All right, well, thanks for the chat. See ya.
Wait.
I turn back to him.
You didn't tell me your name.
Natasha, I call back, keeping my feet moving. I watch his lips move as he repeats the name.
It suits you.
Yeah, I'll just bet it does. Turning around, I push my way through the crowd and head toward the stage, my legs not moving fast enough. Find her, Caitlin, and get the hell out of here. I spot a door to the right, just as I pass the stage, and assume it's the one I want since there aren't any others. I knock a couple of times, but no one answers. When I don't see anyone paying attention, I slowly turn the handle to find it unlocked. I enter the large dressing room to see it's empty. Closing the door behind me, I snag the opportunity to snoop and start rummaging around in the drawers. Other than scraps of leather and weapons that look like they're meant to cause some serious bodily harm, I find nothing. I'm pulled from my search when someone enters the room. I spin around thinking it's Nikki, but see a tall, angry man instead, his hard gaze taking me in. Oh, shit. Hey. I start, then clear my throat. I was just...
Well, it's about fucking time you showed up,
he bellows.
Nikki told me you'd be here an hour ago. The scene was supposed to start already.
Huh? I startle as he storms toward me and grabs my arm.
Come on, get your hot little ass in gear. We're already late.
He drags me toward the other end of the room where there's another door. I dig my heels in. Wait, there's been a mistake.
No mistake, sweetheart. I have people waiting on this, and time is money.
He swings open the door and shoves me through it.
Nikki filled us in on your limits. Don't fuck this up. She said you were good. Prove it.
He slams the door, leaving me clueless as to what's happening. That's when I notice the music has stopped. I turn around, freezing in place when I see everyone staring at me as they inch closer to the stage. The guy who I spoke to earlier is front and center, a surprised yet amused expression on his face as he watches me. My heart thunders in my chest as I try to figure out how I'm going to get out of this, whatever this is. A loud crack suddenly fills the air, making me flinch. I turn to see a huge man walking toward me in nothing but a pair of black leather pants and a leather mask wrapped around his face. His broad chest and shoulders look terrifyingly powerful. He holds what looks like a riding crop. As he strides toward me, he slaps it against his bare hand once more, creating that spine-stiffening sound.
Down on your knees, pet,
he orders, and I quickly realize he's talking to me. Oh, sweet baby Jesus, I'm in serious trouble. My legs begin to tremble beneath me as I clear my throat. Listen, I whisper as he gets closer. There's been a mistake.
Use your safe word or get down on your fucking knees.
Safe word? A yelp escapes me as he cracks the leather to the palm of his hand once more. I instantly drop to my knees with my hands in the air. Okay, I'm down. His head tilts, looking as confused as I am terrified. He leans in closer to me.
What are you doing?
He asks in a hushed tone.
You're fucking up the scene.
Please, you got it all wrong.
Get the fuck away from her.
I tense at the familiar, angry voice. My head whips to the side, and all the air leaves my body as my gaze collides with a pair of hard blue-gray eyes. Eyes that I'd never forget. Ones I've dreamt about often over the years. The same ones I haven't seen in 7 long years. What the hell? I should be relieved at seeing Nick standing in front of me right now, knowing he will get me out of this mess. However, the furious expression on his face has me thinking I might be better off with Leatherface.
Nick. Rage pumps through my body at the sight before me. Seeing Caitlin down on her knees, with her hands in the fucking air as if the dom is holding a gun to her head and not a goddamn riding crop, proves she doesn't know what the hell she's doing. And thank fuck for that, because I swear I'm about to spank her ass for this shit. Never did I think, walking in here, that I would find the one girl I haven't stopped thinking about, on her knees, dressed as some seductress that probably has every motherfucker in the place hard as a rock. Her wide, terrified eyes hold mine, her gaze pleading. I don't know what the hell she's doing in this place, but I'm about to find out. Get up now, I grind out between my locked jaws. Her gaze narrows at the order.
Well, I would, but Leatherface here is going to spank me like a horse if I get off my knees.
With an enraged growl, I reach out and snag her arm, dragging her to the edge of the stage. She gasps when I lean down and throw her over my shoulder.
Oh my God, are you insane?
She screeches, wiggling to get free. I lay a smack across her ass, making her flinch in surprise.
Stop!
I push through the stunned crowd, making my way to the exit, my blood running hot. 3 bouncers come at me, following one pissed-off dude who I'm assuming is Ricky Spencer, the club owner. They all corner me, looking ready to fight. You fucked with the wrong club, asshole. I whip out my badge. FBI, asshole. Now get the fuck out of my way and forget you ever saw her. They don't stop me as I move around them and head out the door. As soon as the fresh air hits us, Caitlin starts pounding on my back.
Put me down.
The hell I will.
Hey, you just passed my car.
She fights harder to get free, thrashing around in a way that's about to take us both down. I bring my hand across her ass again. Settle down, I mean it.
Nick, I swear to God, if you spank me one more time, I will punch you in the dick.
I grunt and unlock my rental truck before throwing her in the passenger seat.
I'm not going anywhere with you.
She tries to leave the truck, and that's when my patience fucking snaps. With a hand on her chest, I push her back into the seat and get in her face. Her big brown eyes widen in alarm, and I watch her visibly swallow. Listen up. You stay in this fucking seat, or I will carry you back into that club and use that crop on you myself. Got it? Her teeth grind, but her body stops protesting.
My car is here. I need it for work tomorrow.
Don't worry about it. I'll make sure you have it by morning. Feeling confident that she got the message, I slam the door and make my way in on the other side, then peel off. My foot's heavy on the gas from the fury flowing through me, mixing in with a good dose of something else. Something I don't want to name, but know comes from seeing the girl next to me again. Jesus, I did not expect our first encounter to go like this. She stares out the window, arms crossed over her chest, giving me a glimpse of her cleavage that every other fucker in that club got to see. The thought takes my temper up another notch. What the fuck were you doing there, Caitlin? Her gaze snaps to me.
I was there trying to find the bitch who's lying and accusing my brother of rape. What the hell were you doing there?
Saving your ass, that's what. She rolls her eyes.
Oh, please. I didn't need you. I had it under control.
Are you for real right now?
Her chin lifts. I would have gotten myself out of it.
Bullshit. You have no idea who you were just fucking with in there.
It doesn't matter, she screams back. Not if it means clearing Colan's name and saving his reputation. Nothing else matters but that.
That's not your job. Leave it up to the law. I point at her. You're going to back off now. Do you hear me? No more playing Nancy fucking Drew.
Excuse me?
By her tone, it's clear I hit a nerve with that one.
Who the hell do you think you are barking orders at me? I had every right to be there. He's my brother, and I'm the only one trying to help him. I will not give up until I clear his name, so fuck you and your order.
Her stubbornness has my hands tightening on the steering wheel. I pull up outside her apartment building, knowing where it is since I drove by last night after I landed. She doesn't question me on it, probably because she's too pissed.
What are you even doing here, Nick?
Her tone is softer, but remains bitter. You called me, remember?
Yeah, trust me, I remember. Hard to forget that mistake.
My gaze meets hers, and my chest constricts at the pain in her eyes. Jesus, she's even prettier now, and I didn't think that was possible.
I thought you, of all people, would know he'd never do anything like this.
I never fucking said he did.
You didn't need to. I heard the doubt in your voice, just like I've heard it in everyone else's.
Tears start forming in her dark, exotic eyes as she reaches for the door handle.
Go home, Nick. I don't need you, and neither does Cole Ann. I'll find a way to prove his innocence by myself, even if I die trying.
Her parting words hit me like a punch to the gut. Before I can say anything else, she jumps out and slams the door. I watch as she walks into the building with her shoulders slumped and arms wrapped around herself. I get the urge to go after her. It leaves me with an ache in my chest I don't want to acknowledge. It makes me feel things I don't want to feel. I haven't even been around her for 20 minutes, and I'm already fucked.
Chapter 9. Caitlin.
You're kidding me. Nick Stone is here in Charleston?
Faith asks, looking as shocked as I still feel. We sit in the back of my salon, having a cup of coffee while I kill time before my next client, since I had a cancellation. She came by to check on me, and of course I filled her in on everything that happened. I didn't think anything would shock her as much as me saying I ended up in a BDSM club and almost becoming Leatherface's submissive, until I told her about Nick. I would never joke about something like that, I tell her seriously. A knowing smile graces her face.
Well, at least one good thing has come out of this mess.
There's nothing good about it. I made the mistake of calling him and asking for help. I thought he would believe in Colan's innocence as much as me. But I was wrong. It's clear he feels the same as everyone else. The thought stings now as much as it did 2 days ago. Faith reaches over and grabs my hand.
Not everyone.
I give her a weak smile. I know. Other than Faith, no one else understands how good of a man my brother really is. He might have a dark side, something I learned more about last night, but he would never force himself on a woman. I wish I'd found that bitch last night and figured out why she's lying. I have considered that maybe this has to do with money, since Colan is well off. But then wouldn't she blackmail him instead of going to the cops? All of the unanswered questions have my head ready to explode.
And I don't think everyone else believes it,
Faith says, pulling me from my thoughts.
I think they're just as confused as we are.
The evidence may be incriminating, but I would like to think Cooper is fair and wouldn't hold judgment until he heard Colan's side of the story. I thought that too, but the few times I've spoken to him about it, it sounds like he's already made up his mind. I shake my head sadly. I understand they don't know Colan like us, which is mainly his fault, but you would think they'd at least trust me. Before Faith can respond, Chantal, one of my employees, walks in the back. Caitlin? She starts, her pink cheeks making her look flustered. There's some guy here to see you, and not just any guy. I think he might be the hottest one I've ever seen in real life. Like, my fucking heart stopped when he walked in, and all my lady bits are roaring to life with a vengeance. A feeling of dread sinks into my tummy, yet I also can't deny the flutter that runs through me. I know exactly who it is. Damn. I had a feeling he wouldn't leave that easily. Faith smiles over at me.
Well, I wonder who that could be,
She starts to walk out. Faith, get back here, I whisper heatedly, but she ignores me and heads out front anyway. With a groan, I follow her, feeling Chantal close on my heels. My other employee, Shauna, and her client are both gaping at Nick, their skin looking as flushed as Chantal's. I don't blame them. The man has only gotten sexier with age, especially with the way those loose faded jeans hang enticingly from his lean hips, or how that white t-shirt stretches across his broad shoulders, hugging his muscular frame. The stark color of it only enhances the tattoos decorating his arms, and I quickly notice some are new. Add in his dark rumpled hair, killer blue-gray eyes, and strong jaw with a 5 o'clock shadow. He's every woman's wet dream. The bastard. Well, if it isn't the famous Nick Stone, Faith says, walking right up and giving him a hug. He returns her gesture easily.
Hey, Faith. Pop said something about you and your parents moving down here.
Yep, my dad took the senior pastor position at Peace Hill Church a few years back. Turned out to be the best move of my life, she tells him, with a genuine smile that brings one of my own. It was the best move of her life. It was fate, bringing her and Cade together again. It may have been a struggle at first, but she got the happily ever after she deserved. She has a beautiful family now, and I couldn't be happier for her. I'm also envious. I'd give anything to have that someday, for someone to love me as much as Cade loves her. However, I'm not holding my breath, not with my luck.
Glad to hear,
Nick says, before his eyes find mine. That stupid flutter moves in my chest again. You wouldn't think 7 years have passed between us. Even last night when I was furious with him, I couldn't help but love being near him again. It brought me comfort when it shouldn't have. I hate it. Hate the effect he still has on me after all this time.
Well, I'll leave you two alone. I was just on my way out,
Faith says, coming over and hugging me next.
Try not to give him too hard of a time, huh?
She whispers in my ear. I huff. Her arms tighten around me as she chuckles.
Everything will be okay. We'll find him.
Thanks for stopping by and checking on me, I say softly.
Always. Keep me in the loop.
I will. With one final goodbye to everyone else, she leaves. Silence ensues throughout the salon as Nick and I stare at each other. I feel Shauna's and Chantal's eyes on us, making things even more awkward. I cross my arms over my chest. What are you doing here?
We need to talk.
Talk my ass. I'll bet he wants to yell at me again about last night. Not happening. Well, I can't right now. I'm working.
It'll only take a few minutes.
Sorry, you'll have to make an appointment. His eyes narrow.
Fine, then I'll book a haircut. Now.
Can't. I'm all booked up. He looks around the shop, seeing my obvious lie. Shauna is the only one who has a client at the moment. Chantal's isn't due for 30 minutes, and my 1 o'clock canceled, which means I'm free for the next hour. Usually I'm swamped, even running behind at times. But of course, today of all days, I had to have a cancellation. Damn it. I'll give him a haircut. Chantal volunteers all too happily, raising her hand, which she quickly lowers when I glare at her. Or not.
Actually, that'd be great, if you don't mind.
Nick looks on smugly, taking my irritation to a whole new level. Chantal shifts nervously. Fine. I'll cut your stupid hair, I snap. Come to the sink. Turning, I storm to the back, my heeled thigh-high boots clicking loudly with every stomp. I hear him chuckle behind me. It makes me want to turn around and slap him. Instead, I grab a cape as he takes a seat at one of the sinks. A nice, bright pink one. He glares at it as I walk over to him. I bite the inside of my cheek, trying to stop my smile from breaking free at the expression on his face. Sit up. I need to drape you.
You're not putting that fucking thing on me.
I have to. I can't cut your hair without it.
Bullshit. Don't tell me you put that on every guy who walks in here.
Just the special ones. I reply with a sweet smile. As I go to put it around him, he dodges my attempt.
I mean it, Caitlin. You're not putting that on me.
I can tell by the stubborn set of his jaw he isn't going to budge. I wonder what he'd do if I took him back to my wax room and gave him a manzillion. Wait, no, not a good idea, Caitlin. Ugh, fine. I walk away and grab the black one, but put it to the side since I don't need it until I cut his hair anyway. I only wanted the pink one to make an ass out of him. I should have known I wouldn't get so lucky. Draping a towel around his shoulders, I press my hand to his chest, ignoring how firm it feels beneath my palm as he reclines back. Once he's situated, I bring the nozzle over his head and turn it on before letting the water warm up.
Jesus!
I jump to the side as he shoots up, away from the cold water. Oops, sorry about that. I apologize with an innocent smile. He glares at me.
You're fucking asking for it.
The dark look in his eyes steals my breath. It's the same look I remember from all those years ago, when I'd push every one of his buttons, tempting him every chance I had. Don't think about the past. Clearing my throat, I tear my gaze from his and start rinsing his hair once the water is warm. As I reach for the shampoo, I decide to break the silence. Go ahead and say whatever it is you want to say so you can go back to your life.
We both know I'm not going anywhere.
Why not? There's no need for you to be here. I only called you because I thought you would believe in his innocence. Since you don't...
Stop fucking saying that, he snaps. I don't think he's guilty. I never did.
I scoff. You could have fooled me. You were a complete dick on the phone.
Would you cut me some slack? Your call caught me off guard. It's been a long time.
You think I don't know that? Do you have any idea how hard it was for me to make that call? I ask, hurt lacing my words. I was terrified. You were my last hope for help, and you threw it back in my face. I look away as my eyes start to burn, then turn on the hose again to rinse the shampoo out of his hair. He remains quiet until I turn the water off and start putting the conditioner in.
You're right. I'm sorry,
he says, his voice softer.
I didn't mean to be an asshole. I was just surprised. My reaction had nothing to do with thinking he's guilty. If you would have answered my calls, I could have told you I was coming. You shouldn't have been at that club last night.
The last of his words come out harsh, dripping with disapproval. I look down at him, his face starting to blur from the emotion I'm trying so hard to hold back. I'm all he has. I choke out on a whisper. No one else loves him but me. Unable to stop them, my tears start falling. I turn my face and quickly swipe my cheek against my shoulder.
Hey, come on, Kate. Don't cry.
His hand finds the inside of my thigh, giving it a gentle squeeze. Even through my jeans, I can feel the heat of his touch, and it radiates through my entire body.
You're not all he has. That's why I'm here. I'll find him. I promise.
His confidence has a sliver of hope flaring inside of me. How did you know about the club? I ask. He's quiet for a long moment, hesitating with his answer.
I found out yesterday that he owns a private room there.
My eyes fall closed, disappointment crushing me to know what Vince said was true. I figured it was, especially after talking to that guy last night, who's a member, but some part of me still hoped it wasn't true. Has he always been into that? I ask, before I can think better of it.
Yeah.
I remain silent, not knowing what to think or say. I'm trying not to judge, but what I saw last night is something I can't understand.
There's nothing wrong with it, Caitlin. It's a lifestyle choice that works for some people. Your brother is one of them. He's always been a controlling bastard. You know that.
Is that why Colin does it? For the control? Did you go back there after you dropped me off? I ask, as I dry his hair with a towel and sit him up.
No, I probably would have killed Leatherface if I did,
he says, a slight smirk touching his lips. I burst out laughing, feeling my cheeks heat at the memory. God, I still can't believe I was almost spanked with a
riding crop.
Right. Well, whatever the hell it's called, no way was it going to come anywhere near my ass. I say with an embarrassed smile and shake my head. At least I can laugh about it now.
There's nothing funny about it.
It's a little funny.
No, it's not,
he says, his face expressionless. Just a little bit? Like, this much? I hold my thumb and pointer finger close together, looking at him through the small gap between them. He shakes his head. I roll my eyes at how serious he is. Fine, whatever. Turning, I'm about to lead him to my chair when he grabs my wrist and stops me. I glance back to see him staring up at me, his gaze intense.
Promise me you'll never go back there again.
Nick! I trail off, not knowing if I can make that promise, not if it means finding Nikki and getting the info I need.
I mean it. Fucking promise me you won't go back there.
His tone is hard, and there's real fear in his gaze. Trust me, the last thing I want to do is go back and run into Slappy McHappy. He lifts a brow.
Slappy McHappy?
Yeah, it's Leatherface's nickname. He shakes his head. but I don't miss the smirk on his face. It's still a really sexy one, making my tummy do somersaults. His wet hair falls onto his forehead, and before I can think better of it, I reach out and run my fingers through the strands, bringing them out of his eyes. With swift precision, he snatches my wrist, startling me. I begin to think I crossed the line when I realize his fast reaction isn't about my touch. He turns my arm over and stares down at the tattoo on the inside of my wrist. My heart beats wildly as his thumb brushes across the words. I am more. He looks back up at me, his eyes boring into mine in a way I swear he could see into my very soul. My heart thrums faster, and time comes to a standstill. So many memories flood me at once, from the first time he said those words to me, to why I got the tattoo in the first place. One is beautiful, the other painful.
I'm glad you didn't forget,
he says, his thumb still rubbing across the ink as he stares up at me. But I did, I whisper thickly, telling him the truth. That's why I got the tattoo, so I'll never forget again. His eyes dim, but before he can say anything, Chantal walks in. Hey, Caitlin? I spin around, pulling my hand back from Nick's. Oh, sorry to interrupt, she apologizes. It's fine, you didn't. Your papa's here to see you. I told him you were with a client, but he said he didn't care. He wants to see his girl. A genuine smile stretches across my face, easing my heavy heart. Tell him I'll be right there. As she heads back out, I avoid Nick's gaze and walk up to the mirror, fixing my smudged makeup. I feel his eyes on me the entire time, but I ignore them. Come on, we'll move to my chair. I grab the black cape before leading him out into the salon. My smile brightens when I see Papa standing by my station, looking as handsome as ever, and holding a bouquet of daffodils.
There's my girl,
he says with a charming grin that diminishes quickly as I get closer.
Why the hell does it look like you've been crying?
His eyes lift to Nick behind me and widen in surprise before they turn into a scowl.
Hey, what the hell are you doing here?
Papa, I'm sure you remember Nick Stone, I say, fighting back a smile at the shock on his face.
Of course I do.
He points at him.
Are you the one making her cry? 'Cause if you are, I'm gonna kick your candy ass.
I burst out laughing. Take it easy now. I don't need a rainbow of Skittles in my shop. Chantal and Shauna both join in laughing, but Papa only looks confused. Nick isn't the least bit put off by the threat and extends his hand.
George, good to see you again.
Papa accepts it with a firm nod.
Good to see you too. Unless I find out it's you who put those tears in her eyes, then we're gonna have some problems.
Everything is fine, Papa. I promise, I tell him, as I turn my chair for Nick to sit in. As much as I appreciate the backup, you know I can take care of myself.
That's because you're a Williams, and we know how to kick ass.
Actually, I'm not a Williams at all. Papa is my Uncle Josh's father. I'm related to my Aunt Linda. Faith's mom is my mom's sister. But Papa has always made me feel like one of them, always treated me like I was his blood. What do I owe the pleasure of seeing your handsome face today? I ask, as I drape the cape around Nick.
I brought you these,
he said, thrusting the bouquet at me. My heart melts into a giant puddle as I take the daffodils from him.
I missed your pretty face when you didn't come for Sunday supper, so I decided to stop by and check on you.
My throat thickens with emotion. Reaching up on my tiptoes, I wrap my arms around his neck and press a kiss to his worn cheek. Thank you. They're beautiful. He crushes me against him, squeezing the air from my lungs.
I love you, kid. I know you're upset about your brother right now. Just know we're all here for you, all right?
I love you too, I choke out softly. I may have their support, but I'm not so sure my brother does. They're skeptical, like everyone else. But I realize that's partially Colan's fault for not letting them in and seeing who he is. There were only a few times I was able to convince him to come to family gatherings. He usually balks at the mention of family. I'm sorry I missed supper. I've just been focused on trying to find Colan. I'm really worried about him.
I know, darling. Hopefully this mess gets sorted out soon.
I nod. though I don't feel much hope at the moment.
I'll let you get back to work. I just wanted to stop by and see you. You call me if you need anything, you hear?
I will. Thanks, Papa.
Always.
Giving me a kiss on the head, he moves to Nick and gives him the "I'm watching you" signal.
I got my eye on you.
I bite the inside of my cheek to keep from smiling.
Noted,
Nick says, not all that concerned.
Tell Phil I say hi the next time you talk to him,
he says, talking about Pop. Will do. After Papa walks out, Nick's eyes meet mine in the mirror.
Has he always been that much of a hard ass, or did I just forget?
I smile. He's always been like that, but I think he's gotten worse with age. Papa may be a hard ass, but he loves just as fiercely. Whatever you do, just don't ever bring up Dr. Sissy around him, I say, amused, thinking about how much he dislikes the good doctor, along with all the other guys.
Dr. Sissy?
Trust me, don't ask. I lay down the bouquet on my counter, then run my hands through Nick's wet, messy hair. So, what do you want me to do? He shrugs.
Whatever you want, I guess.
Well, in that case... Reaching over, I grab the clippers and flick it on high next to his ear. He tenses, but doesn't move, his eyes glaring back at me in the mirror.
Nice fucking try. Do it, and you're next.
I quirk a brow. But you said I could do whatever I wanted.
Caitlin.
My name comes out on a growl, making me giggle. Oh, calm down, drama queen. I'm just kidding. I would never buzz his hair. Thick and full, the length of it brushing the tops of his collar and over his ears. It can make a girl's fingers twitch just looking at it. You don't mess with that kind of perfection. Taking my shears, I start trimming, deciding to just do a small cleanup.
Do you like living here?
He asks, breaking the silence. I nod. Yeah, I love it. It's a hell of a lot better than Montana, that's for sure. But I like it even more than Columbia, which is where Colan first took me. I'm glad I decided to open shop here. There's just something that feels right about Charleston. Everyone is so friendly and accepting. Well, most of them. I found the best of friends here. They're like family to me. My heart grows heavy thinking about Kayla, Julia, and Grace. They've been trying to reach out to me the last few days, but I've distanced myself while trying to sort all this out about Colan. It's hard to lean on them when I know their husbands think the worst.
It seems like you got a good thing going here.
He gestures to the shop. Yeah, I do. Create has become my life. It's a place where I thrive and feel good about myself. I'm really good at what I do, and I love making people feel beautiful. I especially love seeing the smile on their faces and the confidence they have when they walk out.
Tell me what the name stands for. I'm assuming the first two letters are Caitlin Ray, he says, talking about my first and middle name.
Yep, the E stands for aesthetics and the 8 for infinity. Then when you put it all together, it sounds like create, I explain with a proud smile.
Very creative,
he muses with a smirk. I chuckle. Thanks. I was pretty proud of myself when I came up with it. His expression turns serious.
You should be. All of this is quite an accomplishment.
I shrug. Maybe, but I didn't do it alone. Colan enrolled me in their aesthetics program as soon as we moved to Columbia. Just before I finished was when Papa sold his farm. He gave both Faith and me some money, and offered some to Colan too, but of course he turned it down.
Of course,
he says, knowing exactly how my brother is. Anyway, I used mine for this. So without either of them, this place wouldn't have been possible.
I'm sure you would have made it happen, even without them.
I don't know about that.
I do.
My eyes meet his in the mirror. How? I ask softly. You have no idea who I am anymore.
You think I forgot who you are, Caitlin?
I stare back at his reflection. Yeah, I do. How can I not think that? He's gone 7 years without even so much as a phone call. For all he knew, I could have been dead. The pain from the past comes rushing back hot and fast. I break my gaze from his before I can let the emotions pull me under. I spend the rest of the time cutting his hair in silence. I feel his eyes upon me the entire time, but I don't make eye contact again. Once I'm done, I brush away the loose hair and take off his cape. Come on, I'll walk you out. I don't wait for his reply and head out the front door, desperate for the fresh air. As I stand on the sidewalk and wait for him, I take in the long row of shops surrounding me, the hot afternoon sun heating my skin. I wish it could warm me on the inside as much as it does on the outside. Nick walks out and comes to stand in front of me, blocking the precious sunlight with all of his male glory.
"How much do I owe you?"
he asks. I wave him away. "Nothing. It's fine." Considering I'm the one who made him book the appointment when he didn't need it, I figure I'll be nice and not charge him. He reaches in his back pocket and pulls out his wallet. Taking out a 50, he hands it to me, but I don't accept it.
"Take it, Caitlin,"
he demands. I said, "It's fine, Nick." A low growl rumbles from his chest, the vibration delivering that needed warmth I'd just been seeking throughout my entire body.
"Will you not argue for fucking once today and just take the damn money?"
With a glare, I rip the bill from his hand and shove it in my jean pocket. His haircut was nowhere near that, but the bossy fucker isn't getting his change with that kind of attitude. He exhales a heavy breath.
"Listen, I'll figure out what the hell is going on, okay? I'll find him, I promise. But in the meantime, I need you to stay out of it."
"Can't I come with you?"
"No."
"But I know this place better than you, and I know him better. I can show you where he trains and—"
"Forget it, Caitlin. It's not happening. I don't know who or what we're dealing with here, and until I do, I don't want you anywhere near it. Understand?"
As much as I want to argue, I know he will be better at finding Colin than me. Fine, but then you have to keep me informed. Every second, I add, poking my finger in his chest.
"I won't get shit done if it's every second."
"You can't expect me to just sit around and do nothing while you play detective. I'll go crazy. I already am." He runs a hand through his hair in frustration.
"All right. Look, I'll call and check in with you as much as I can. For sure every night to let you know if I found anything."
"Promise?" I ask.
"Yes, I promise. Do you promise to back off and let me handle this?"
I nod. "Where are you going first?"
"His gym."
"Good luck. I already tried that. No one would talk to me." He grunts.
"Yeah, well, someone's going to talk whether they want to or not."
"Your best bet is probably Victor if you can find him," I tell him. He's Colan's trainer, and probably the closest one to him. He wasn't there when I went, but maybe he'll be there today. He nods.
"I'll ask."
Things fall silent as we stare at one another. "Okay, well, I'll be waiting for your updates. I teach a yoga class
in Stanton Park at 4:30. Yeah, I know."
My eyes narrow. "I see you did your research before you came," I say, not bothering to hide my irritation.
"Actually, I've known all along."
Before I can ask him what he means, he steps closer, crowding me back until my shoulders meet the large window of my salon. My heart pounds in my chest as he leans in, his face so close to mine I can feel his breath, his masculine scent penetrating my senses.
"Just like I know this,"
he says, pointing to the name that's on the window next to my head.
"Used to be Caitlin Ray before you changed it 3 years ago."
I still in shock, his gaze and words holding me captive.
"Just like I already knew you moved to Columbia and took beauty school, graduating top of your class."
My eyes fall closed as his nose ever so slightly drags along my cheek before he brings his mouth to my ear.
"The thing is, Caitlin, you think I forgot, but I never stopped watching. I've always known."
All the breath completely leaves my body, making it impossible to breathe. Right when I didn't think I could be any more shocked, he brings his lips to my forehead.
"Be a good girl and stay out of trouble. I'll call you later."
With that, he walks away, leaving me completely mind-blown, as if he didn't just flip my world upside down, changing everything I thought I knew.
Chapter 10. Nick. The past. Tick. I'm just about asleep when the light sound pulls me back to consciousness. Tick. When I hear it again, I glance at my clock and see it's 1 a.m. Is she for real? Tick. At the sound of another pebble hitting the glass, I get up and look out my window to see exactly who I expected. My best friend's little sister, who isn't so little anymore. The same girl who's been wreaking havoc on my cock the last year. She stands on my lawn, the outside lights shining on her, exposing every beautiful part of her. She wears jean shorts and a white tank top that shows every one of her slender curves. The rest of the rocks she had in her hand fall to the ground as she sees me. She gives me a little wave of her finger. Lifting my window, I stick my head out and say the exact same thing I always say when she shows up like this. You ever heard of using a door? She stares up at me with that seductive smile, one that no 16-year-old girl should have. Where would the fun be in that? Her answer is the same all the time. It's become somewhat of a game, and although I act annoyed, it really doesn't bother me. Not like it should. However, tonight is much later than usual, and it pisses me off that she came out here in the middle of the night by herself. What are you doing? She asks. Sleeping, like you should be? She ignores the comment. Come sit with me, at the creek. Caitlin, it's 1 a.m. She shrugs. So? So it's a school night for you. She shakes her head. Nope, no school tomorrow. Shit, this is not good. Her face falls at my silence, looking like someone just killed her puppy. Do you have someone up there with you? What? No, I say instantly, banishing her doubt. If I was smart, I would have lied and told her yes. Kill her little teenage crush she's developed with me. But I've never been too smart, and the thought of hurting her feelings like that rips my insides out. She perks back up again. Then come down. I hesitate because the more time I'm around her, the harder it is for me to control my dick. Nothing can ever happen with us. I wouldn't do that to Colan or her. But fuck, I really like being around her, which is terrifying because I know better than to let myself feel like that. Learn that lesson the hard way. Please, Nick, I don't want to be at home right now. I tense at the fear in her voice. Why? What happened? If her piece of shit father touched her, I'll kill him. Nothing. It's just not a good night, and Colan is working. I don't want to be there alone. I'll be down in a minute. She smiles, a really big one that makes me feel things I shouldn't. It's fucking dangerous. I grab my shirt off the floor and throw it over my head, then grab one of my hoodies for her. Walking out of my room, I head out the front door and see Caitlin waiting by the steps with that same smile still on her beautiful face, but it doesn't quite reach her eyes. She looks exhausted. Hey, she greets me softly. Hey. Her smile turns from sweet to sexy. You didn't need to put on a shirt on my account. My cock hardens at the flirtatious taunt. I glare at her, and she only laughs, thinking she's fucking hilarious. With a grunt, I toss my hoodie at her. Put this on. Yes, sir. She salutes me, then throws the hoodie over her head. All my blood rushes south at the sight of her in my clothes. Shit, I'm in so much trouble. She lifts her arms up, showing me how big it is on her. It fits, and I think it looks better on me than you. I shake my head. Let's go, smartass. With a giggle, she falls in step beside me. We walk most of the way in silence. Caitlin's head is down, watching her feet. If I didn't know something was wrong before, I sure as hell do now. The girl is never quiet. She can talk your fucking ear off even if she has nothing to say. I'm going to have to talk to Colan. He's been working his ass off, saving everything he can so when she turns 18, he can get her out of this town. He could have moved out a long time ago, but he won't leave Kate here by herself, and their piece of shit father threatened to call the cops on him if he took her. As far as I know, the asshole hasn't come near her in years, not since Colan laid him out the last time. But with him working so damn much, who knows what the hell could be going on there. But she would tell us, right? The sound of flowing water breaks me out of my thoughts. Caitlin drops down on the ground in front of the creek and pulls her knees into her chest. I love it here so much. It's my favorite place in the world. That's not saying much considering she's never been away from this town. But I have to admit my pop's ranch is a pretty cool fucking place. I love it for the privacy it provides. When I take the spot beside her, she looks over at me, her expression soft. Her long brown hair is pulled into a high knot on her head, wisps of hair escaping and blowing gently across her face. At this moment, she looks as innocent as I know she is.
Thanks for coming out here with me. I'm sorry if I woke you up.
You didn't, I lie. You gonna tell me what happened? She looks away and shrugs.
Nothing happened. He's just being his typical drunk asshole self, and tonight I didn't want to be around it. Didn't have the energy.
Kate, look at me. Her dark brown eyes swing to mine, looking sad and tired. If something happened to you, if he did something, you would tell Colan and me, right? Silence fills the air as she stares at me, sending alarm to pound through my veins, until she finally speaks.
Yeah, of course I'd tell you guys.
I watch her carefully, hesitant to believe her when she seems so upset.
I promise, Nick, it's all good.
She tries assuring me again. Pulling the hood of my sweater over her head, she lies down on the grass. Seeing her long, smooth, bare legs on display make me wish I had brought her a blanket. She pats the spot next to her.
Come look at the stars with me.
As I lie down next to her, with my hands behind my head, she moves in closer, resting her head on my chest. It used to scare the fuck out of me when she did this. Actually, it still does, but I also crave it. I crave to feel her body this close to mine, to have her sweet smell penetrating my senses, but most of all, knowing she's safe. She tilts her head up.
Tell me something no one else knows about you.
It's not the first time she's asked me this question, and I know it won't be her last. When I stare down at her in silence, giving her the same response I always do, she smiles.
One day, Nick, I'll get you to trust me.
No, she won't. It won't ever happen. It makes me feel like an asshole, but I've trained myself to never allow it, because what one woman did to me long ago fucked me up. It broke me and taught me never to trust again. A yawn escapes her as she burrows in closer.
You know what my favorite part about looking up at the stars like this is?
Her words come out mumbled and sleepy. What?
When you see how big the universe really is, it makes all your problems feel a little smaller.
My chest constricts painfully, hating to hear she has any problems. Someone as beautiful as her deserves to be carefree and happy every day. Silence reigns around us for a few moments, and I quickly clue into her steady breathing. Kate. Lifting her head, I look down to see her passed out, proving she was as exhausted as she looked. I pull my cell out of my pocket and send Colan a text, letting him know she's sleeping here. It dings back a second later. Colan. Is she okay? Me. Yeah. Just said she didn't want to be home without you and fell asleep. Colan. Okay, thanks. I'll pick her up in the morning. With that settled, I slip my phone back in my pocket, then slowly slide out from under Caitlin and scoop her up in my arms before standing. Other than burying her face in my chest, she doesn't stir. It takes me more time than usual to make it back to the house, because I walk extra slow, enjoying the way she feels in my arms. Taking her upstairs to my room, I lay her down on the bed, then pull the comforter over her. She snuggles into my pillow with a blissful sigh, her face soft and peaceful, the way it always should be. I desperately get the urge to crawl in next to her, dying to know what it would feel like to hold her for an entire night. It's those thoughts and feelings that have me reluctantly walking out and going to the guest room. Knowing she's safe here will have to be enough, because there is no room inside of me for anything else. There never will be.
Chapter 11. Caitlin. I pull up to Colan's apartment building late that evening. Since I still haven't heard from Nick, and I'm going crazy, I decided to come check on his place. Maybe even sleep here for the night. Who knows? Maybe he'll come home while I'm there and tell me this was all one big misunderstanding and everything has been resolved. A girl can dream, can't she? Yoga was canceled due to the crazy rainstorm that swept through early this evening. It was quick, but fierce, and the park was soaked. So I ended up staying at the salon and finishing up all the paperwork I've been procrastinating doing, all the while waiting for Nick's call that never came. So much for keeping me updated, I grumble as I climb out of my Honda Civic. I put my cell phone in my pocket just in case the bastard does end up following through. However, it might be a good thing if I don't hear from him tonight. My head is still reeling from our encounter today, especially with how it ended.
The thing is, Caitlin, you think I forgot, but I never stopped watching. I've always known.
If that's true, then how come he never called? Not even an email or text to just say hey. Why bother checking up on me? And how unfair is it that he knows about my life, but I never knew about his? Other than him being an FBI agent, I knew nothing. I didn't even know he lived in Florida until Pop told me when I called for his number the other day. The whole thing frustrates me, but I also can't deny the warmth that spreads through my chest knowing he didn't forget about me. That maybe he thought about me as often as I thought about him. I rid myself from my conflicted feelings as I enter the swanky apartment building.
Hey there, Miss Caitlin.
Cliff, the elderly security guard, greets me from where he sits behind the counter. Hey, Cliff. Any chance my brother came back? I ask, with very little hope. He shakes his head, offering me a sad smile.
Sorry, darling.
I wave away his apology, but feel that heaviness in my chest anyway. It's all right, I figured. I'm gonna go check on his place.
Go ahead. You call down if you need anything, you hear?
Thanks. I head into the elevator, my heeled boots clicking on the tile, echoing through the quiet building. I ride up to the 4th floor, checking my makeup in the mirror, and give my hair a fluff. At the ping of my arrival, I walk all the way down to the end of the hall, pulling my keys from my purse. As soon as I unlock Colan's door and step in, my foot connects with something hard. What the hell? I flick the entry light on next to me and gasp when I see my brother's apartment in complete chaos. Oh my God. Couches are ripped apart and flipped over. His television and stereo are smashed to a million pieces. Closing the door behind me, I step over the coffee table that I nearly tripped over when I first entered and walk further into the apartment. The kitchen looks the same as the living room. Every drawer and cupboard is pulled out and emptied, all of their contents littered on the floor. Jesus, Colan, what the hell have you gotten yourself into? I pick up a smashed frame on the ground, a picture of the two of us after one of his fights. My heart swells painfully as I run my finger gently along the jagged glass over his face. Just as I'm about to walk down the hall toward his bedroom, the sound of several footsteps and voices stops me in my tracks. It's then the front door gets kicked in with a loud bang. Before I can even register what's happening, I'm grabbed and hauled into the closet I'm standing next to. A hand slams over my mouth just as I scream. Panic grips my chest as I thrash against the arms that restrain me.
Stop. It's me. It's Nick.
His deep, whispered voice penetrates my fear, instantly sending relief throughout my body, slowing my erratic heartbeat. He brings his mouth against my ear.
You don't listen worth a shit.
I'm just about to spin around and tell him where to go, but his arm hugs me tighter when a group of men come barreling through the apartment. I yelp against his hand when a guy is thrown against the closet door we're behind with a jarring thud. Shh, Nick warns, pulling us deeper into the corner when the door opens a bit.
Tell us what you told Slade's sister,
a voice demands calmly. My panic escalates to a whole new level when my name is mentioned.
I swear, I didn't tell her shit.
I tense when I recognize Vince, his voice gruff. Looking through the gap of the cracked open door, I see him lying on the floor. Several feet stand around him, but I can only see two of the guys, and I don't recognize either of them. One of the heavy boots meets his stomach, making him grunt out in pain.
You're fucking lying, because she went to the club last night.
I hear the sound of a gun being cocked.
Now, we can do this the hard way or the easy way. Your choice, Mr. Padalecki.
My heart begins jackhammering in my chest, echoing in my ears.
I swear, I only told her that he was a member of the club, that's it. I have nothing to do with her. I can't stand the bitch. She's your ex, no? Hardly, he spits. She was just someone I wet my dick with. Until yesterday, I hadn't seen the whore in years. My stomach churns at the mention of our past, hatred flowing through my veins, not only for him, but myself, for ever being weak enough to be with him. I'm not so sure about that. I heard you beat the shit out of her. Then Slade ripped you apart for it. I feel Nick stiffen behind me, a thick rage seeping from him. My stinging eyes close as shame washes over me, tears leaking down my face onto his hand. She's a fucking liar, Vince grits out, denying the truth. I guess we'll find out when we meet with her ourselves. My heart thunders at the thought. Thank you for making this easy, Mr. Padalecki. We're done here. Relief swamps me as I wait for them to leave. Fuck. Nick curses with the faintest whisper, his other hand covering my eyes at the same time a shot fires off. I flinch, even though the sound is a lot quieter than I'd expect it to be. Nick's hand strengthens around my mouth as the scream escapes me and my knees weaken. Shh. He breathes out in my ear. I can't breathe. I desperately need air. Dump the gun in the dumpster behind the building. Boss wants to make sure cops find it. Why the hell would he want that? Another guy asks. A moment of silence stretches out. Because it's registered to Slade, and he was the last to touch it. So the prince will say. The amusement coming from the man's voice makes me both furious and terrified. If he does make it back here before we find him, he'll be finished anyway. What the hell is going on? Let's go. We'll hit the bitch's house next. Just remember what the boss said. Keep her alive. It may be the only way to get what we need. My entire body begins to tremble. I wish more than anything the darkness surrounding my vision would swallow me whole and make me disappear. At the sound of the door closing, Nick lets his hand go slack from my mouth, but still keeps the other over my eyes. I suck in lungfuls of air, while terror tries robbing me of every inhale. Oh God, oh God. Shh, Nick soothes in my ear. It's okay, baby. Deep breaths. A hard sob racks my chest. Caitlin, listen to me. I'm going to remove my hand and walk us out of here. Don't look down. Do you understand? I nod, because I can't speak. Nothing in the world could make me look down. I don't want to see what I know is there. Just the thought has bile rising in my throat. Nick's arm tightens around my waist as he lifts me off my feet and walks us out of the closet. I squeeze my eyes shut when I feel him step over Vince. Oh God, Vince is dead. My brain is having a hard time comprehending what just happened. Once he places me back on my feet, I open my eyes to see we're in the living room. Nick comes to stand in front of me, his hands cupping my face. You good? You okay? He asks, staring at me in concern. I shake my head. They're coming for me. They want me. Why? Where's Colan? What's happened? All the questions come spewing out the same time another sob threatens to choke me. Caitlin, listen to me. Nothing is going to happen to you. We're going to... He stops abruptly, then covers my mouth again, silencing my harsh breathing. That's when I hear it. Footsteps coming back down the hall. Nick pulls his gun, then quickly ushers me to the patio door. We make it outside just as we hear someone enter again. I'm crowded into the corner of the railing and shielded by his body. This is so fucking stupid, a guy says, sounding a little too close for comfort. We already searched the goddamn place. Why is he making us look again? I want to go to her house and have fun with the rest of them. I know, man. Let's just do the look over one more time, then get the fuck out of here. At the sound of more crashing, Nick brings his mouth to my ear. We're going to climb down from here, balcony to balcony. I quickly shake my head. No, I can't. I'll break my neck. Listen to me. He snaps on a harsh whisper. We have no choice. We need to get the fuck out of here now. I'll go first, then help you. I deflate with a breath.
understanding I have no other choice.
It'll be okay, I promise.
He climbs over the railing with stealth silence, then turns around and locks eyes with me.
Don't hesitate. When I tell you to come, you need to do it, and be as quiet as possible. Understand?
As I nod, he swings down to the balcony below. With such grace, you'd think he was a damn ninja turtle. I look over the railing and see his outline in the dark. When he gestures for me to go, I take a deep breath, then swing one shaking leg over the railing and climb to the other side. My heart pounds in my chest while my stomach clutches painfully in fear.
It's okay. I got you,
Nick whispers. I slide down, holding on to the railing for dear life, while my legs swing and dangle ungracefully. Oh, shit!
Stop kicking. You're gonna knock me the fuck out, especially with those damn boots on.
I stop flailing, then feel him grab onto my legs and place my boot on the top of the railing next to him. I move my hand a little lower until he finally pulls me right in. I leap at him, wrapping my arms around his neck and letting go of my imprisoned breath. Oh, thank God. I didn't think I was gonna make it. He grunts, thinking I'm ridiculous. Stepping back, I glare at him. Sorry, Raphael. We can't all be ninja turtles, I snap. His hard expression softens into a half smirk, while his fingers dig into my hips.
You did good, baby, but let's move a little faster.
I'll try, I grumble, ignoring the flip my tummy does as a result of his endearment. He jumps over the railing and swings down easily again to the one below. When I do it, I move a little quicker, but no less shaky or awkward as the first time.
Good job,
Nick lies before moving to the next balcony. As I climb over the third time, I hear someone above me. When I look up and realize it's one of the guys from Colan's place on the balcony, talking on his phone, I miss my footing and my hand slips. A squeal of fear escapes before Nick grabs me and hauls me under with him. I slap a hand over my mouth, angry with myself.
What the hell was that?
Nick moves us out of view into the center of the balcony and holds a finger to his mouth.
What?
The other guy who's with him asks.
I just heard a scream or something. I didn't hear anything.
I stand as still as possible, not making a sound, when suddenly the porch light comes on.
Shit,
Nick curses, just before the door slides open and an elderly woman appears. The old lady's eyes widen in fear.
Ma'am,
Nick starts quietly.
Please don't scream.
She screams, really loud. Someone, help! Robbers! She yells, outing us before slamming the patio door and locking it.
I told you someone was down there.
My heart stalls in fear at the man's voice above me.
You go down the stairs. I'm going down this way. I'll meet you at the bottom.
Fuck. Nick pushes me to the railing.
Go, now.
We climb over at the same time, but he jumps down first. I hear him hit the ground with hard impact.
Come on, hurry,
he shouts with urgency. I look down to see it's a lot further than the balconies we just did. Oh God, oh shit. My entire body begins to tremble as I hesitate. I glance up when I hear the guy above jump to the balcony below him, landing a lot louder than Nick and me.
Caitlin,
Nick snaps, pulling my attention back to him.
If you don't get your fucking ass down here right now, I swear I'm going to...
I let go with a scream, my stomach bottoming out. I kick and flail as it takes forever before I feel the ground. Or rather, Nick.
Jesus Christ.
He lets out a grunt and stumbles as he catches me. I'm so sorry. I apologize, feeling guilty for almost taking him out. He doesn't give me a chance to compose myself before he places me to my feet and pulls me to run with him, making me wish I wasn't in heels. A faint popping sound fills the air, and I hear a car window shatter not far in front of us. I duck and let out another scream when I realized it was a bullet.
Keep going.
Nick pushes me further, then spins around and raises his arm, firing off a shot of his own. This one a hell of a lot louder than the other.
We're almost there. Don't stop.
A small measure of relief fills me when the lights on his SUV flicker as he unlocks it. Nick covers me as I scramble in, then runs over to his side, keeping his gun raised and eyes trained until the last possible second. As he peels away, Another set of tires screech through the air. Turning around, I see an SUV slow. The passenger door swings open just as the guy who jumped down from the balconies dives in. Just as we turn a corner, I see them gun it, following us at a high speed. "Oh shit, Nick, they're coming."
"Get down,"
he orders, as we fly through a red light, taking an exit onto the interstate. "Get down? Where the hell am I gonna—" I trail off with a scream, ducking when the back window shatters.
"Fuck."
Nick forces me down until my head is on his lap, my body draped awkwardly over the console. I feel the SUV pick up speed. We swerve as another shot rings out, this one sounding like it came from Nick's gun. Oh God, this is not happening.
"God damn it. I need you to take the wheel."
What? Are you kidding me? I am so not cut out for high-speed chases.
"You have to. It's the only way I'm going to get a clear shot at them."
Taking a deep breath, I pull myself together and begin to sit up, but Nick holds me down.
"Stay low and crawl over me. Once you have the wheel, I'll slide out from under you."
I nod and do as he instructed. One hand grabs my hip, helping guide me as I grab the steering wheel. The dark earth whips by us at alarming speed, and I'm thankful to see the highway mostly deserted.
"Quick, get your foot on the gas and don't let up."
Okay. Just as he removes his foot from mine, the SUV lurches forward from a hard impact. A scream escapes me as I try to keep the wheel steady.
Motherfuckers.
Nick awkwardly finds a way to slide out from under me. When he's only halfway over the console, he points out the open back window and fires. In the rearview mirror, I watch the SUV behind us swerve. They're off our bumper now, but are speeding up to come beside us.
"Don't slow down. Keep your foot heavy,"
Nick orders, before hitting the button to lower the passenger window. With my heart in my throat, I press down harder, but it's not hard enough, because they manage to sideswipe us the same time Nick's maneuvering out of the window. I jerk the wheel to keep us on the road, and it almost sends him flying.
"Son of a bitch!"
A new fear sweeps over me. Nick, are you okay?
"I'm fine. Just worry about keeping us steady."
I glance over to see him sitting in the open window, his top half out of the car. When a few more shots go off, I scoot lower in the seat, but then realize it's from Nick's gun. In the side mirror, I watch the SUV spin out of control and flip over several times, landing in the ditch. Yes! I cheer. Take that, suckers! My foot eases off the gas, relief swamping me, but it's short-lived when Nick falls back in.
"Don't slow down. I don't know who else may be coming our way."
I step back on the gas, not liking the sound of that. Where am I going?
"Just drive. I'll tell you in a minute."
He pulls his phone from his pocket, putting it to his ear while looking behind us.
"It's me. I need your help."
He turns and hits the GPS on the dashboard, relaying our location.
"Find me the closest car rental place and have a vehicle waiting for me. Preferably a truck, not SUV. Set it up under the department. This needs to be kept quiet and done fast. I don't have time for paperwork."
A long pause.
"Yeah, we're coming your way. I should get there by morning. Be ready, because I have one hell of a mindfuck on my hands."
By morning? Where are we going?
"Thanks."
Who was that? I ask when he hangs up.
"My partner. He'll call back in a few minutes with the address to the car rental."
Then what? He looks over at me.
"Then we go to Florida."
I tense. Florida? Why the hell are we going there?
"Because there, we won't have people looking for you and trying to kill you. There, I'll have access to information I can't get anywhere else."
But I have work. My salon, I can't.
"Are you fucking crazy? Do you understand what just went down?"
I tense, irritated with his tone.
"You're not going back until we figure out what the hell is going on."
What about Colin? I ask through clenched teeth, my throat clogged with emotion.
"I'll have a better chance of finding him back home, where I have more resources."
If he's anywhere to be found. After what just went down, that's my biggest fear. What if Colin didn't run away? What if he's dead?
Chapter 12. Nick. I speed down the interstate as the early morning sun starts to rise. We passed the Florida border over an hour ago, and only have about another 40 minutes until we hit Ryder and Emily's place. I'd say I'm exhausted from being up for over 24 hours, but I'm not. I'm wired and plagued with a ton of questions that I have zero answers to. I don't fucking like it. I glance over at Caitlin, who's passed out with her head against the window, her smooth olive skin pale with fear and exhaustion. Since leaving the rental place, she's barely said 2 words to me, and has been out for most of the drive. Seeing her like this has rage heating my blood. Today went from bad to worse. After leaving the salon, I went back to Annihilation to ask questions. Ricky Spencer was less than happy to see me again. But it's interesting how compliant someone will be when you have the power to bring down their thriving business. However, I still didn't end up with much more than I already knew. He told me Colan was one of their best customers and owned a private room. It's where he met Nikki, the chick claiming he raped and beat her. When I asked Spencer about their relationship, his demeanor changed. He seemed skittish. He told me at one point that Nikki was Colan's submissive, but wanted out and didn't take it well. He barely looked me in the eye as he spewed the bullshit. It was easy to tell he was lying. After I left there, I went to the gym where Colan trained. I hardly had a chance to question the fighters before the owner of the gym, who also ranks high on the board of the EFC, Bruce Warren, came down to greet me. He was more than eager to answer any questions I had, and even quicker to speak about the supposed changes he saw in Colan over the last few weeks. Said he became aggressive, even when out of the ring, and apparently they had suspicions about whether he was on something. According to Warren, they wanted him to take a drug test in addition to their already standard testing, but Colan had refused. Considering how our friendship ended, I'd be lying if I didn't question the possibility that this was the truth. However, I don't think he touched that bitch, let alone raped her. I never did, not even when I first heard about it on the news, days before Caitlin called me. I might not know him anymore, but I used to know him better than anyone else. The bastard may be into some kinky shit, but nothing could drive him to rape a chick. Nothing. I didn't like Warren. There was something about him that seemed off, and it became more apparent when I asked to speak to Victor, Colan's trainer. No one else would have noticed the shift in him, but I did. It was subtle, but there. When he said he hadn't heard from Victor since Colan disappeared, I got the guy's address and went to his place. That's when shit went from bad to worse. I walked in to find him dead, his place ripped apart. After calling the cops, I got the hell out of there and went to Colan's, where I saw his apartment the same way, minus the body. Thank fuck for that. After what went down, I have no doubt Slade is being set up. I have no idea who's behind all of it, but I'm going to find out because they just went and fucked with the wrong girl. Another half hour passes when Caitlin finally stirs awake. She lifts the jacket I put over her, blinking at it in confusion before glancing over at me. Hey. Her soft, sleepy voice does all sorts of shit to me. Shit I don't want to feel. Hey. I lift the coffee I bought for her when I stopped for gas. It's probably cold now. Thanks. She takes it, tilting the cup to her lips. I got you a burger too, but it was a while ago and I ate it because I got hungry. I admit, feeling bad about it now. That's okay, she replies with a smile before looking at the clock on the dashboard. Holy shit. Is that what time it is? Yeah. She looks outside, finally taking notice of the rising sun. Where are we? We passed the Florida border around 2 hours ago. We're almost at my partner's house. Sorry I slept so long. I don't even remember crashing. I shrug. It's fine. You've been through a lot. Yeah, must be all those people shooting at me. It's exhausting. She jokes, trying to make light of this situation, but there's nothing funny about it. What the hell were you doing there, Caitlin? I told you to stay away. My tone comes out harder than I intended, but I'm pissed off at the thought of what could have happened to her if I had not been there. I was checking on his place, trying to keep myself busy because you never called like you promised, she snaps. I was a little fucking busy. You didn't even give me a full 24 hours. Well, you could have at least kept me updated.
How the hell was I supposed to know what I was walking in on?
Because I warned you.
Lay off, Nick. I've put up with enough bullshit for one night. I don't need any more.
Crossing her arms, she turns away from me, staring out her window, but not before I see hurt flicker in her eyes. It makes me feel like shit. Look, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be an asshole. I just hate that you're caught up in this shit.
I don't understand why I am, she says quietly. What the hell did they want from me? Or Colan, for that matter?
Did you recognize any of them? She shakes her head, her gaze remaining out her window.
Just Vince.
I'm assuming this is the asshole who's dead on Colan's floor right now. And who was he to you? The question has been plaguing me as much as all the others, especially after hearing what the bastard said about her. I know it's ridiculous, but I hate knowing she's been with anyone else.
He was a mistake I made a long time ago.
Her voice is soft yet thick with pain, reminding me of the accusation about the asshole putting his hands on her. The thought makes me fucking violent.
God, I can't believe he's dead. I can't believe any of this.
She turns to me.
You believe me now, right? You believe Colan is innocent after all this?
I glance over, making eye contact. I never doubted it, and I never once doubted you. But something is going on, Kate.
I know. None of it makes sense, though.
No, it doesn't. But it's clear Colan's caught up in something, and he's pissed off the wrong people. Things are silent as I pull up in front of Ryder and Emily's 2-story house that's located in a quiet, safe neighborhood, mostly with young families like themselves.
Maybe we should wait. I don't want to wake him, she says quietly.
Believe me, they're awake. They have a 1-year-old.
They?
Yeah, he and his wife, Emily. Their daughter's name is Rosa. She looks up at the house, seeming nervous.
Is it safe for us to be here when they have a child?
No one followed us. Believe me, I would know. She still doesn't seem convinced. They're nice people. You'll like them. Come on. I get out first, not giving her any other choice but to follow. She wraps her arms around herself as she steps into the brisk morning air, trying to keep warm. She's still in the same outfit from the salon. Skin-tight jeans that show every perfect curve, black tank top with those fuck-me boots that drive me mad. Even after the clusterfuck we managed to escape from, she still looks like every guy's wet dream. I walk back to her side of the truck, grabbing the sweater from the front seat and hand it to her.
It's okay.
She waves me away. Put it on, Caitlin. With a roll of her eyes, she finally takes it.
Happy?
I grunt as I turn to walk up to the door. No, I'm not happy. Not when I have a trail of dead bodies, assholes trying to shoot the only girl I've ever cared about, and a missing ex-best friend who is the only person who knows what the fuck is going on.
I see you're still so charming,
she mumbles, following close behind me. That comment has a smirk tugging at my mouth. And you're still a smartass, I murmur as I knock on the door, unable to help myself. Ryder answers a moment later, still getting dressed. Shit, maybe they were still in bed. Hey, come in, he greets, stepping aside. I guide Caitlin in with a hand to her back before stepping in behind her. What, were you still in bed, Sleeping Beauty? He glares at me, unimpressed. In bed, yes. Sleeping? No. Thanks for that. I chuckle, completely unapologetic. It wouldn't be the first, and I'm sure it won't be the last. I swear it's all the asshole does every chance he gets. Before I can throw something back, Emily walks down the stairs. Summer, their yellow lab, is right next to her, and Rosa's in her arms, looking like she just woke up. Shit. Okay, maybe I feel bad now.
Hi, Nick,
she greets with a soft smile, thankfully not pissed off at me for waking her kid up. She puts her free arm around my waist for a hug while holding Rosa in the other. Hey, Emily. I return her hug, then rub Rosa's back. Hey, kid. Ryder is in serious trouble when this girl gets older. This is Caitlin, I introduce, placing my hand on the small of her back. Caitlin, this is Emily, my partner Ryder, and their daughter Rosa. Ryder gives her a polite nod while Emily greets her warmly.
Hey, Caitlin.
Her smile turns knowing as she looks back at me. I quickly realize she recognizes her from the picture I have on my desk. Fucking great. She's been asking questions about her for almost 2 years. Questions I've been able to avoid. Until now.
Hi, Caitlin responds softly. So sorry we woke you guys up.
Emily waves her away.
You didn't. She usually gets up around this time. Can I get you something to drink or eat?
Caitlin starts shaking her head, but I cut in. Maybe something to eat for her.
I'm not hungry, she says, glaring at me.
You haven't had anything since last night. You need to eat whether you like it or not.
Quit the demands, Nick, she snaps. I can speak for myself. Thank you very much.
We glare at one another, and I'm just about to tell her to stop testing me when I realize an awkward silence has fallen. I look over to see Emily smiling in amusement and Ryder looking smug as hell. The poor kid stares back at us, not knowing what to think. He's a bossy fucker, isn't he? Ryder muses with a shit-eating grin. Caitlin graces him with a sassy smile.
Ah, I see you know him well.
Ryder chuckles. I like you. Come on, he says with a lift of his chin. You can eat breakfast with me. I'm having pizza from last night.
Emily snickers, but I find nothing funny about the fucker. You don't need to eat pizza. I can make pancakes.
Ryder kisses her and takes Rosa in his arms. It's all right, baby. We'll have pizza.
Pizza's good with me.
Caitlin agrees, tossing a smirk in my direction. It makes me want to do all sorts of things to that mouth of hers. I glare at them as they make their way into the kitchen.
Don't you dare feed any to Rosa,
Emily calls to his back. I swing my gaze to her, seeing that knowing smile again. Don't say it, I warn, but of course it makes no difference.
I knew I'd meet her one day.
You know nothing. It's not what you think.
Whatever you say.
She tosses back before turning and heading into the kitchen, too. I have a feeling this is going to be a long fucking day.
Chapter 13. Caitlin. After eating a slice of cold, leftover pizza, that was actually quite good, I called Chantal before she could make it to the salon and asked her to reschedule appointments, telling her we were closing for a few days. Nick doesn't feel like it's safe at the moment, and I agree. He also wouldn't let me tell her why or where I was, which made me feel even more guilty. But I promised to pay both her and Shauna for the time missed, and I would keep them up to date. I feel sick about it, and hope my clients understand. The last thing I could handle right now would be losing the only success I've ever had. Nick begins relaying everything to Ryder, while we all sit at the kitchen table.
Whoa, wait a second.
Ryder holds up his hand and looks over at me.
You're Colan Slade's sister? The heavyweight champion in the EFC, Colan Slade?
At my nod, he looks back to Nick.
You used to be best friends with him? What the hell do you know about the EFC?
He shrugs.
Enough that I know he's not just any fighter. He's the heavyweight champion. You'd think you would have mentioned it, for fuck's sake. Why the hell would I mention it? Why wouldn't you?
Ryder shoots back. Emily looks over at me with an amused smile, as Rosa excitedly bounces up and down on her lap while eating Cheerios. Don't mind them. They do this often. I can't help but smile back. I understand why Ryder and Nick get along so well. They're a lot alike. But seeing how close they are also hurts, because it makes me remember how close Colin and he used to be. Emily and Ryder seem like very nice people, though. Their daughter is adorable and will grow up to be a heartbreaker. But that's a given, considering how attractive both Emily and Ryder are. Like Nick, Ryder doesn't seem like the typical FBI agent. With brown, rumpled hair, unshaven jaw, dark green eyes, and tattoos inking up both arms, he seems more like a bad boy. Emily's unique ice blue eyes, heart-shaped face, regal features, and kind smile scream the opposite. But together they fit. The way he's been looking at her, touching her any chance she's near him, reminds me of how all my friends' husbands are with them. It reminds me of what I hope to have one day.
Whatever. Can we just get back to the task at hand, please?
Nick asks, pulling me from my thoughts. My smile vanishes as he finishes relaying the rest of the night. Oh my God, you guys were shot at? Emily gasps, looking horrified. I nod. still not believing any of this myself.
What do you think they were looking for?
Ryder asks Nick.
I have no fucking clue, but it's clear they're looking for something. What about this guy they shot? What does he have to do with it?
I take the opportunity to speak now. Probably because he gave me the location of the club where this Nikki girl works. That would be my only guess, because my brother has never had anything to do with him. Except when he beat the hell out of him. Don't go there, Caitlin. Not now. I shrug. But who knows? Vince deals on the side, so it could be something completely unrelated, and they only used him to frame my brother.
Or Colan got caught up in it. Maybe this all has to do with drugs.
I bristle at Ryder's insinuation. Absolutely not. He doesn't do drugs. Feeling Nick's eyes upon me, I look over to see him watching me, suspicion apparent in his gaze.
You sure about that?
Of course I am. How could you even ask me that?
Because Bruce Warren, the manager at Colan's gym, said they were suspicious of substance abuse, and when they asked him to take a drug test, he refused.
No way. I know my brother. He doesn't do drugs. He's an athlete, for crying out loud. He cares about his health and body. Nick still doesn't seem convinced. It has my temper flaring and my voice rising. If you don't believe me, then ask Victor, his trainer. He's around Colan more than anyone. He'll tell you.
Victor's dead.
My body stiffens, swearing I heard him wrong. What the hell are you talking about?
I went there yesterday, before Colan's, and found his place the same way, but with him inside, dead. He'd been shot.
Dread courses through me as blood pounds in my ears. Why are you just telling me this now?
I haven't had a chance.
Really? We've been together for the last 12 hours. You've had more than enough time.
Yeah, well, in those 12 hours, we've either been fucking shot at, or you've been sleeping, which is why I'm telling you now,
he snaps. I look away from him as tears build behind my eyes. My heart breaks knowing Victor is dead, and it diminishes a little more of my hope for Colan to still be alive.
Kate.
I feel Nick reach for me, but I stand before he can touch me. Would it be okay if I used your bathroom to clean up, please? I ask Emily, my voice strained as I try to keep my emotion at bay. Of course. She hands Rosa off to Ryder. This way. Without looking in Nick's direction, I follow her out of the kitchen and up the stairs. I'll take you to the guest bedroom. There's a bathroom in there, and you can have a shower. Oh, I can just wash up. I don't want to put you guys out any more than I already have. Nonsense. Go ahead and have a shower. I'll get you a change of clothes, too. Then you can rest. I'm sure you need it after the night you've had. She adds softly. A hot shower and privacy is exactly what I need right now. Anything to distract me from the fear that's threatening to rip me open. Following Emily, I walk into the guest bedroom, taking in the queen-size bed and antique furniture filling up the quaint space. There are clean towels in the bathroom over here, she says, leading me around the corner. I'll leave a change of clothes for you on the bed. If you want, I can wash the ones you have on now. That'd be great. Thank you, I whisper, my throat tightening further at her kindness. She gives me a sad smile. I'm real sorry about what's happening to your brother. But I have no doubt Ryder and Nick will get to the bottom of it. I assure you they're the best. I nod, giving her a wobbly smile, not trusting my voice at the moment. I'm glad I finally got to meet you. I'm just sorry it's under such terrible circumstances. When I frown in confusion, she elaborates. I saw the picture of you on Nick's desk. I tense with shock. Nick has a picture of me? She nods. Yeah, and he's probably going to kill me for telling you that, but it's for his own good. I wonder what picture it is. Why does he even have one? When Ryder told me how Nick was going to quit, if the chief didn't give him leave, I had a feeling it was you he was going to see. I knew it had to be someone important to him. Did he lose his job? I asked quietly, terrified for the answer. I didn't stop to think about the repercussions of asking him to come help. Oh no, of course not. The chief would never fire Nick, or Ryder for that matter. They're the best agents he has, and he doesn't let them forget it. I'm relieved to hear that, but hate how I put him in that position. I was thinking only about Colan in that moment. Anyway, I'll let you get to your shower. Go ahead and leave your clothes on the bed. I'll wash them right away for you, she says, pulling me from my stunned state. Thank you again. For everything. No problem. Once she leaves, I start the shower, undress, and wrap a towel around me before leaving my clothes on the bed. Closing the bathroom door behind me, I step under the hot spray and let the steaming water try to soothe me. However, it brings no peace. The silence and privacy has my mind reeling at everything that's happened. With Vince dead, and now Victor, all I can think is Colan has suffered the same fate, and that's why I can't find him. It's why he hasn't contacted me. I grind my teeth against the pain that thought brings. Please, God, don't let that be the reason. A few tears escape, mixing in with the hot water. But I do everything I can to ward it off. Feeling too fragile to break right now. If I do, I may never be able to put the pieces back together. I quickly wash up, then shut off the water, and walk out, with my towel wrapped around me, still feeling that huge lump in my throat. A fresh set of clothes sits on the bed, with my cell phone that I had left in my pants pocket beside them. Picking it up, I look at my screensaver, ignoring the low battery warning, and study the picture of Colan and me. It was from when he won the heavyweight championship. I'd never seen him so happy, so proud. I stand next to him with my arms wrapped around his waist, my own proud smile in place as 1,000 pictures were captured. I remember being blinded by all the flashes, but more than anything, I remember when he leaned down and whispered in my ear, "I did it, Kate." He did do it, and he deserves every bit of success he created for himself. After everything we went through as kids, especially him, he overcame it all and rose to the top. I'd give anything to be able to tell him one more time how proud I am of him, to tell him I love him, and thank him for everything he did for me. The screen begins to blur as my agony erupts, stabbing my fragile heart like a hot poker. Crawling onto the bed, I bury my head in the pillow, holding the phone against my chest as I let go of all the pent-up emotions I've been trying to keep inside. I'm so lost in my grief, I don't hear Nick come in until I feel the bed dip and his warm weight settle in behind me.
"Come on, Kate. Please don't cry,"
Nick murmurs, his lips close to my ear as his arm comes around my middle. "He's dead. I know it," I say, crying harder.
"No, he's not."
"Yes, he is. Why else isn't he calling me? It's been days, Nick. He would find a way to contact me. He'd let me know he's okay." I try to catch my breath, but have a hard time grasping it from the pain ripping through me. He's all I have, and I'll never get to tell him I love him ever again.
"Caitlin, stop. Look at me."
He turns me to my back, his fierce eyes softening at the pain etched on my face. He wipes the overflow of tears with his thumb before cupping my cheek.
"He's not dead. There could be a million reasons why he hasn't contacted you yet. If anyone can take care of themselves, it's your brother. You know this."
With every day that passes, I feel less hopeful, especially now with Victor and Vince both dead. These people are more dangerous than I thought. Colan may be strong, but he's not invincible. No one is.
"I promise you, I'll find him, and I know I'll find him alive."
"How?" I whisper, desperately wanting to grab a hold of the hope he's trying to give me.
"I have a few ideas. In the meantime, Ryder's looking into some things right now. We'll see what he comes up with before we make our next move. Either way, I promise I'll find him."
I stare back into his blue-gray eyes, ones I've desperately missed.
"Tell me," he says quietly. "Tell me you trust me to help you. That you trust me to figure this out."
"I do," I whisper, before I can stop myself. Because as stupid as that may be, I do trust him to figure out what's going on. It's one of the reasons why I called him. His fierce eyes hold mine, and I intimately become aware of how close he is to me, how the top part of his body leans over my half-naked one that's minimally wrapped in a towel. My heart rate kicks up and my mouth goes dry. I desperately want to feel him wrapped around me right now, for his arms to bring me the same safety they did in the past. I'm snapped from my blissful thoughts as my phone starts to ring in my hand, where I still hold it against my chest. I glance down at the caller ID. It's Faith. Nick rises to his elbow and looks down at me.
Don't tell her where you are.
Why? We can trust her.
I know, but I don't want it getting out to the wrong person. There's a reason your brother isn't trusting anyone right now.
I think about that, then nod just before I answer. Hey.
Caitlin, oh thank God,
Faith cries, sounding terrified.
I've been worried sick.
I frown. Why? I saw you 24 hours ago.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe because we found out from Cooper in the middle of the night that Vince is dead in Colan's apartment and your place has been broken into. Meanwhile, no one can find you?
I glance at Nick and he nods, letting me know he heard her. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to worry you.
Ask her where the fuck she is.
I hear Cade roar in the background.
Where are you?
I lick my dry lips. I'm so sorry, but I can't tell you that.
What? What do you mean you can't tell me?
She says, hurt thick in her voice.
Put it on speaker.
I'm pretty sure that's Jackson who just yelled.
Caitlin, we're worried about you. The guys are going crazy. They about turned Charleston upside down looking for you.
I'm sorry, but you don't need to worry. I'm with Nick.
Who the fuck is Nick?
Cade yells again, obviously able to hear me.
Will you stop yelling?
Faith snaps with a whisper. My phone vibrates, reminding me of my low battery. Faith, listen, my phone is about to die. I'm sorry I can't tell you more, but I promise I'm safe. There's some very serious shit going on right now. Things I can't tell you yet. But Colan is in even more danger than we originally thought.
What kind of danger? Caitlin, you're scaring me.
Guilt thickens my throat, and a fresh wave of tears spring to my eyes. Nick senses my struggle and shakes his head. I'm sorry. I promise I'll keep in touch and tell you everything as soon as I can.
Caitlin, wait, please don't hang up. She better not fucking hang up. Tell her.
I cut off Cade's bellow by ending the call. I drop the phone and cover my face with my hands, feeling horrible. Nick lies back down and pulls me in his arms again. My fingers curl in his shirt with a desperate grip as I sob against his chest.
We'll tell her everything, as soon as we can,
he whispers, laying a kiss to my head.
I know things are a shitstorm right now, Caitlin, but I promise I'll figure this out. I'll take care of you.
I'm moving closer, absorbing his strength. After I've cried out all the tears I have, the warmth of his embrace and soothing words have me slipping into a deep slumber.
Chapter 14. Nick. I woke up 15 minutes ago with Caitlin sleeping in my arms, flush up against me. As panicked as it makes me feel, it also feels good. Really fucking good. It's been a long time since I felt her like this, and it brings me back to a time when she gave me no choice but to hold her. I've missed those times, even though I tried not to. I reluctantly covered her with a blanket when I realized her towel had slipped off her. My cock hasn't settled down since. My mind's been conjuring up all sorts of images from the small glimpse of heaven I saw before I was stupid enough to cover her up. Remembering what it felt like to be buried inside this girl is something I could never forget. Not even 7 years could dull that memory. Nothing or no one has ever come close to feeling as amazing as her. A sharp rap on the door brings me back to reality and makes Caitlin jolt awake. My arms tighten around her body, soothing her before I glare at the door. "Stone, I found something," Ryder calls on the other side. My muscles tense. "I'll be down in a sec." I hear him walk away before I look down at Caitlin. She stares up at me, her eyes red and swollen from crying earlier.
"Hey."
"Hey," I mumble back.
"My towel fell off,"
she remarks sleepily. I smirk even though my cock jumps at the reminder. "I know, I'm the one who covered you." She licks those pouty lips of hers before clearing her throat.
"Well, I think it's only fair you show me yours, since you got to see mine."
My eyes move to the ceiling with a chuckle that trails off on a tortured groan. This girl and her fucking mouth will be the death of me. I swear it. I glance back down at her to see amusement dancing in her eyes. It's a hell of a lot better than the pain that's been embedded in them since seeing her again. Before I can do something there will be no coming back from, I lean down and drop a kiss on her forehead, making sure not to linger. Get dressed and meet me downstairs. I don't wait for a response before I leave the room, closing the door behind me. A heavy breath escapes me as I head down and into the kitchen. Emily stands at the stove, cooking supper, while Rosa sits on the floor next to Summer. She crawls over her like a jungle gym. Her chubby smile brings one of my own. I drop down on my haunches, meeting her at eye level. Hey, Squirt, where's your dad? She releases an ear-splitting scream of laughter and slobber. He's in his office, Emily answers with a laugh. I drop a kiss on her dark, curly hair before standing and looking at Emily. Can you let Caitlin know where we are when she comes down? Of course. A smile takes over her face. Hope you both slept well. My eyes narrow at her nosiness. All right, I'll stop. I promise. She tosses a piece of bread at me. Catching it, I sink my teeth into the slice of heaven and groan when I realize it's her homemade garlic bread I love. Supper's almost ready, and I'm making your favorite, chicken parmigiana. You know I'm madly in love with you, right? I tell her with a mouthful of bread. She rolls her eyes. You love that I cook for you, but nice try. And don't let my husband hear you say that. Where would be the fun in that? She shakes her head with a smile. Go on, I'll let Caitlin know where you are. I pop the rest of the bread into my mouth as I round the corner and open up the fogged glass doors to Ryder's office. He sits at his desk, leaning in close to the computer. Your wife is cooking my favorite meal. I told you she's in love with me, I say, closing the doors behind me. His narrowed eyes meet mine with a grunt. In your dreams, asshole. Now sit down and shut up so I can tell you what I found. Instead of dropping down in the chair, I move around the desk and stand next to him, looking at the computer. What do you have? Before he can answer, there's a gentle knock on the door as Caitlin enters. I take in the outfit that Emily obviously lent to her. There's nothing revealing about it, but it has my blood running hot all the same. Black yoga pants mold to her like second skin, and a loose gray sweater hangs off one slender shoulder while her long, dark mass of tangled hair falls around her. My hands curl at the thought of wrapping the silky strands around my fist while fucking us both into oblivion. Hey, you're just in time. Have a seat, Ryder says, knocking me out of my thoughts. Thanks. Her eyes never stray from mine as she drops into the chair across from us. So, did you find my brother? Sorry, no, he responds. But we might have a lead. There's been some suspicious activity in his bank records. I tear my gaze from Caitlin and bring my attention to the screen as he scrolls up with the mouse. His finances have been pretty consistent over the last few years, up until 7 months ago. Since then, I've found 2 large sums of money withdrawn from his account, both of them leading me to a dead end, except the first one, which was the largest. My eyes widen at the number he points to on the screen. Jesus, $120,000. Who the hell did he pay that to? He clicks to the right. This person. I freeze, ice thrumming through my veins as I stare at the name on the account. What the actual fuck? Nick, who is it? Caitlin asks. My gaze meets hers. Your father. She flinches, looking like she's been slapped. What? No way. Colan would never give that bastard money. I wouldn't have thought so too, but the proof is here. When and how much is the other sum? I ask. Ryder scrolls further down. The next one was only a month after that. Then nothing. It was a lesser amount, sitting at $70,000. That's still a lot of money. Maybe he splurged on something? Caitlin suggests. My brother has the money to do that. Ryder shrugs. Possible, but I doubt it. That's a lot of cash with no evidence of where it went. There were no big purchases around the time, from what I could find. The only trail I found was the first one, where it was directly deposited to a Keith Slade. Caitlin shakes her head.
No, I can't believe that. You don't understand. My brother hates him, probably even more than I do. It makes no sense.
I agree, I cut in. But right now nothing makes sense. Maybe your father was threatening him.
Caitlin laughs at Ryder's suggestion, but it comes out bitter. Trust me, my father doesn't scare Colan. Not anymore. He could kill him with his bare hands.
Do you know about the last time he was in Montana? Ryder asks her.
She shakes her head. He hasn't been back since we left there. He hates that place.
Ryder cocks back in his chair. I think there's more going on with your brother than you realize.
Why?
I ask, knowing he must have something else. Shortly after the second withdrawal, Colan booked a flight to Montana. From what I could find, he was there for 2 days. He stayed at the Sheridan in Bridgeport, which is where we used to live. If you ask me, I think whatever the hell is going on has something to do with your father.
Caitlin's gaze meets mine, fear sharp in her dark eyes as her face drains of color. Why would he give him money? Why would he go back there?
I don't know, but we're going to find out.
Chapter 15. Caitlin. I follow Nick into his apartment, my mind still reeling from the last few hours. After Ryder found the connection to my father, 2 airplane tickets were booked for Nick and me to catch the red-eye to Montana. The only way we'll get answers from my father is going there and forcing it out of him. But the thought of going back to that place and coming face to face with him has my stomach twisting violently. Nick didn't want to travel under our own names, knowing it would be easy for people to find us if they were searching. So he had fake passports made up. It's amazing what can be done for you in a flash if you carry a badge that says Special Agent on it.
I'll be quick. Then we'll stop and get you some stuff before the airport,
Nick says, walking around the kitchen and into his bedroom, or what I'm assuming is his bedroom. I'm proven right when I enter in after him, watching as he begins packing a duffel bag. I look around his room, taking in the king-size bed with a dark blue comforter neatly made over it. Other than the dark furniture, his room is pretty plain, no personality at all. I don't have my wallet, I tell him, wondering how I'm going to afford to get anything.
Don't worry about it. I'll get it.
Is anything even open right now? I ask, taking a seat on the bed next to his bag. He comes to a stop as he walks out of his closet, his eyes moving over me like a heated caress. A flutter ripples through me, and I welcome the beautiful distraction.
I'm sure we'll find something,
he replies. I shrug. Well, if we don't, between the clothes I have on now and mine from earlier that Emily washed, I'll be fine until tomorrow. Speaking of which, I add, lying back on his bed with my hands behind my head, letting my shirt ride up just past my belly button ring. She's really nice. I like her a lot. Did you know she not only gave me a change of clothes, but also a brand new pair of Victoria's Secret panties she had kicking around with the tag still attached? I have to admit, I'm close to bumping her up to bestie status. I'm screwing with him. Anything to distract myself from the blood-curdling fear of facing my father again after all these years. When he remains silent, I lean up on my elbows to see him watching me, his expression hard and eyes fierce.
You better be careful, Caitlin. You're playing with fire, and you're about to get burned.
The warning makes my heart race at a dangerous pace. Oh, Nick, you have to know by now I love the heat. His expression is almost comical. With a frustrated growl, he shakes his head and stomps into the bathroom before slamming the door. I chuckle and fall back down on the bed. Yep, he's still so much fun to ruffle. In all fairness, I wasn't lying. Emily did give me brand new Victoria's Secret panties, and that calls for some high-end friendship status if you ask me. All kidding aside, though, I got to talk a little more with her while Ryder and Nick were getting everything in order. She shared a lot about herself, and really is a sweet, genuine person. She reminds me a lot of my friends back home, ones I've missed desperately since shit hit the fan with Colin. We exchanged numbers before I left, promising to keep in touch. I made sure to get her address so I could mail her money for the clothes she refused to take back. I do really hope to see her again. I'd love for her to come to Charleston. The door swings open and Nick steps out.
Let's go,
he snaps, hightailing it out of the room. Yes, sir, I mock with a smirk as I get up to follow him out. However, just before I can make it out the door, he strolls back in and collides into me, pinning me against the wall with his body. I suck in a sharp breath as I stare back into his heated gaze, feeling his erection against my stomach.
You're treading into some dangerous territory, Caitlin.
He grits, his voice rough.
I'm trying to be good by not crossing boundaries like we did before, but you're making it fucking difficult. Keep it up, and there will be no going back.
I stare into his wild gaze, feeling both desired and discouraged. I love knowing I still get to him, that he still has some sort of feelings when it comes to me. Yet, I'm sad to know the memory I've cherished for 7 years was nothing more than crossing a line to him. Hurt overrides the desire, and I swallow thickly. Well, you don't need to worry about that, Nick. I decided a long time ago I'm more than a boundary to be crossed, and I'm not some naive girl anymore who is stupid enough to think you care more for her than a casual fuck. So don't worry, you're in the clear. No lines will be crossed. I push him away, going to walk around him, when he grasps my arm in a firm grip, halting me. His eyes are enraged as he stares down at me.
That's not what I fucking said. You're twisting my words.
I rip out of his hold. Yeah, you did. But it's nothing new to me. I knew 7 years ago, when I found out you left town without so much as a goodbye, that what happened between us meant nothing to you. Okay, that's a lie. I held his letter close, and that stone even closer for years. I would remember the way he looked at me as he moved inside of me, remember the things he whispered, telling me I'm more. But right now, I'm too hurt to remember any of that.
Caitlin.
He starts, then trails off, clearly struggling to find the right words, but really, there's nothing to say. Whatever. I just want to get the hell out of here. This time it's me who leaves first, and I don't look back, not wanting him to see the pain I know is all over my face.
Chapter 16. Nick. The sun is beginning to rise as we pull up to my grandfather's ranch, a place I haven't been to visit in far too long. Caitlin has barely said 2 damn words to me since we left my apartment last night, but I don't blame her. I hate myself right now. My fucking words didn't come out right. I wanted to tell her how wrong she was about what happened all those years ago. I wanted her to know I've never stopped thinking about that night or her. But it would have been a stupid move. Bringing feelings into the equation is fucking dangerous. They make you vulnerable, and even though it's the truth, it doesn't change things. It doesn't change our circumstances of what never can be. "Do you think he's still asleep?" she asks softly, staring out her passenger window as we park. "No, the man gets up at the ass crack of dawn. I'm sure he's getting ready to head out to the barn soon." "Yeah, but it's 4 a.m. As if we just summoned him, Pop opens the front door with a big grin on his face. He's already dressed and holding a cup of coffee. "Guess you're right," Caitlin muses with affection as we both climb out of the SUV. "Well, I'll be damned. I never thought I'd see the day where I'd get to have 2 of my favorite people together, visiting me." Pop bellows cheerfully while we make our way up to the door. Caitlin runs up the front steps and into his arms. "It's good to see you, Pop." He envelops her in a long hug. "Likewise, darling. I've missed you." Stepping back, he grabs hold of her shoulders, taking her in. "Look at you. Even more pretty than I remember. I didn't think that was possible." "Oh, you're smooth. Too bad that charm never rubbed off on your grandson," she quips before turning back to me with a glare. Yep, she's still pissed. "Forgive him, he comes by it honestly. I'm confident one day he'll learn to be as smooth as his pop." I grunt, making him chuckle. "Come here, Nicky boy." He pulls me in for a quick hug, giving me a few hard claps on the back. Good to see you, Pop. I've missed you, son. Been too long since the last time. He replies, making me feel like shit because I know it's the truth and my fault. It's been close to 5 years since I've come home. I flew him down to Florida one Christmas, but he hates to travel as much as I hate the reminders of the past. However, I should have sucked it up for his sake. He's the only one to ever give a shit about me and provided a roof over my head when I had nowhere else to go. Well, come in. I know you guys must be exhausted, but I have some breakfast cooking. You guys can eat before you crash. Go ahead, I gesture to Caitlin. I'll grab your bags. With a nod, she follows Pop in. As I walk to retrieve our stuff from the back of the SUV, I breathe in the country air and glance around the property. Everything is still kept in top shape, and it makes me wonder if he's had to do it all himself or if he's had help. Shaking my head, I walk into the house and drop the bags down by the door before heading into the kitchen. Caitlin sets the table while Pop stands at the stove frying bacon. George tells me you've done well, that you got yourself a beauty place down there, he says, talking about her papa. I lean against the wall watching Caitlin smile. I do. Thanks to Colan and Papa, it's my pride and joy. Ah, baloney. He waves a hand in the air. It's all you and your hard work. That's what I keep telling her. Caitlin's gaze snaps to me, the smile she just had vanishing and her eyes narrowing. Clearly she doesn't appreciate the compliment from me. Well, I'm pretty good at my sink. Just ask Nick, she remarks with a sassy smirk. I grunt as I take a seat at the table, recalling the ice-cold water on my head. Yeah? Nicky boy, you went and got beautified by our girl here? He asks, sharing Caitlin's amusement. Caitlin quirks a brow and responds before I can. He sure did. You know how high maintenance our boy is. He even wanted a wax, but I didn't have time. Pop barrels at a laugh, knowing she's full of shit, but finds her funny anyway. I, on the other hand, don't, but my cock still hardens all the same at her sass. The shit I want to do to that mouth of hers. Pop brings over a big plate of bacon and pancakes. Eat up, then you guys can hit the hay. I did up the sheets on both beds, he says, talking about my bedroom and the guest room. Unless, of course, you only need one. We definitely need two. Caitlin rushes to answer his not-so-subtle question. But thanks, Pop, for letting us stay. I know this was all last minute, she adds softly. Any time, darling. You guys are always welcome here. Besides, it's long overdue for me to see my boy. Just how long has it been? She asks, taking a bite of her pancake. Oh, hell, it's got to be close to 5 years now if memory serves me right. Caitlin's fork clatters to her plate as she turns and stares at me. It's been 5 years since you've seen your grandfather? Ah, it's all right. He's been busy with work. Pop rushes to my defense, making me feel even more like an asshole. The boy has gone places just like I knew he would. Top FBI agent at his headquarters. He and his partner brought down a big government official a few years back. Ain't that right, Nicky? Yeah, Pop, I mumble, shoveling food in my mouth. Well, there should always be time for family, especially when it's the only ones we have. I glare at her, not appreciating her judgment. I already know I'm an asshole. I don't need the reminder. Thankfully, Pop changes the subject, and the rest of breakfast consists of him and Caitlin catching up. Lots of the stuff Caitlin tells him are things I already knew when I checked on her over the years. He doesn't bring up Colan, probably because he knows it will upset her. My earlier guilt comes rushing back when he talks about the ranch, mentioning some of the work is becoming more difficult for him, so he had to sell off some of his livestock. It makes me wonder what will happen when he can't do this anymore. Where will he go? Who will help him? It might be selfish of me, but I don't want to leave Florida. I love my job and don't want to leave it. But I can't leave him to die alone. Panic strikes me hard and fast at the thought, making it difficult to breathe. Fuck, I don't even want to think about it. You should retire and come live down by me.
Caitlin suggests, pulling me back to the moment.
Charleston is amazing. The weather is beautiful, food's incredible, and the southern hospitality is like nothing you'll ever experience. I take good care of you.
I tense, pissed she offered before I even had a chance to. That's awful generous of you, and it sounds like a great place. But he shakes his head. Nah, I don't think I could ever leave here. This is where my Helen and I spent our life together until she passed away and Nikki came along. It holds a lot of memories, including the only ones I have of my little girl Lila. It's home. My entire body goes stiff, blood rushing in my ears and palms sweating at the mention of her. A hot poker spears my chest. The pain so sharp it fucking stops my heart. He never brings her up. He knows not to.
I can understand that.
Caitlin's soft voice echoes through the panic building inside of me.
Just know that the offer is always open. I'd love to see your handsome face every day. I'll even give you free haircuts.
I clear my throat, trying to steady my voice and change the subject. Why don't we find you a ranch hand? Get you some help. He nods. I thought about it. It's hard giving up work I've done for so long. I get that, but you need the extra hand, and this way you could stay here. I'll think about it, he says non-committally, taking a hefty sip of his coffee before putting the mug down. Well, I better get out there. I'll come help. I'm tired as hell, but there's no way I'm going to leave him out there by himself now. No, you go on and get some sleep. I'll be fine. It's just some small stuff this morning. You sure? Yep, we'll catch up tonight at supper, he says, clapping my shoulder before bending down to kiss Caitlin on the cheek. You leave the dishes. I'll get them when I come back in. Y'all rest up. As soon as he walks out the door, Caitlin ignores the order and starts cleaning up. I join in, and between the two of us we get it done quickly, all the while remaining silent. There's an underlying tension in the air. A million emotions are plaguing me, and I fucking hate it. It's one of the reasons I don't come back. We grab our bags by the door and walk up the stairs. You can have my room. I'll take the guest room, I offer, since my bed is more comfortable.
Thanks, though I don't think it's your room anymore since you haven't been back in 5 years.
Her snide comment sends me over the edge. Would you fucking lay off? I stop in the hallway between our rooms and face her. You don't know shit. How long has it been since you've been back?
I don't have anyone here to see, she snaps, stepping into my space. He's the only family you have, Nick.
You think I don't fucking know that?
You don't act like it.
You're right. He's my grandfather, so back off and quit trying to take him on as your responsibility. She rears back, gaping at me, before a smile breaks out over her face. I have no idea why, since there's nothing fucking funny happening right now. What? I ask when I can't take the silence anymore.
You're jealous.
I am not. Her smile spreads.
Yes, you are. You're worried I'm going to steal your pop away.
She pokes me in the chest.
It would serve you right. He's always been there for you. He deserves the same loyalty in return. If you won't be there for him, then I will.
She stomps away, slamming the door to my room behind her. Oh, I don't fucking think so. I go in after her, almost ripping the door off its hinges as I enter. She spins around, eyes wide as I close the distance between us. Let's get one thing straight. You do not set the rules. I do, and you will not be taking care of my pop. You have your own you can go take care of. I storm out, slamming the door behind me, but then decide I'm still not done with her and stomp back in to see her standing in the same place. And let me tell you something else. I am not fucking jealous.
Really?
She says, propping a hand on her hip with the smug smile that drives me fucking crazy. Yes, really. You don't know anything about it, just like you don't know anything about the bullshit you spewed last night. Her amusement vanishes, and her eyes narrow as she steps closer.
Don't you dare tell me I don't know what I was talking about last night. I spoke the truth. You're the one who talked about us like it was a huge mistake. Her finger pokes me hard in the chest. You're the one who left without ever looking back, so fuck you and your bullshit. Grabbing her wrist, I yank her against me. Our bodies so close I know she can feel how hard I am as we glare at one another. I never thought it was a mistake. I've thought about that fucking night almost as much as I've thought about you, which has been every goddamn day. Her eyes flare in shock, and something else. Something that has me throwing all caution out of the window. Fuck it. I claim her mouth like I want her body. My tongue thrusts into its warm, sweet depth, her taste rushing through my veins like a drug. It's fucking intoxicating and has my knees almost buckling. With a whimper, her hands dive into my hair with frustration, her tight grip sending the sting straight to my cock. I back her against the wall, knocking shit over in our haste. You drive me fucking crazy, I growl, thrusting my hips against her. Nick? Her desperate cry proves she needs me as much as I need her. Our hands reach for each other's clothes at the same time. We break apart, ridding ourselves of our shirts first, as she works her sexy black bra. I drop to my knees and remove her pants, my goddamn hands shaking with urgency. There's no going back from here, and I don't give a fuck. I need this girl right now like my next breath. I kiss her flat stomach, swirling my tongue around the purple jeweled barbell through her belly button that I caught a glimpse of last night. It's sexy as fuck and suits her. As I work my way back up, reaching her perfect, ample tits, I take one pink nipple into my mouth while my hand cups the soft, heavy weight of the other. Yes, she cries out, thrusting the heat of her pussy against my bare chest, bringing my cock close to explosion. Nick, please, please. I want to spend time worshipping her body, but I'm too goddamn blind with need at the moment. Right now I just need to be inside of her. Cupping her ass, I hoist her up, her back flush to the wall, realizing her lace panties are a thong. Fuck me. I'm gonna die before I even get inside of her. Wrap your legs around me, baby. As she obeys the order, I undo my belt and jeans. Then with one swift pull, I shred her panties from her hips. Her gasp trails into a moan when I free my cock and swipe it through her slick heat. She's fucking soaked. I don't bother shedding my jeans before I drive into fucking paradise. Nick! She screams out in pleasure, her head falling back on the wall. Jesus Christ, Caitlin, I groan, dropping my forehead on her shoulder as my body threatens to give out from the need pumping through me. You good? I grit past my locked jaw. Yes, so good, she moans. I look up at her. You want it hard, baby? God, yes. That's all the assurance I need before I start thrusting into her with hard, fast strokes, fucking 7 long years out of my system. Her hands clutch my shoulders, her nails marking me, driving me to the brink of madness. You feel this, Caitlin? Feel how good it is? How could I ever fucking forget something this incredible? Nothing or no one in the world compares to this girl. I drop my forehead on hers, staring into her beautiful, exotic eyes. Tell me, baby. Tell me you thought about this as much as I did. All the time, even when I tried not to, she admits, pain flickering in her soft expression. It makes me furious at her for caring about me, furious at myself because I can't give her what she deserves. If she only knew how close I've kept her to me. Instead of telling her I lock my mouth with hers, inhaling her breathy moans while I continue to drive up inside of her. I move one hand between our sweat-slicked bodies and stroke her swollen clit. Oh God, Nick, I'm going to come, she cries. Give it to me, baby. Let me feel it all over my cock. Her walls lock down on me as she crashes over the edge. I speed up, fucking her hard and fast through her orgasm. Fire erupts through my body just before I find my own release. Keeping one hand around her waist, I braced the other on the wall above her head, trying not to keel the fuck over. Our chests heave in unison, our breathing ragged. "You ripped my new Victoria's Secret panties," she mumbles through her labored breathing. "I should kill you for that." I want to tell her she almost did, but decide against it. "I'll buy you a new pair. I'll buy her 10, one in every damn color." I pull out of her with a tortured groan, wishing I could stay inside of her forever, then pull my pants up enough before pushing away from the wall. Caitlin's arms and legs tighten around me, clinging to me like a fucking koala bear. "Whenever you do not put me down. I won't be able to stand." I chuckle. "Don't worry. I got you." Walking over to my bed, I pull back the covers, then lay her down. She expels a breathy sigh as she snuggles in, covering herself much too quickly. "I'll be right back." "Okay," she mumbles sleepily. "I'll be right here, still unable to move." With a smirk, I head out into the hall and realize we left the bedroom door open. I wince, hoping Pop didn't come in the house for anything, though as loud as she was screaming, he probably heard her in the fucking barn. The memory of her cries has my semi-erect cock standing at attention again. Entering the bathroom, I close the door and brace my hands on the sink, dropping my forehead on the mirror. The cold glass a welcome relief to my overheated body. I cross the line again, but just like last time, I don't fucking regret it. I could never regret 1 second with her. I can't be around her and not have her. It's goddamn impossible. Even though this time might kill us both. Blowing out a breath, I pick up a washcloth and wet it with warm water. This is another thing we need to discuss. I was so fucking consumed by my need to have her, I didn't stop for a goddamn condom. I have never done that. Only that first time with her. I pray like hell she's on some form of birth control. She would have said something if not, right? I think about how to go about asking her without fucking up my words, but as I return to the bedroom, I find her passed out cold. "Kate." She doesn't stir. Walking over, I put my hand under the blanket, gently slipping the warm cloth between her thighs. With a gasp, she slaps my hand away, grumbling something incoherent before falling back to sleep. Chuckling, I finish quickly, then toss the rag in the hamper before staring down at her, her pretty face soft with sleep. Even though I shouldn't, I crawl in behind her and pull her into me, needing to sleep with her in my arms. Just before I let exhaustion take me, I brush my lips on the side of her temple and whisper, "You are more."
Chapter 17. Caitlin. I'm a bundle of nerves as we walk out to the SUV to head to my parents' house. Awkward silence filling the air like it has been since Nick came down for supper. I worried it was all a dream, but when I woke up in his arms with a tenderness between my thighs, it was, in fact, very real. It was nothing how I pictured it would be, considering we were fighting just before it happened. It was passionate, powerful, aggressive, and beautiful, all at the same time.
"You feel this, Caitlin. Feel how good it is. How could I ever fucking forget something this incredible?"
How could he think about me that often and not contact me? I would have given anything to even get a simple phone call from him. Some nights I ached so bad for him, just to hear his voice and know he was okay. As soon as I woke up, I left the bed while he slept, even though I wanted nothing more than to stay in his arms all day. I know what happened between us changes nothing. He will still go back to Florida when this is all over. The thought leaves a gaping hole in my heart, but I've accepted it. Kind of. I have no idea if it will happen again, but I won't object if it does. I don't think I could even if I wanted to. Except this time, I will keep my heart out of it. Oh, who the hell am I kidding? It's already resting permanently in the palm of his lethal hand. It's always belonged to him. The bastard. I've come to realize, if there is one part of our body we have no control over, it's the heart. It has a mind of its own, and it doesn't give a damn about consequences. So yeah, after this is all over and he goes back to Florida, I will break for a second time. Only this time I'm prepared for it. I won't be blindsided, and I'll pick up the pieces like I did before. I just need to keep remembering that, and hopefully I'll be able to survive without him once more. Nick clears his throat, breaking the silence after we climb in.
Listen, we need to talk about earlier.
My stomach drops like a heavy anchor. I guess that second time won't be happening after all. Holding up my hand, I ward off whatever he's about to say. Save it. You don't need to say anything. I know the rules, and I expect nothing. If you want, we can pretend like it never even happened. I try to keep my voice light, hoping to play it off like I don't care, when in fact, I care too much. As silence fills the vehicle, I look over to see him glaring at me.
That's not what I was going to fucking say.
Oh, well, never mind then. Go ahead. He shakes his head, frustrated.
We need to talk about the fact that I didn't use a condom.
I frown. It wasn't something I had thought about, but I guess I should have. Well, I'm clean if that's what you're worried about.
I wasn't worried about you being clean. I'm worried about the birth control part.
Of course he is. Well, don't worry. You're safe. I'm protected. I've used an IUD for years because I have the worst memory for the pill. I can feel his glare on me again, but don't look over at him.
It's not just about me, Caitlin.
The hell it isn't. It might not be the most ideal situation, but me bearing Nick's child would not wreck me like it would him. If anything, it would be something I treasure, getting to have a piece of him forever. I push the thought away immediately.
Just so you know, I'm clean too,
he adds, his tone softer.
I've always used a condom, and it's the Bureau's policy to be tested every 6 months.
I shrug. I wasn't concerned about it.
You should be. It's always something you should think about.
My gaze snaps to his. Save the lecture, Nick. I'm not a damn child. I've always used protection. I wasn't worried about you because I know if there was even a small chance you weren't clean, then you wouldn't have touched me. But maybe I am stupid for trusting you that much. I turn back around, looking out my window because I am so over this conversation. Can we just go, please? I feel his eyes boring into the side of my head as angry heat blazes over my skin.
Yeah, but one thing first.
As I turn to him, he hooks his hand around my neck and pulls me in for a deep, passionate kiss. A gasp flees me at the unexpected contact of his commanding lips. This isn't like the rushed, heated kisses we shared earlier. This one is long and thorough, but still reaching my soul. He pulls back, resting his forehead on mine. Slowly, I open my eyes to see him watching me.
For the record, Caitlin, we both know there's no pretending like it didn't happen. Not with us.
Without another word, he puts the vehicle in drive, leaving me stunned, with a smile smothering my face. However, it vanishes quickly as we make the drive through town. This place holds so many dark memories for me, memories I've tried to forget, and I'm about to challenge the darkest one. I try to hide my nerves from Nick, since he already didn't want me to come. I couldn't stay back, though. As scared as I am, a part of me wants to face the man who made my life hell growing up, to show him that Colin and I made something of ourselves, that what he did to us didn't define us. As we pull up to my parents' rundown house in the country, a wave of panic knocks me back. The memory from the last time I saw the monster who lives inside tries to invade my thoughts, filling me with disgust and shame. Warmth covers my cold, clammy fingers. Looking down at Nick's hand over mine, I glance up to see him watching me in concern. If he knew what happened, there's no way he would let me be here right now. He can never know.
You don't have to do this. Let me go talk to him alone.
I consider it, especially feeling like I am. I don't want him to see me afraid, but I shake my head. He's the last person I want to see, but I feel like I need to face him. Otherwise, if I stay in this car, I'm the same little girl who cowered at his very presence. He doesn't deserve that kind of control over me. He never did. It's clear he still doesn't like the idea, but he accepts it with a nod.
Okay, let's go.
As we get out of the vehicle and climb the rickety steps, the familiar creak of floorboards beneath my feet has vicious memories assaulting me hard and fast.
You worthless piece of shit. I'm going to make you pay for that.
I shake my head, fighting back tears as my brother's screams of pain follow the menacing voice.
You're gonna be a good girl, Katie, and keep your fucking mouth shut. You owe it to me. Kate, baby, you okay?
Nick's voice reels me back to the present. I squeeze my eyes shut, forcing the memories back down. You can do this, Caitlin. He has no power over you. Not anymore. Before I can reassure Nick I'm fine, the front door opens, revealing my father. My entire body freezes, including my breath, as I take in the man before me. No, not a man. A monster. Though, looking at him now, he doesn't look much like a monster. Actually, he doesn't look scary at all. He looks weak. He's thinner, more frail, yet still has his beer gut. His dark salt and pepper hair is greasy like the rest of him. It looks as if he hasn't showered in days. The beer bottle in his hand is the same kind he's always drank, the kind I've never been able to look at, let alone stomach. His beady, bloodshot eyes widen in surprise before they sweep down my body, making nausea roll in my tummy.
Well, well, well. If it isn't my little girl.
Nick steps in front of me, blocking me from his view.
We're looking for Colin. Why the hell do you think he'd be here?
Before Nick can answer, I step around him, glaring up at the despicable man before me. Because we know he came here a few months ago. We also know he gave you money. He looks back and forth between Nick and me, then takes a long pull of his beer.
Don't know what you're talking about.
My blood heats at the lie. Yes, you do. And I want to know right now why he gave you money. What did you do? His red eyes narrow, that familiar rage I've witnessed so many times firing in their depths. But I feel no fear. Only anger and resentment, knowing he's done something. Keith? Who is it? My mother stumbles behind him, cigarette dangling from her mouth and sporting a black eye, no doubt from him. She's as pathetic as he is, and I hate her almost as much. Her eyes flare in shock when she catches sight of me. What are you doing here? Colan's missing, I tell her, waiting for some kind of reaction. But unfortunately, there's none. She simply shrugs. So, what does that have to do with us? How she and my Aunt Linda are related is beyond me. Where my aunt is one of the kindest souls you'd ever meet, my mother is the complete opposite. My aunt said she hasn't always been like that, but it's the only way I've ever known her. Mean and hateful, just like my father. Nick is the one to answer.
We know he came here a few months ago and gave you a lot of money. Want to explain what that's about?
There's a brief flash of fear in my mother's eyes before she schools her features. She knows something.
I already fucking told you I don't know what you're talking about,
my father bellows. You're lying. I get in his face, my hands fisting at my sides. Tell us what you've done. Where is he?
Listen here, you little bitch.
Just as he reaches out to grab my arm, Nick steps in front of me, pushing him back.
Don't fucking touch her.
His low warning has my father taking a small step back.
Caitlin, go to the car.
I tense at the order. What? No way. Not until he tells us what he's done to Colin.
I haven't done anything to him. Now get the fuck off my property before I make you regret coming here.
Nick turns around and grabs my arm.
Come on.
Wait, what are you doing? I ask, as he pulls me down the steps. It's clear he's lying. Why are you—
Hopefully someone taught the cocky bastard a lesson and he's dead.
My father's words deliver a painful blow, stopping me in my tracks. I rip away from Nick and spin around. What did you just say? He smirks, proud of himself.
I said I hope the mouthy fucker is dead. It'd serve him right.
An intense fury rips through me. It's so powerful it shreds any control I have left. Bending down, I pick up a rock, the biggest one I can find, and throw it at him, hitting him in the shoulder. Fuck you! Angry tears pour down my face as I grab another one, throwing it at the front window and shattering it.
You little whore!
My father yells, but I ignore him and scoop up another and another, throwing them hard and fast at him. He raises his arms protectively, trying to block the blows.
Caitlin, stop!
Nick tries to grab me, but I dodge him and continue my assault. I hate you! I wish you were fucking dead, you asshole! I'm screaming and crying so loud my voice is hoarse. Nick finally grabs hold of me, locking his arms around me.
Stop. He's not worth it. Just breathe.
My father comes flying down the stairs in a rage, heading straight for me. Just before he reaches us, Nick shoves me behind him, sending me to stumble into the vehicle before spinning around and knocking my father to the ground with a single blow to the face. He rolls around on the ground, howling in pain as he holds his hands over his nose, blood gushing from between his fingers. Nick storms over to me and opens the door to the SUV, pushing me inside.
Don't come out, no matter what. Do you understand?
The fury and determination set in his jaw has me obeying with a nod. Slamming the door, he strides purposefully back over to my father. My heart stalls in my chest when I see him pull his gun before grabbing my father by the shirt and dragging him to his feet, hauling him up the stairs into the house. What's he doing? A solid 2 minutes pass before I hear a loud crash and my mother scream, "Oh my God, oh my God." I jump out of the car and am about to run up to the stairs when I remember my promise to Nick. Tears stream down my face as I pace back and forth, unsure of what to do, my heart racing in fear. More grunts and another crash happens that has panic tearing through me. "Nick!" I scream. "What's going on? Are you okay?" I still, listening closely. When I hear nothing, my fear escalates to a whole new level. I'm just about to say screw it and rush inside when Nick comes running out with something in his hand. He tucks it in his back pocket, maintaining a strong grip on his gun with the other.
Get in the car, quick,
he orders, tearing up the dirt beneath his feet. We jump in at the same time. His door is barely shut before he's peeling out of the gravel driveway. I stare at him, waiting for an explanation, his expression hard as stone. What happened? When he remains silent, I push again. Talk to me. What just happened in there? Did you find out where Colin is?
He doesn't know where he is.
He's lying. He has to be. With Colin giving him money and coming here, he
was fucking blackmailing him. That's how he got the money.
He snaps. With what? What could he possibly have to blackmail Colin with? His hands grip the steering wheel harder, accenting the whites of his knuckles. A cold fury pours from him like I've never seen. Nick, will you tell me what the hell is going on? You're scaring me. He shakes his head.
Just leave it alone.
I will not leave it alone. I have a right to know. When he still doesn't answer, I look down, remembering he came out with something. What's in your pocket? He tenses.
Nothing.
Like hell it's nothing. Having enough of his games, I reach behind him.
God damn it, Caitlin, I said no.
He tries pushing me away, but I'm at a better angle than him, my hand small enough to fit between him and the seat. I'm able to grab some of what's there before he successfully pushes me back, and it sends him over the edge.
Fuck!
Panic twists his features, something I've never seen from him before.
Baby, please don't look at that.
Unable to stop myself, my eyes fall to what I hold in my hand. The entire world around me comes to a stop. Horror washing over me as I stare at the picture. It's my worst fear. Something I never wanted to get out. Something I thought couldn't hurt me again. But I was so wrong. Oh my God. The broken sound of my voice is distant to my ears, the space around me beginning to close in. I slap a hand over my mouth as my stomach rebels. Pull over. The vehicle screeches to a stop before I fall out into the ditch and empty all the contents from my stomach. Nick drops down beside me, his arms holding me close as he whispers in my ear.
It's okay. I got you.
My heart pounds so violently, I can barely make out his words. I continue to retch until there's nothing left. When I can finally breathe, an agonized scream tears from my throat. A scream so powerful, it ricochets through the night air, echoing for miles.
Shh, please. Kate, don't.
Nick pleads, his voice raw and gruff as he rocks me back and forth. But I can't stop, and I scream until there's nothing left, until I can no longer feel the humiliation and pain burning inside of me, until the person I have always been becomes nothing but a shell of who I once was. Chapter 18. Caitlin. The past. 15 years old. Opening the door to my room, I peek out, checking to see if he's passed out yet in his chair. My mother fell asleep on the couch hours ago, a cigarette still burning in her hand until I put it out. I need to find that bracelet. I know he took it. I just pray he hasn't pawned it yet. Colin worked hard to buy it for me, and it's something I planned to treasure forever. I thought I hid it well, but I guess not. The last time I saw it was yesterday morning, so there's a good chance it's still here. I tentatively step out when I see my father reclined back in his chair, his mouth open and a slight snore coming from him. The creak of the floorboards beneath my feet has me wincing. My stomach is in knots, hating Colin has to work so late. I hate being here alone. I hate being here, period. And even more so, knowing Colin is only living here still for my sake. When he turned 18, he wanted to move out and take me with him, but my father threatened him. Told him he'd call the cops and have him arrested. Until I'm 18, I belong to my parents. The thought leaves me nauseous. We could have run away, but I didn't want to live on the run our whole lives, and I definitely didn't want to leave Nick and Faith. So we agreed to wait it out until I was done with high school. Then we'll leave and move somewhere far away. Things hadn't been so bad up until recently. My father stopped hitting Colin years ago when Colin got big enough to fight back. The memory of that final time has a shiver snaking up my spine. Even though he stopped hitting us, he found other ways to be mean. Mostly to me because he was too scared of Colin. My father's always been an asshole, but lately things have been different. The way he looks at me is different. I began noticing it when I turned 14. It started with the hateful remarks. He would tell me, it's a good thing I grew up to be pretty because I have nothing else going for me. After the remarks came the looks that left me feeling sick inside. Vulnerable and naked, even though I was fully clothed. At first I wondered if I was imagining it because he has never made me feel like that before. But it's gotten worse lately. The leering stares and the things he says. When I left for school the other day, he said if I kept dressing like a whore, someone was going to make one out of me. The way he said it had bile rising in my throat and induced a terror I've never felt before. I had on my usual summer wardrobe of jean shorts and a tank top. Nothing different or revealing than what any of the other girls at my school wear. Summers in Montana are scorchers, but I still put on a sweater after that. Now I completely cover myself until I get away from the house, then change at school. It's gotten so bad that I will only shower when they aren't home, and I never sleep. Terrified of what might happen if I close my eyes and leave myself vulnerable. I've considered telling Colin about it, but he has so much on his plate already, and the whole thought of voicing it out loud makes me sick inside. It makes me feel ashamed of not only myself, but also my body. I love doing hair and makeup. Cosmetology is my favorite subject, and when I graduate, I want to be an esthetician. But lately, I've even felt ashamed of that. Doing anything to make myself feel pretty has me feeling like I'm doing something wrong, and that my father is right. It makes me a whore. I've been staying away as much as possible, especially when Colin is working nights, but sometimes it's hard, and I hate imposing on Faith and Nick so much. Well, not as much on Nick because I love being around him, even when he's broody. He not only makes me feel safe, but important. Like I matter. Colin said he wouldn't be too late tonight, so I want to find that bracelet before he comes back. Otherwise, a huge fight will ensue with my father and Tim when he finds out it's gone. The first place I search is my parents' room. I close the door behind me with a slight click, then start rummaging through everything I possibly can. Every drawer in the dresser, their closet, their bathroom, but I continue to come up empty-handed. No. It has to still be here. I drop down beside their bed, checking under the mattress and pillows. Lying flat on the floor, I look under the bed, but can't see much from the dim light in the room. Shoving my hand underneath, I feel around and hit something hard. Clutching part of it in my hand, I pull it out and see it's a small wooden chest with a dainty lock on it. Remembering the bronze keys I came across on my father's nightstand, I retrieve them and hit pay dirt when I realize it's for the chest. Yes! I cheer with a hiss. It has to be in here. Who knows what else he could have stolen and hid in here. With that thought in mind, I open the treasure chest, only to reveal that it's not what I thought at all. Not even my worst nightmare could conjure up what I'm seeing right now. I blink rapidly, swearing it's not real. It can't be real. With a trembling hand, I reach in and pull out one of the photos that's in it. Photos of me that I never knew existed. Me in the shower, while I'm dressing in my bedroom, and even one when I'm sleeping. The blankets had been removed and my nightgown pushed up past my hips. My breathing becomes shallow as my heart races in my ears. Shame, humiliation, and disgust fill me, crawling up my throat. A sob escapes as I pull out every photo. There must be at least 30 of them, all of them dated over the last year. How could he do this without me knowing? The ones of me in the shower look like it's coming from directly in front of me. And I quickly recall the missing tile exposing part of the water pipes. Oh God! I'm so caught up in my despair, I don't hear my mother stumble in half asleep until it's too late. She comes to a stop when she sees me, her sleepy eyes narrowing. "What the hell are you doing in my room?" she snaps, not seeing what I have on the floor next to me since I'm on the other side of the bed. I swallow past the excruciating burn in my throat. "Do you know about these? Do you know what he's done?" Grabbing a handful of the photos, I stand, throwing a bunch of them at her. Her eyes widen, but not in surprise. In fear. There's also a level of disgust as she looks away. It's clear she knows, or at least suspected. "Keith!" she yells, her voice shaky. "How could you?" I ask, agony and shame burning inside of me. "How could you let him do this to me? I'm your daughter." Something that looks an awful lot like resentment washes over her expression, directed at me. "It's your fault for doing this to him. If you didn't prance around like a hussy, he wouldn't have done this. How do you think it makes me feel that you're always one-upping me? He's my husband." I gape at her, my heart shattering. "You've completely lost your mind." Before she can respond, my dad comes storming in. "What the fuck are you yelling about, woman?" My stomach instantly recoils at the sight of him, my body quaking in anger and disgust. He takes in the scene, noticing the shattered pictures across the bed. His gaze snaps to me, not looking the least bit sorry or embarrassed, just angry. "What the hell do you think you're doing in here? Get out!" "How dare you?" I croak. "How could you do something like this?" "I warned you, didn't I? Told you if you kept it up, someone was going to teach you a lesson. It's your punishment." "Punishment for what? I haven't done anything wrong." "Bullshit. You prance around like a little whore. Even my friends make comments about you. If that's the way you're going to act, then at least I'll make money from it. Tim paid some good coin for a couple of those." Bile rises in my throat, my disgust reaching a whole new level. "Your friends are fucking perverts just like you, and you're all gonna pay." His eyes narrow dangerously as he points his finger at me. "You're gonna be a good girl, Katie, and keep your fucking mouth shut. You owe it to me." "I don't owe you a damn thing." I start gathering up all the pictures. "What are you doing? Put them down and get out." When I ignore him, he stalks toward me.
I told you to put them down.
He backhands me, pain instantly exploding through my head. I stumble back and trip, falling to the ground. Holding my cheek, I stare up at him.
You've forgotten your manners, little girl. It's been too long. Time for a reminder.
Terror grips me as he starts removing his belt. I try to stand, but the pain in my head is still too fresh.
What the fuck is going on in here?
Colan bellows, stepping through my parents' bedroom door. A sob of relief escapes me. He rushes over and drops to the ground next to me.
Kate, you okay? What happened?
He brushes my hair aside and faintly touches the tenderness of my cheek. His furious gaze snaps to my father, but before he can get up, I grab onto his shirt. Colan, I cry. He's done something really bad.
You shut the fuck up,
my father warns. Colan fires back his own warning before pulling me in closer.
Shh. Deep breaths, Kate. Tell me what happened.
Unable to find the words through the shame and humiliation burning my throat, I thrust the crumpled-up pictures at him, burying my face in his chest, unable to bear witness to the disgust in his eyes. I feel his entire body go rigid.
Jesus.
His words are tight with rage, yet there's a desperation in his voice that has me crying harder. He pulls me in closer, bringing his mouth to my ear.
Go pack as much of your stuff as you can and be fast. Don't leave your room until I come get you.
I worry about what he's going to do, but know there's no use in arguing. Be careful, I say before standing. My father rushes out of the room before I can.
Go now,
Colan orders, before running out after him. On shaking legs, I race past my mother into my room. The same time a loud crash comes from the living room, and I hear my father howl out in pain.
You went too far this time, motherfucker.
Grabbing a duffel bag from my closet, I throw in as much stuff as I can fit and try to ignore the distraction happening outside. Colan, stop! You're going to kill him! My mother screams. When I hear a gunshot, my legs threaten to buckle. Grabbing my bag, I run out into the living room to see my mother pointing a gun at Colan. My father lies on the ground, beaten to a pulp, his blood splattered on Colan's shirt. Mom, what are you doing? Put the gun down, I tell her. Her hands shake uncontrollably. She looks as terrified as I feel, which makes me even more nervous about the gun in her hand. Colan is the only one who looks calm, yet rage still dances wildly in his dark eyes.
You gonna do the right thing for once in your life and shoot him?
He asks my mother. Tears begin streaming down her face. Get out of this house and don't come back.
You're as pathetic as he is,
he says, with hatred edging his voice. Shut up, she screams. This is your fault. You've always pushed his buttons. You both made him this way. Colan stalks over to her, sending panic to pulse through me. When he rips the gun from her hand, I'm able to find air again.
I'm leaving, and Caitlin's coming with me. If he comes anywhere near her again, I'll kill you both.
My heart stops at the sincerity of his threat. He looks over at me.
Go out to my truck. I'll be right there.
The pictures, I whisper, trailing off as my voice cracks.
I got them. Go.
I had walked out of my parents' house for the last time. That night Colan stood next to me, hugging me as we burned every single photo that was taken. He swore to me he would find the ones my father sold and destroy them too. He promised no one would hurt us again. It was supposed to be the end of our nightmare, but it seems it wasn't over.
Chapter 19. Nick. As soon as I got Caitlin to calm down and we arrived back to the ranch, she left for the creek, saying she needed time alone. Time I didn't want to give her. She gonna be okay? Pop asks, his eyes tight with concern as he watches me pace back and forth in the kitchen. I run my hands through my hair, blowing out a breath of frustration. I don't know, Pop. It's bad. Really fucking bad. My gut twists with revulsion just thinking about it, fury still pumping through me hot and fast.
After I dragged that asshole into the house, I tried beating the information out of him about why Colan had come there. I planned on using a different approach, but when Caitlin refused to go to the car and he made her explode like that, my control snapped. Unfortunately, no matter how many hits he took, he wouldn't talk. It wasn't until I put my gun to his head that Lorraine finally broke and told me about the blackmail. I didn't believe it until she gave me the few pictures that remained. I knew he was a bastard, but fuck me, not a pedophile. How the fuck could Colan keep that shit from me back then? I knew a big blowout happened when he took her, but not that. Why would he keep quiet about it and not go to the cops? Too many questions with zero answers. Pop comes to stand in front of me, grabbing my shoulders. You need to go to her. I want to, but she said she needs time alone. He shakes his head. No, being alone is the last thing she needs. She's a strong girl, but there's only so much one can take. Take it from me, boy, she needs you. She's always needed you. I don't miss his underlying message. If he only knew how much I wish I could always be there. But he doesn't understand. No one ever could. With a nod, I walk out of the kitchen and grab a blanket before walking out to the creek. She sits in the same place she always used to, hugging her knees to her chest as she stares out at the moon's reflection on the dark creek. She seems lost and really fucking sad. I slowly walk up behind her, draping the blanket over her shoulders, before sitting and pulling her back between my legs. She leans into me, but remains quiet. I kiss the side of her head and decide to let her be the first one to speak. For a long while we do nothing but sit and stare out at the creek until she finally breaks the silence. This is the only good place in this godforsaken town. The only place I can be without the horrible memories constantly haunting me. The sadness in her voice shreds my insides. It wasn't all bad. Think about the times with Faith and her family. Or the times you had with Colan and me. What? Watching you guys play video games or tinker around in your garage with your four-wheeler? Exactly. That was fun. Not everyone was privileged enough to hang with us. A soft chuckle escapes her, which is what I was trying for. No, you're right, she murmurs quietly. It wasn't all bad. Just most of it. I can't argue with that. It was. She had a shitty childhood, and when it wasn't her home life, she had other people being mean, especially the jealous bitches she went to school with. Are you mad we didn't tell you? She whispers, her voice thick with tears. A little, I admit. I guess I'm just trying to understand why the fuck Colan wouldn't have gone to the police. Because I made him promise not to. I tense but remain silent, hoping she will tell me more. I was looking for my bracelet he stole when I found those pictures under his bed. She trails off and shakes her head. I was so shocked, but I guess I shouldn't have been. There were signs for a while. What do you mean? I ask, trying to keep my voice level with all the fury pumping through me. He was always an asshole, but not like that. It was when I hit puberty, got into cosmetology, and began learning how to do my hair and makeup. That's when he started to look at me differently. It was like a switch went off, and something else joined the hatred that was always in his eyes. I didn't know what it was at the time, just that it made me uncomfortable. Then he started saying things that hurt, and it just spiraled from there. But never in a million years did I think he was doing that, and I just couldn't, Nick. I couldn't let Colan tell, or have anyone else see those photos. I was so ashamed and embarrassed. The people in town already looked at me like I was trash. It would have killed me if they knew all along they were right. I flip her around so she's facing me, her words and tear-streaked face ripping my fucking heart out. Don't say that. You have nothing to be ashamed of. Only he does. He was in the wrong, Caitlin, not you. She stares back at me, looking completely broken. Then why am I the one who feels so dirty? Her forehead falls on mine with a sob, her words hitting me like a punch to the gut. Grinding my teeth against the pain radiating through me, I cup the side of her face, my fingers hooking around the back of her neck. Because he violated you. It doesn't matter that he didn't touch you. He invaded your privacy and broke your trust long before that. He's a piece of shit. But his actions don't reflect who you are. They never have and they never will. Slowly her sobs subside, and her hand finds the side of my jaw as she stares back at me. You've always known what to say to make it not hurt so much. A small breath of relief leaves me when hearing that. That's good, baby, because I'd do anything to not have you hurt. Her eyes fall closed, then her wet lips brush mine, and, like always, it's like a shock to my system. I pull her closer, but make no moves to go further, letting her lead. Take the pain away, Nick, she whispers against my mouth, giving me the permission I need. I growl before claiming her sweet lips.
Caitlin. This is exactly what I need at the moment. To be with Nick in the safety of his arms. Right now, I want to get completely lost in him and forget about the nightmare I thought was laid to rest years ago. I need him to take the dirty reminder away and replace it with something beautiful. His hands reach for the bottom of my shirt.
Raise your arms, baby.
I do as instructed, letting him slip the material over my head. His warm lips immediately move to the exposed skin on my neck, while his hands cup my bottom to bring me closer. With a groan, he pulls back.
Where's that blanket?
I grab it from behind me, and he tosses it out next to us. In one smooth motion, he flips me to my back, coming over top of me.
This time, I'm going to take time worshiping every part of you, like you deserve.
My heart warms when he starts at my cheek. He slowly trails his lips across it, eliminating the remainder of my tears. Then he moves down my neck, past my collarbone, and stops right over my heart, letting his lips linger. I thread my fingers through his hair, holding him close, while a fresh set of tears spill from my eyes. A moan escapes me when his tongue traces the swell of my breast next, edging the line of my bra. Coasting his hand up my stomach, he flicks the front clasp of my bra, letting my cups fall free, exposing me from the waist up. A shiver racks my body as the night air whispers over my sensitive flesh. Nick reaches behind his back and removes his shirt before settling back in place, skin to skin. My gasp and his groan unite as the most incredible sensations shoot through my body at the intimate contact with him. I lift my hips, seeking friction. With a swift, hard kiss to my lips, he ventures back down my body, trailing his mouth over every bare piece of skin he passes. His fingers hook into the waistband of my black shorts before tugging them free, along with my panties. His large hands grip the inside of my thighs, keeping my legs spread as he stares down at me. The moonlight behind him casts a small glow across his strong, shadowed face. A low growl erupts from deep within his chest.
You're so pretty, Kate. I've been dying to fucking taste you again.
Dipping between my legs, his tongue licks up the inside of my thigh before reaching my core. Oh, God. I arch up with a gasp, my fingers tangling in his hair as he devours me with soft, heated licks of his skillful tongue. He drives me to the brink of explosion, only to ease back and not let me have the release my body craves. Nick, please. With a tortured groan I feel all the way through my body, he lifts my hips, sucking my swollen butt into his mouth and sends me flying. A cry spills past my lips as white-hot pleasure whips through my senses. I'm barely coming back down from the rush of ecstasy when Nick moves up between my legs and fills me with one slow thrust, stealing my breath for a second time. Wrapping my arms around his neck, I bury my face against his shoulder, reveling in the way he completes me, body and soul. I've never experienced anything like this before, except with him. Nothing or no one has ever compared to the safety and pleasure he gives me.
Jesus, You're fucking perfect. Every part of you.
He groans in my ear. I think you're perfect. Actually, he's far from your typical perfect, but he's perfect to me. Even the broken parts of him that won't let him love me.
You good, Kate?
He asks, his voice gruff in my ear. Lying back, I give him a nod. Yes. He begins moving inside of me, with slow, exquisite strokes, his eyes never leaving mine. He looks at me in a way I've longed to have someone look at me my whole life, like I matter, like I'm important, like I am more. When it's time for him to go back, this is what I'll remember. This is what I'll keep close to me on the nights I ache for him, to remember that someone looked at me like this once. Even if I don't get it for a lifetime, it's better than not getting it at all. Just like the man himself. Reaching up, I cup his strong, stubbly jaw. He encircles my wrist and kisses the inside of it, right over my tattoo. No words needed. As more tears begin to fall, he leans down and catches them with his lips.
Feel me, Kate. Feel nothing but me.
I do. You're all I feel.
Just us,
he whispers. Just us. I wrap my legs around his hips, drawing a growl from him as the position brings him deeper.
Fuck me, you feel too good.
I can hear the restraint in his voice, feel it coiling tight in his body, his muscles flexing under my fingertips. Let go, Nick. We have all night. His voice sounds in my ear.
Only if you come with me.
He changes the angle of his thrusts and speeds them up, a little faster and deeper, hitting that hidden spot inside of me. With a whimper, my nails dig into his sweat-slicked shoulders, then I'm crashing over the edge for a second time.
Ah, fuck yes. There you go, baby.
A few more hard pumps of his hips, and he allows his own release. Stilling, he buries his face in the crook of my neck. Several minutes pass as I hold him extra tight, reveling in our hearts beating as one. He presses a kiss to my neck, then my shoulder, then my mouth, lingering a little longer there. We both groan when he pulls out, and I instantly feel cold without him.
Don't move,
he instructs as he rolls off of me, pulling his pants back up. Taking his discarded shirt, he cleans me with it. I'm about to reach for my clothes, but he grabs them first.
No, I got them.
He grabs the small pile with one hand, then wraps the blanket around me before picking me up. I wrap my arms around his neck in surprise as he begins carrying me back to the house. I can walk, you know.
Yeah, I know.
With a soft smile, I drop my head on his shoulder, the pain that was in my chest duller than it had been. As we make it to the front door, I start to worry. Do you think Pop's still awake? He shrugs.
Probably not. Doesn't matter if he is.
Speak for yourself. Your naked ass is covered up. He chuckles.
So is yours.
Thankfully, all is dark as he steps inside, except for the front entrance light. Nick leaves it on as he carries me up the stairs and into his room. He tosses our clothes in the hamper, then lays me down on the bed. For the briefest second, my heart stops, wondering if he will sleep in the guest room, but my fear is obliterated when he closes the door, locking us both in. I move to the far edge of the bed, while he removes his jeans and slides under the covers. Before I can wiggle in close to him, he wraps both arms around me and brings me flush against him. My heart dances, loving he made the first move. Looking up at him with a smile, I ask the one question I've been asking him for years, even knowing I probably won't get an answer. Tell me something no one else knows about you. His silence and bland expression has me chuckling. Still not ready to tell me yet, Nick? He grunts, unamused. I roll my eyes. Okay, fine. Then at least give me something. Tell me about Florida. Or better yet, tell me about your job. Is it what you expected? Do you like it?
Yeah, I do. A lot.
He's quiet for a brief moment, then shrugs.
I don't know. It's hard to explain. But from my first day at the academy, I knew I made the right career choice. I loved it. Still do. And it got even better when I was transferred to Florida. So to answer your first question, yeah, I like it there too. but mainly because I like my job so much.
As much as I've missed him, it makes me so happy to know he's happy. He deserves it. What kind of things do you do? Are there different divisions?
Yeah, there's a lot. Counterterrorism, public corruption, civil rights, organized crime. Those are just a few. But depending on the case, I could work all of them. Remember Pop telling you at breakfast about Ryder and me taking down that big government official 2 years ago?
I nod.
Well, that case could fit into a lot of categories. Public corruption, civil rights, organized crime. He ran a child sex trafficking ring and sold them at private political parties.
My stomach recoils at the thought. That's terrible.
Yep, he was actually Emily's father.
I tense. Seriously?
Yeah, that's how she and Ryder reconnected. They knew each other back in high school, but her father kept them apart. Ryder didn't let it happen a second time.
Wow, poor Emily. He shrugs.
Not really. She's better off without her parents. They treated her like shit.
Maybe that's why we connected so well. If anyone could relate to having shitty parents, it's me. Nick suddenly encircles my wrist, stroking over the tattoo with his thumb.
Tell me about this.
My light heart becomes heavier again. I shrug, unsure of where to start. Like I said, it's a reminder, so I never forget again.
Who made you forget?
I know what he's asking. After what we heard when we were hiding in that closet, he wants to know if it had to do with Vince. I don't know, Nick. I start softly, a sigh escaping me. I lost track of what was important and who I was. I dated a few assholes. It seems I attract them, but Vince was the worst of them all. I met him at the grand opening of his club. I was there with a bunch of my girlfriends when he sent drinks to our table with a single rose for me. I'm quiet for a moment as I think back to that night. I was flattered that the attractive, very successful club owner picked me out of all the women there. It made me feel special. However, it spiraled fast when I realized he wasn't at all who he first portrayed himself to be. He didn't care about me. He only liked to have me on his arm to show off, like I was some sort of trophy. He thought he owned me, and in a way, I let him. I pause, that familiar anger and resentment filling me every time I think of him.
What happened?
He presses, his voice tight. He got worse as the weeks went on, and one night we got into a huge fight because he tried stopping me from going to a friend's engagement dinner. He was only letting me go if I brought him along. I didn't want to, but I was already late, so I figured I would bring him and break it off after. Anyway, he acted like an asshole there too, and was thrown out by the guys, one of them being the sheriff who's a friend of mine. I think back to that night at Julia's, remembering how kind they all were to me, even though I had felt horrible. I was so relieved they got rid of him, but it was short-lived. He was waiting for me inside my apartment when I got back. Cooper, my friend who dropped me off, hadn't seen his car because Vince had parked around back. He was furious, and it was then I found out how cruel he could really be. I swallowed thickly. He'd been aggressive with me before, but that night he beat the shit out of me. I could barely walk the next day. A growl rumbles in Nick's chest, his body tightening beneath mine. The kind of reaction I suspected from him. It has me feeling embarrassed that he knew how weak I once was. I think about stopping my story there, but then decide against it. I was searching for something to take for the pain. I had pulled the drawer out of my nightstand, emptying the contents on the floor beside me because it hurt too much to stand. That's when your stone fell onto my lap, and it was when I broke. In that moment I realized that while I was searching for someone to love me, I forgot to love myself. I forgot I was worth more. I blinked back the tears threatening to spill, not wanting to ever shed another tear over it. I've overcome it. That night, as I crawled into bed and held that stone tight, I decided right then I would never forget again. A week later, I got the tattoo. Nick is silent for a long moment, making me wonder what he's thinking.
Tell me the motherfucker paid, he says, his tone dripping with icy disdain. I wasn't sure how I was going to deal with it, but it was taken out of my hands anyway. How's that? Colin had stopped by the next afternoon. He heard what happened at my friend's house the night before, and when I didn't answer his calls, he got worried. To say he went ballistic when he saw me would be an understatement. Nick grunts. I'm sure he can imagine. He stormed out, even though I begged him not to. I didn't want him to get in trouble, but there was no stopping him. He ended up putting Vince in the hospital. I was terrified he was going to press charges, but for some reason he didn't. I'm assuming he was probably scared of me outing him. Or Colin scared him enough. Maybe. Whatever it was, I'm just glad he didn't. I would have never been able to live with myself had he pressed charges. Colin would have lost everything he worked so hard for. When Nick remains silent, I glance up at him, seeing his jaw locked down tight. What are you thinking? I whisper, nervous to hear his answer. That it's a good thing he's dead, because I'm not sure I'd be able to stop myself from doing it. His words drip with fierce sincerity. It was my fault, too. I lost track of who I was, and I let him treat me badly for too long. Nothing about what happened was your fault, Caitlin. I stay quiet, because I disagree. Yes, he should have never put his hands on me, ever. But I also should have never given him the chance to. Nick brings my wrist to his mouth, pressing his lips to the tattoo. Did it help? Does it remind you every day? His blue-gray eyes bore into me, waiting for my answer. Yes. After Vince, I spent time on myself. I went to therapy, which helped a little, took up yoga and instructing on the side. I found myself again, and what was important. But it still gets lonely, I admit honestly. I've been on a few dates, but no spark. Nobody I care to see again. I'm pretty sure I'm going to die alone and become a cat lady, but not actually have any. I joke, though most of the time I really don't find it funny. I envy all of my friends for what they have, and hope one day I'll have it too. But I think the only person who could give it to me is the man in front of me, and I know it won't ever happen. There's a reason why you haven't found anyone yet. I glance up at him, surprised by his comment and a little irritated. Really? Enlighten me, Romeo. Why haven't I found that person? He stares down at me, his expression serious. Because there's no one good enough for you. My heart warms, yet that ache in my chest grows. I want to tell him there's no one because it's always been him. But I know he won't want to hear that. It's frustrating. I wish he wouldn't say these things. It makes it so much harder for when it's time for him to leave. After what Emily told me, it makes me wonder if he doesn't live with this same ache. Does he love me, but is just too scared? And if so, why? What is he so afraid of? I'm still wondering about that damn picture. Okay, your turn, I say, unable to stop myself from asking. His brows furrow in confusion. My turn what? To answer a question since I answered yours. I already did. You asked about my job. Well, now I have another one. What's that? He asks, looking nervous. What picture of me do you have on your desk? His body goes rigid, a heated curse fleeing past his lips. Emily and her big fucking mouth, he growls. It wasn't Emily who told me, I say, hoping to save the poor girl from his wrath. Bullshit. With a smile, I turn on my stomach to face him. Either way, your secret is out. So tell me, which one is it? I don't know what you're talking about. He lies, making me laugh. Nice try, buddy. Now spill it. After glaring me down for a solid minute, he finally relents. Remember that afternoon when you, Colin, Faith, and I went to the lake? Then you came by the creek afterward, by yourself. I recall that day, and instantly know which picture now. When I stole your phone and took that selfie of us? He nods. You kept it? His silence has my smile spreading. You're so busted. I'm not busted for shit, he grumbles.
Oh, yes, you are. You're secretly in love with me. I feel him tense, but don't let him interrupt. Even though I'm just screwing with him, I don't want to hear him deny it. You've been pining away from me all these years. You've missed me so much. You probably shed a little tear every time you thought about me, and I'll bet— Ah! I screech as he flips me to my back, coming over top of me.
That mouth of yours, Caitlin, is going to get you into trouble one day.
I lift my hips and moan at the feel of his hard cock between my legs. Oh yeah? Show me.
I was hoping you'd say that.
I gasp as he enters me in one smooth thrust, my eyes closing at the exquisite pleasure of him completing me.
Kate,
he says, stilling deep inside of me. My eyes snap open at the way he says my name. He looks down at me, his face only a breath away.
I did miss you like fucking crazy.
My heart stalls in my chest, shocked he just admitted it. He doesn't give me a chance to respond. Instead, he seals his mouth over mine and makes love to me for a second time, cherishing my body like no one ever has but him. I might not get this forever, but at least I've had it once, and for me, it's enough. It has to be. Chapter 20. Caitlin. The next morning I walk down the stairs with my cell phone in hand, sending a text to Faith to check in. My eyes are gritty from crying so much, but my heart feels a little warmer, thanks to Nick. I smile as I think about how kind he was to me last night, how gentle he was, and the things he said to me. I still feel sick about the photos, knowing my father still had some, and was blackmailing Colin. However, I try to push it all aside for now, and focus on finding Colin first. Then I will figure out how to handle my father. I'd like to hope Nick got the rest of them, but who knows? I thought Colin and I got rid of them all years ago. I shove my phone in the pocket of my sweater and walk into the kitchen to see Pop at the table, the newspapers spread out before him while he sips a cup of coffee.
There's my girl,
he says, standing with a smile. I return his smile with one of my own. Hey, Pop. He kisses my cheek as I take the seat next to him.
Did you sleep well, darling?
Pretty good, considering. I trail off and clear my throat, not knowing how much Nick told him. Where's Nick?
He ran into town quick to pick up some breakfast. Said you like them fancy schmancy coffees.
I smile, my heart warming at his thoughtfulness. He's right, I do. That was kind of him. I could use one of those this morning. Pop's expression becomes somber. He reaches over and lays his rough, worn hand over mine.
I'm sorry about whatever happened. Nikki didn't give me details, but I know it hurt you, so that hurts me.
My eyes sting as my throat becomes thick again. Thanks.
I know whatever it is, my boy will take care of it. He may be stubborn when it comes to his heart, but one thing he is honorable. He'll find justice for you and he'll find your brother. You can trust him on that.
I'm sure I can. I just wish he would trust me too, I mumble, before I can think better of it.
Don't take it personally, honey. That boy don't trust no one. Not even me,
he says resolutely. He may accept it, but you can tell it hurts him too. Why?
Because when you go through something like he did, doesn't matter how long ago it was, it messes with your heart bad.
It has something to do with his mom? I press cautiously. He gives me a firm nod, pain flashing in his eyes.
Yeah, but I can't tell you the story. It wouldn't be fair to Nikki. Heck, I don't even know the extent of it. However, I will tell you, I wish things turned out differently for Lila and me. I think about her often, and I've missed her a lot.
Did she pass away? I ask softly. He shrugs.
I don't know. No one has seen her since Nikki was 6.
I watch him quietly, wondering what happened between them, but don't have to wonder for long because he decides to share it with me.
Lila had a hard time after my Helen died. No matter how much I tried to help her, I couldn't. She hooked up with a guy I didn't like. He wasn't good to her, and he was into some bad stuff. I tried to forbid her from seeing him, but she didn't like that. The next morning I woke up and she was gone, Just like that.
He snaps his fingers, his expression pained.
She was months away from being 18, so the cops stopped looking for her after that. But I didn't. I looked for years but never found her. 7 years later, I received a call from the LAPD, and that's when I got Nikki.
Agony is bright in his eyes, and my heart breaks, not only for him, but Nick too. I fear what happened, knowing the police had him. I scoot my chair closer to Pop, then lean over and wrap my arms around his neck. I'm sorry, Pop.
Me too, honey.
His voice is gruff as he hugs me back tightly.
But at least I got Nicky boy,
he says, sitting back and wiping his eyes, which have mine stinging all over again.
He's the best thing I have.
Well, I know he loves you an awful lot, even if he has a hard time showing it. He nods.
I know that, just like I know he loves you, too.
I shake my head, immediately rejecting the comment. I don't think so.
I know so. I'm telling you, he's just scared. I worry about him. I'm not going to be alive forever, and although he doesn't see me much, he still knows I'm always here. When I'm gone, I want to know he won't be alone.
Don't worry, I whisper. No matter what happens, I'll always be there for him. Even if he doesn't want me, I'll make sure he knows he isn't alone. He cups my face, his expression sad.
I think you might be his only saving grace.
The sound of the front door closing breaks us from our moment. I turn and see Nick standing in the entrance of the kitchen, watching us, balancing Starbucks and a brown paper bag in his hand.
Hey,
he greets me quietly, looking at me in a way that has my heart skipping beats. Hey.
Well, I'm gonna head out to the barn,
Pop says, rising.
I got some pastries for breakfast, Nick says to him. I had some oatmeal and fruit earlier, but thanks anyway.
He drops a kiss on my head as he passes, then claps Nick on the shoulder.
I'll see you at lunch. I'll be out in a bit to help,
Nick tells him. Pop gives him a wave behind his head as he walks out the door. Standing, I walk over and take one of the to-go cups from him and the brown bag. Thank you. I could really use one of these this morning, I say, setting it down by the stove. When Pop told me that I trail off with a gasp, when I suddenly feel Nick right up behind me. Spinning me around, he lifts me by my hips, sitting me on the counter, then steps between my legs and claims my lips in a kiss, caressing my mouth with his own. My arms wind around his neck and I moan when his tongue sweeps in, sliding against mine. His fingers dig into my hips while he consumes me. He only pulls away when I'm completely breathless. I slowly open my eyes to see him watching me. Hi, I croak like an idiot, feeling like I'm in a complete fog. He smirks.
Hey, baby.
A shiver runs up my spine at the sound of his deep voice. He cups my cheek, his thumb brushing under my eye.
You feeling better this morning?
I am now. Covering his hand with mine, I lean in, wanting his lips on mine again. But just then my cell rings. I consider ignoring it, but then think better of it. I better answer that. It could be Faith or Chantal. With a nod, he steps back, giving me space, and I instantly want to cry from the loss of contact. I'm in serious trouble when it comes to him. Pulling out my phone, I frown when I look down at the screen. That's weird. I don't know anyone with a private number. Nick puts the coffee cup down he just picked up and comes closer.
Put it on speaker.
Pointing the bottom of the phone toward my mouth, I hit the speaker button. Hello?
Kate, it's me.
All the breath leaves my chest in one swoosh when I hear my brother's voice. Oh my God, Colin? I ask, terrified I'm hearing things.
Yeah.
I sob in relief. Oh, thank goodness. I've been worried sick about you.
I'm sorry I couldn't call you until now. Tell me.
He pauses, clearing his throat.
Tell me you know what they're saying about me is bullshit. That you know I wouldn't do what they're accusing me of.
Of course I do. I never even questioned it.
Good,
he says, relieved.
I didn't think you would, but fuck. I know the evidence they have against me is bad. Don't tell anyone you've heard from me. It's very important. Understand?
What's going on, Colin?
I'm being set up.
By who?
I can't tell you yet. Not over the phone. I'll find a way to see you and tell you everything then.
But I'm not in South Carolina right now.
Where are you?
In Montana, I tell him slowly, knowing he's not going to like it.
What the fuck are you doing there?
His tone is now lethal and edged with panic. We thought you might be here. We didn't know.
Whoa, hold up. Who's we?
My eyes find Nick's now. For the first time since answering, his expression unreadable as he listens intently. Nick, I whisper, nervous for his reaction.
Nick who?
He asks, confused. Stone. There's a long moment of silence. So long that I begin to worry he's hung up, until he releases a heated curse.
Caitlin, tell me you're fucking joking.
Tears form in my eyes, hating that I've upset him, and feeling bad that Nick is hearing it. I didn't know who else to go to. I've been worried sick about you, and I needed someone I could trust. A lot has happened, and
you can't trust him. He's a fucking Fed, which means when he finds me, he'll lock my ass up.
No, that's not true, I rush to explain.
Yes, it is. There's a warrant out for my fucking arrest.
Before I can say more, Nick jumps in.
Back off. I'm not going to lock your ass up, but if you don't explain what the hell is going on, and more bullets fly at your sister, I'm going to kick your ass when I do find you.
I gape at him, wondering if he's crazy to poke the beast like that. When the line goes silent once again, I fear this time Colin is really gone. Colin? A rush of relief fills me when he responds.
Kate, what's going on? What's he talking about?
He asks in a strained tone, ignoring Nick. I'm okay, but a lot has happened, I whisper. Like really crazy shit. We need to know what's going on. Another bout of silence.
I can't over the phone. Come back, and I'll tell you everything.
Okay.
Look, I gotta go. I'll see you as soon as I can.
Colin, wait! I shout before he can hang up.
What?
I love you, and I'll always be by your side, no matter what. I slap a hand over my mouth, as the last of my words fall in a sob.
I love you too, Kate. I'll see you soon. I promise.
His gruff voice strikes my tortured heart.
Stone.
I freeze, my finger hovering over the end button.
If anything happens to her, I'll kick your ass.
He doesn't give Nick a chance to respond before he hangs up.
Fucker. Just had to get the last word in.
Nick grumbles. He's alive! A cry of joy escapes me as I fling myself at him. He catches me with a surprised grunt, holding me close.
I told you, if anyone can take care of himself, it's that testy bastard.
I laugh, too happy to even care about the bitter tension between them right now. Knowing Colin is alive was all that mattered to me. Now it's time to figure out how to help him get out of whatever mess he found himself in. We need to go, I say, pushing out of his arms. We need to go back so he can find me. He nods.
I'll get us on the first flight out.
Chapter 21. Nick. It's been a long-ass day. We were able to find a flight that left only a few hours after Colan's phone call, but had 2 layovers. To make matters worse, I can't seem to get rid of the guilt since leaving Pop. It was different for me this time, especially knowing he's been struggling. I decided once I'm done here, I'll head up and see him again before going back to Florida. Spend a little more time with him and help get things in order to hopefully make it easier for him. I push away the feeling that comes with the thought of leaving Caitlin. It's something much stronger than guilt, creating a sharp pain in my chest with just the thought. Fuck, I'm in so much trouble.
Turn left, then it's the second driveway on the right,
Caitlin instructs, giving me instructions to Faith's place. She insisted on seeing her before we did anything else. I figure it's not a bad idea. I'm hoping Faith will know a little of what's been going on here since we've been gone. Until that fucker comes out of hiding to tell us what's been happening, I need all the information I can get. Slowing down, I turn into the dark, hidden driveway as it comes into view and drive up to a big 2-story home. A few vehicles are parked outside, one of them being a sheriff's truck. Shit. Caitlin curses, looking nervous. What's wrong? Before she has a chance to explain, the porch light flicks on, and out comes Faith, running down the steps with a trail of girls behind her. Caitlin's barely out of the truck before they launch themselves at her.
Oh my God, I'm so glad you're okay. We've been so worried about you.
I climb out on my side as a few guys step outside onto the porch. They all size me up, looking good and pissed. Well, I can tell this isn't going to be a pleasant visit.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to worry you guys.
Caitlin apologizes. Could have fooled me. One of the guys calls out from the porch. He steps in front of the others and comes down the stairs.
Cooper,
one of the girls warns nervously. What the hell were you thinking taking off like that without telling a goddamn person? His tone and forceful strides instantly put me on alert. I race around to the front of the truck, putting myself in front of him before he can reach Caitlin. You better back the fuck up. All the other guys come walking down the stairs looking ready for a fight. Just fucking great. Get out of my face, Fed, he says, clearly knowing more about me than I do him, which I don't like. You come any closer to her and I'll put you in the ground.
Oh, Lord,
someone says behind me, sounding terrified.
Nick, it's okay.
Caitlin comes to stand next to me, putting her hand on my arm. No, it's not.
He's a friend.
Yeah? Well, I think you need to find some new friends. He takes a collected step toward me. You don't know shit about me, asshole.
Both of you, stop!
Caitlin cries. One of the chicks walks out from behind me and inserts herself between us, clapping her hands in our faces.
All right, boys, that's enough. How about you put your dicks back in your pants and try acting civil? I'm sure they're both the same size anyway.
Kayla, stay out of this.
She turns back to him and whispers, Don't worry, babe. I know yours is bigger.
Muffled laughter breaks out behind me, the girls clearly finding this chick hilarious. She turns back and faces me again.
Well, 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 if it isn't the famous Nick Stone. Kayla,
Caitlin says with a hint of warning in her tone.
What? I'm just going to introduce myself.
Kayla gives her a wink before extending her hand to me.
As you just heard, I'm Kayla, and this charming man behind me is my husband, Cooper.
She leans in.
He's really not that snarly, I promise. He's just been worried about my friend here. We all were,
she adds, side-glancing at Caitlin.
I'm sorry you guys were worried, but I didn't have a choice in the matter. It was kind of a last-minute thing. Okay, everyone, just settle down, Faith says, moving next to me. She wraps her arms around my waist. Sorry for the lousy greeting you're getting. I'm glad you're okay. Thank you for watching out for my cousin.
You know I would never let anything happen to her.
I do. Knowing you were with her is the only thing that kept me sane these past few days. Hey, Caitlin says, affronted. I'm not completely helpless. I'll have you know I saved Nick's life, too. Kinda.
I grunt before I can stop myself, earning a glare from her.
Excuse me, but who drove the car while you were getting shot at?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Cooper cusses, pinching the bridge of his nose while the girls gasp.
You were shot at?
Faith cries.
Yes, but I'm fine,
she rushes to say.
We're both fine, thanks to my driving skills and Nick's aim.
I'm just about to tell her to keep her mouth shut when a little girl comes bolting out of the door, wearing nothing but a man's wife-beater and beanie on her head.
Auntie Caitlin!
She bounds down the steps and runs into Caitlin's waiting arms.
Hey, my Ruthie girl, how are you?
She greets, lifting the girl off her feet.
I'm good. Where you been? Everyone's been going crazy about you the last few days. They have? Caitlin asks, glancing at Faith. Yep, the big guy has been cussing up a storm. He's had to pay a lot of money to the swear jar. All of them have.
The kid looks over at me, her eyes narrowing suspiciously.
Is this the asshole Fed everyone's been talking about?
A bunch of chuckles erupt except for Faith. She gasps, horrified.
Ruthie, honey, you know you can't say that. Oops, sorry, I meant a-hole Fed.
Faith groans and points at a guy in a beanie.
That's coming out of your pocket, too.
He shrugs, looking more amused than anything. I'm assuming this is her husband.
Well, Caitlin says, cutting back in, this a-hole Fed isn't an a-hole. His name is Nick, and he's a good friend that Faith and I grew up with. He's been helping me, she adds softly.
You had help here, the guy in the beanie says.
No, I didn't. Not the help I needed. Okay, come on, let's take this inside, Faith says, grabbing Ruthie from Caitlin. I'm not going in there if everyone is just going to attack me and be rude to Nick,
Caitlin says, hurt prominent in her tone, which takes my temper up another notch.
I only came here to let you know I'm okay. I didn't expect an ambush. We're not here to ambush you,
a girl with long brown hair says softly, grabbing Caitlin's hand.
We've just been worried and wanted to see for ourselves that you're okay. I'm sorry if it's coming across like that. No one is going to attack anyone, Faith says sternly. We're going inside, and everyone is going to be civil, or else they can leave.
All the guys grumble and turn to head into the house.
We'll be there in a minute,
Caitlin says, holding me back. Faith looks unsure but nods and hustles everyone else in, leaving us alone. Caitlin turns to me, hurt shining in her dark eyes.
I'm sorry for the way they treated you.
I shrug. Don't be. I don't give a shit what they think of me, but I don't like the way they treat you.
Cooper's just angry right now. Believe it or not, he's usually very calm and level-headed. He's not only my friend, but also the sheriff. He's always watched out for me.
She steps in closer, her hands clasping around my waist.
Thank you for sticking up for me. But I promise he's a good man. They all are. But they're hotheads, just like you and Colan.
She adds with a smirk. I grunt. I'm not a hothead.
Yes, you are. But it's one of the reasons I like you so much,
she says with a smile, but her expression quickly sobers.
We don't have to go in there. I wouldn't blame you if you didn't want to.
It's whatever you want, Kate. I don't care either way. She stares up at me, trying to gauge whether I'm being honest or not.
If you're sure, then I'd like to go in and settle everything before we leave.
Then we'll go. Just watch what you say. Don't tell them you've heard from Colan. I understand they're your friends, but until we know the full story, we need to be careful. There's a reason Colan isn't trusting anyone right now.
She nods. I'll be careful. Now, before we go in, I need you to do something first.
What's that?
Kiss me,
she whispers, making my cock harden behind my jeans. With a growl, I fist my hands in her thick, dark hair and slant my mouth over hers, inhaling her sweet taste like I've been dying to since this morning. When a fiery whimper escapes her, I consider forgetting everything I just said and taking her home to bed. But, unfortunately, we're interrupted.
Auntie, the big guy says to get your ass inside. But...
Caitlin pulls back with a giggle.
Coming,
she calls back before looking up at me, her cheeks pink and eyes warm with desire.
Later?
She asks hopefully. Yeah, later, I promise with a groan, wishing later was now.
Come on, let's get this over with.
Slinging an arm around her shoulders, I kiss the side of her head and start walking up to the house. I'm about to ask her what the deal is with this Ruthie girl, but the kid is still waiting at the door, eyeing me suspiciously. Caitlin bends down and scoops her up in her arms as we walk inside. Everyone's waiting in the living room, an awkward tension filling the air.
Where are all the other kids? Caitlin asks. Over at Jackson and Julia's with Anna and Logan, Faith replies. I got to stay 'cause the big guy and me are camping outside tonight in the tent. Just the two of us. Mia is too little yet to come, but Faith says maybe next year. Ruthie, honey, why don't you have your snack in the TV room while you wait for Cade? Aw, man, I always miss the good stuff.
Caitlin kisses her on the cheek before releasing her. Once the kid dashes off, she turns back to the room nervously.
Well, now that people seem a little calmer, I guess I'll start with proper introductions.
She points to the first couple standing off to the left.
Nick, this is Jackson and Julia. Next to them are Sawyer and Grace.
The girls wave at me with a smile while the guys barely nod.
You already met Cooper and Kayla.
Kayla gives me a sassy little wave,
making it easy to understand why she and Caitlin are friends. You know Faith, and next to her is her husband Cade, a.k.a. the big guy. He's a really happy fella, bursting with bubbly energy all the time, she adds, tossing that attitude of hers around. Cade grunts, unimpressed. Glad to see you didn't lose your sarcasm. You act like I've been gone for months. It's only been a couple of days. Considering we thought you were fucking dead until Faith got a hold of you, waiting a couple of days for a better explanation seems like a hell of a long time. Cooper breaks in, his tone instantly pissing me off again. Have you stopped to think it was the first time I was able to talk to someone? Do you have any idea what it was like to show up at your place and find it turned upside down and you were nowhere to be found? She just fucking told you she'd talk to you the first chance she got. Now get off her back, I order, having enough of this asshole. What do you have to do with any of this, Fed? This is my goddamn case. He's here because I called him to help me find Colan, Caitlin snaps. What the hell do you think I've been doing? Sitting here with my thumb up my ass? I needed someone on my side. Someone who knows Colan as well as I do, and believes in his innocence. You're trying to find my brother to lock him up, not help him. But you're wrong. He didn't do it. Her voice cracks, tears brimming in her eyes. You're all wrong, she sobs. He's not a rapist. He'd never do that to someone. The sight of her pain fucking shreds me. I'm just about to take her out of here, but all the girls surround her before I get the chance, pulling her into a hug. We don't think he's guilty, Caitlin, Grace says, her own throat sounding thick with emotion. We might not know him well, but if you say he didn't do it, then we believe you. That's right. We're always on your side, Kayla says before glaring back at her husband, who looks as guilty as he should feel. Fix this now, she bites out quietly. Shaking his head, he walks over and pulls her into his arms. Considering the guy has rubbed me the wrong way since meeting him, I don't like it, but I keep my mouth shut unless Caitlin says otherwise. I'm sorry for being an asshole. I was fucking terrified when I found your place like that. You've always come to me if you needed anything. I hate that you didn't this time. How can I when you think he's guilty? She cries. It's not that I think he's guilty, Caitlin. I want to believe in his innocence, but I need his side of the story in order to do that, especially when the evidence is against him. Don't you see? That's why he's running. Caitlin steps back, wiping her eyes. Someone is trying to set him up, Cooper. Who? I don't know, but someone is. She's right, I add, pulling her back against me. His suspicious gaze shoots to mine. Yeah, and how do you know this? Because we were in Colan's apartment when the intruders broke in and killed Vince Padalecki. Shock ricochets across the room, the girls gasping and the guys jumping to their feet. Jesus! Will someone tell me what the fuck is going on? Cade bellows. I begin telling them the whole story, or all that I feel is necessary for them to know, right down to us in the shootout on the interstate. Shit, Cooper curses. I guess that explains the wrecked Escalade we found with no victims. What do you mean? They weren't there? He shakes his head. No, and the vehicle is registered to a fake name and address. Shit. You didn't recognize any of them? Sawyer asks Caitlin, speaking up for the first time. She shakes her head sadly. I have no idea who they were, but we heard them say to throw the gun in the back dumpster because Colan's prints were on it. She looks back to Cooper. I'm telling you, someone is setting him up. He blows out a frustrated breath, running a hand through his hair. I knew something wasn't right. Finding Vince's body raised red flags for me, not because I thought Colan couldn't kill him, because, let's face it, most people could when it comes to that asshole. But the gun we found with his prints on it is the same one that was used to kill Victor Donnelly. Caitlin tenses. No way. Victor was the closest person to Colan. He would never hurt him. Cooper nods. I know. That's why I said I didn't think he was the one to kill Vince. I also think he wouldn't be dumb enough to do it in his apartment while he's running from the cops. He pauses, looking right at Caitlin.
This entire time you've assumed I'm trying to find your brother to lock him up, but that's not the case. I want him for answers. I just want the truth, and I want to find the bastards doing this."
"I'm sorry," she whispers, guilt thick in her voice. "But we both know you questioned his innocence, and I don't blame you. Even though it hurt, I understand because you don't know him like I do. This is why I had to step back from you guys. I love you all like family, but I'm the only person Colin has, the only one he trusts, and he needs to be first right now. That's why I called Nick. He knows him better than anyone else does. He knows he isn't capable of this."
"Just because I don't know him well doesn't mean I wouldn't help him," Cooper says. "Have you spoken to him?" Kate asks. I answer before Caitlin can. "No." They all grunt, knowing I'm full of shit, but I don't really care. By Cooper's hard expression, it's apparent he isn't pleased with my answer. "You should know better than anyone that withholding information in an investigation is illegal." Caitlin stiffens, but I smirk, playing off the subtle threat. "It is. It's a federal offense. Lucky for me." His eyes narrow further. "This isn't your investigation. It's mine, and even feds can go to prison. Then lock me up because I'm telling you now, until I know why Colan isn't trusting you or anyone else, I will break every goddamn law there is if it means keeping her safe."
"Would both of you stop it?" Caitlin says, her eyes flaring in anger. "We're all on the same side here and need to be helping one another, not fighting." "I agree. Knock it off, Cooper," Kayla says, glaring at her husband. "Listen," Caitlin starts again, her tone calmer. "He's called me once. I know he's alive, but that's all. I have no idea where he is or if I'll hear from him again. That's why we came back from Montana as soon as we could, so he could find me if he needs me." "Montana?" Faith asks, shocked by the information. "What on earth were you doing there?" "We thought he might be there, but we were wrong," she whispers.
Faith senses she's upset and drops it. "Why would they destroy your place?" Sawyer asks. "Because they know you were there when they killed Vince? That doesn't make much sense." "No, it has nothing to do with that," I reply. "They were already headed for her place before then. They didn't get a good look at us. After seeing what they did to Victor's and Colan's places, I think they're searching for something. I just don't know what." "I agree," Cooper says. "They didn't get the chance to search your whole place. Someone called in before they could finish. Only your living room and kitchen were ransacked, but it's clear they were looking for something."
"I have no idea what they could be looking for, or why they think I would have it."
"I'm still trying to figure out how the hell this all ties into the underground circuit," Jackson says, catching my attention. "What underground circuit?" Jackson gives me the rundown. Everything from the illegal fighting club to the undercover person the feds had who says he saw Colan there. Then he tells me about the shooting at his home months ago. Why the hell would Colan be there? Back in the day that was his scene, but now, with his career, it makes no sense. "I asked him about it after the shooting," Cooper adds, cutting into my thoughts. "He denied being there. I didn't find any ties between him and Mayor Allen."
"I don't think Logan would lie," Caitlin says. "But if Colan was there and lied about it, then there's a reason for it, and I definitely know he didn't have anything to do with the shooting."
"I never thought for a second he did," Jackson says. "But the fact remains that he was there, and I'm wondering if this somehow ties into what's happening now."
"I don't know. Maybe." She sighs tiredly and scrubs a hand down her face, exhaustion from the day catching up to her. "Why don't you guys sleep here? You can have the guest house," Faith offers. But Caitlin quickly shakes her head. "I appreciate it, but no. I need to be home. If Colan contacts me, it will only be there. He won't come here, especially when he knows all of you guys have this land rigged with security."
3 of the guys grunt, making me wonder who the fuck they are. Why the hell would they have their property rigged like that? Do they all live here?
"But it's not safe. What if they come back for you?"
Faith asks worriedly. "Then I'll take care of them," I say resolutely. I don't like the fact that she's there either, but it could also work in our favor. If someone shows up, not only will they regret it, but we'll also have a suspect and someone else to answer our questions. I'll have someone patrol around there too, Cooper says before looking at me. I don't have to work with you, Fed, but I will if you work with me. We both have the same goal here, and we're going to get the answers a lot faster if we work together. I nod. Fair enough. But you need to trust me with Colan. Caitlin's right. He won't trust anyone else right now, and your hands are tied when it comes to him. Mine are not. If he comes to us, it will take time for me to get all the information, and my priority is making sure he's proven innocent, since he is. Yeah. All right. Caitlin leaves my arms and walks over into his, hugging him. Thank you so much, Cooper. She blubbers against his chest. Kayla hugs him too. I love when you're all logical. It makes me hot. The other girls join in on the hug. Why the fuck is he getting all the praise? As if sensing my thoughts, Cooper looks at me with a cocky smirk, proving that he just one-upped me. I look around at all the other guys and see them wearing the same one. Assholes. Where's the bathroom? I mutter. Past the kitchen and down the hall to your right, Kate replies, since Faith and all the girls are still cuddled up to Dickhead like he's just found world fucking peace for them. Whatever, at least we're on the same page and he's agreed to back off for a bit as far as Colan's concerned. The last thing I wanted to do was fight with him when it's clear Caitlin cares about him. About all of them. And as much as he rubbed me the wrong way, I'm grateful he's helped Colan watch over her. When I finished in the bathroom, I sent a text to Ryder and check in. As I open the door to walk out, I come to a halt when I see that Ruthie kid standing on the other side. She stares up at me with a pen and paper in her hand. Hello. Hey, I greet her awkwardly. Got a minute? I'd like to ask you a few questions. Instead of waiting for a reply, she heads into the TV room, expecting me to follow. I glance down the hall, trying to think of a way to get out of this, but come up with nothing. I'm not great with kids. The only one I've ever been around is Rosa, and she doesn't talk yet. Not wanting to be an asshole, I reluctantly follow. Have a seat, she says, pointing to the couch. That's all right, I'll stand. She tilts her glasses down her nose, staring at me in disapproval over the top of the frames. It has me sitting on the couch like a fucking pussy. Can I have your last name, Nick? I scowl. Why? Because I need it? Stone. Nick Stone. She repeats softly, then nods. Good name. Thanks, I reply, unsure of what else to say. And how old are you, Nick Stone? 27, I answer slowly, wondering why it matters. Where do you live? Florida. Do you like Charleston? I shrug, having no fucking idea since I haven't seen much of it. She sighs tiredly as if I'm being complicated. Let me ask an easier question then. Do you like my Auntie Caitlin? I quickly realize where this is all going, but try to diffuse the direction as quickly as possible. Yeah, we're friends. The kissing kind of friends? Shit. I remain silent, not wanting to have this conversation with anyone, especially her. Let me cut to the chase, Nick Stone, she replies, pushing her glasses up her nose. Me and the big guy care a lot about my auntie, and we need to make sure she's taken care of properly, or else. She leaves the thread hanging in the air. I decide to be honest with her and put an end to this now. Look, kid, I like your auntie. We're good friends, but my life is back in Florida. I'm only here to help her out right now, nothing more. She stares back at me, her face expressionless. It makes me even more uneasy. Walking over, she sits next to me and puts her hand on my shoulder. You're scared, huh? I tense, immediately becoming defensive. What? I'm not scared. Sure you are. I can tell. Cade used to be scared too. I'm not scared. Then what's the problem? My auntie's beautiful, sweet, funny, and you'll get free haircuts for life. She can't cook very well, but that's okay. You could just order in. My lips curve at the last part. Caitlin's perfect. She's not the problem. It's me. I blurt out before I even have a chance to think about it. What the fuck did I just say? Her face softens, looking sad. Before I can brace myself, she scoots her scrawny little ass on my lap and wraps her arms around my neck tightly. Faith says sometimes a simple hug can take all your problems away. I pat her back awkwardly, not knowing what else to do. Caitlin chooses that moment to walk in. Hey, there you are. I fly off the couch, sending the kid to sail through the air. I quickly catch her before she drops to the ground, making her giggle. Caitlin stares at us, a smile teasing her lips. What are you guys doing? Nothing, I rush to say. The kid makes a liar out of me, though, and puts an arm around my neck. We were just bonding, getting to know each other. Isn't that right, Nick Stone? I clear my throat. Yeah. Prying her from around my chest, I hold her out to Caitlin. Good talking with you, kid, I add, not wanting to be a complete dick. As soon as Caitlin takes her, I hightail it out of the room like my ass is on fire. You too, think about what I said, she yells at my retreating back. Other than a simple wave behind me, I don't slow down and get the fuck out of this place so I can breathe again.
Chapter 22. Caitlin. Unlocking my door, I flick on the entryway light as we walk into my apartment. Nick halts me with an arm across my chest, his hard body crowding my back.
Wait here while I check things out,
he whispers in my ear, sending a shiver down my spine. Unable to speak, I nod and wait by the door as he walks around my place. When he comes back a moment later, giving me the all clear, I take inventory of my living room and kitchen. My heart warms, saying everything has been cleaned up and put back in place. Must have been faith in the others. The thought of someone going through my personal things leaves me feeling violated. I hate it. As if sensing my thoughts, Nick comes up behind me, his arms wrapping around my body.
You okay?
I sink against him, his warmth bringing me comfort. I will be when I see Colin. He presses his lips to my bare shoulder.
I'm sure we'll hear from him soon.
I nod, praying he's right. Are you hungry?
Yeah,
he growls, nipping my shoulder. I'm meant for food. I elaborate with a giggle and turn to face him. I could order in pizza. A smirk suddenly curves his lips. What? He shakes his head.
Nothing. Just thinking about something that Ruthie kid said.
My head tilts. What did she say?
That you can't cook,
he says, his grin spreading. What? She said that?
Yep.
What else did she say? I ask, crossing my arms defensively over my chest. He pulls me against him, looking rather amused.
That you're beautiful, smart, and funny. Things I already knew.
Aha. So the sweet little thing didn't throw me under the bus. Well, she really is a very truthful little girl.
Yeah, I'll bet. Especially about the cooking.
He replies with a chuckle. I can cook. I just don't very often because it's only me.
Okay.
He concedes with a disbelieving smirk and drops a kiss on my lips. I shove against his hard chest. Whatever. I'm starving, so I'm going to order a pizza, but only because I haven't gone grocery shopping yet. If you're lucky, I may share it with you. I add, walking to the kitchen to retrieve a stack of ordering menus I have on hand. With a grunt, he grabs his bag and begins walking toward my bedroom. As I'm looking over the menu, he asks where the TV remote is, wanting to check the news. Check my nightstand, I yell back, then stiffen, realizing my mistake. Wait, no. I run to my bedroom hoping to stop him, but I'm too late. Oh, shit. I feel my face flame as Nick sits on the edge of my bed, holding my vibrator in his hand. My eyes close in embarrassment, and I wish for the ground to open up and swallow me whole.
Well, what do we have here?
At the smug taunt, I open my eyes to see him watching me with amusement and something else. Something dark. Give me that. I storm over to him and try to snatch it, but he grabs my wrist and pulls me between his legs. I mean it, Nick. I'm not playing around. He moves it out of my reach.
But the many ways we could play would be so much fun.
I tense, his smooth voice washing over me with heated promise. Stop, I whisper, with no real muster behind my words. Lifting the bottom of my tank, he leans in and presses his warm lips to my bare stomach, sending a shiver along my spine.
Come on, Kate. Don't be embarrassed. Play with me, baby,
he murmurs, trailing his lips along my skin. I clutch his shoulders with a soft gasp when he makes his way to the apex of my thighs and presses a firm, lingering kiss, his warm breath penetrating the thin material of my yoga capris.
Is that a yes?
What was the question again? I ask, feeling short of breath. With a chuckle, he pulls me down to straddle him. I bite back a moan when I feel how hard he is between my legs.
I'll take that as a yes.
He seals his mouth over mine, drawing more oxygen out of my lungs, and I savor every second of it. The way his tongue tangles with mine, and how his taste floods my senses, it sends my head and body reeling in the best way.
Lift up, baby.
I raise my arms as he rids me of my tank top, thankful for the built-in bra. I reach for his shirt and do the same to him. Our warm skin collides, his hard to my soft, sending an explosion of sensations throughout my body. His mouth finds mine again, not missing a beat. With one hand on my hip, he flips us over, coming over top of me. I whimper as he pumps his hips, his hard cock grinding where I want him most. He trails his lips down past my collarbone. I wait to feel his warm, wet mouth on my sensitive nipple, but instead, he sits up to his knees, careful to keep his weight off me. I whimper in disappointment, but am cut off when a slight buzzing noise fills the air. I freeze, my eyes snapping open to see Nick holding my vibrator in his hand. He stares down at me, his gaze like liquid fire before bringing the smooth, pulsating cylinder down on my chest. I gasp at the contact, my back arching in pleasure as he drags it across my puckering flesh.
Such pretty nipples,
he croons. My teeth sink into my bottom lip, embarrassment forgotten as he brings it to my other aching bud. As he plays with one, he leans down and captures the other in his mouth, grazing it sharply with his teeth. I cry out, my hands spearing into his hair as a rush of heat settles between my legs. Nick, I whimper softly, needing him to do something to put me out of this exquisite misery.
What do you want, Kate?
More, I say, between pleading breaths. He reaches down between us, bringing the toy between my legs.
Here.
My response is an incoherent noise. He chuckles, amused by my lack of speech.
Don't worry, baby. You're going to get more. A lot more.
He slips down my body until he's kneeling on the floor between my legs. His thumbs hook in the waistband of my pants before sliding them down, bringing my panties along with them. My legs automatically fall open, a strangled moan escaping me as the cool air whispers over my throbbing center.
Jesus, you're fucking perfect,
he growls. Slowly, he starts dragging the toy up the inside of my thigh, the vibrations shooting to the bundle of nerves that scream for attention. Shivers of pleasure course through my body as I wait for the sweet friction I desperately need, only to have him stop.
Show me.
Huh? The order pulls me from my sexual haze. I rise to my elbows and see him hovering the vibrator over my most intimate part.
Show me how you like it. I want to see you pleasure yourself.
Oh, God. I feel my cheeks turn bright pink, the thought both arousing and terrifying. Nick grabs a bottle of lubricant in the open drawer and coats the vibrator before placing it into my hand. Standing, he stares down at me, his eyes fierce. I drop my gaze to his hands as he works to undo his jeans and frees his smooth, hard cock. My breath stalls as he begins stroking himself, my eyes riveted to the erotic sight.
Does it turn you on to watch me stroke my cock?
Yes, I respond breathlessly.
That's why I want to watch you. Let me see, baby,
he demands, his voice rough with arousal. Swallowing past my dry throat, I take the tip of the vibrator and slide it through my slick, bare folds. I drop down to my back when I pass over my clit, a fiery whimper escaping me.
That a girl. It's just you and me, Kate. Let the pleasure take over.
I cut my breast, pinching my peaked nipple while keeping the vibration on my swollen nub. reveling in the most incredible sensations hurtling through me.
Do you ever think of me when you do this to yourself?
He asks, a hint of hope hidden in his deep baritone. Yes, always. It's the God's honest truth. Nick is the only man that appears in my fantasies. He's the only one I've ever wanted. He strokes himself harder and faster.
Me too, baby. I fucked my hand thinking about you more times than I can count.
My breathing speeds up as I edge closer to the cliff of destruction.
Not yet,
he barks, sensing my impending orgasm.
Take it inside that tight little pussy. I want to see it all. Don't hold back.
Moving the vibrator lower, I push the tip inside of me and cry out at the beautiful invasion. Pleasure whips through my senses as I begin raising my hips in rhythm to my hand.
Good girl. Fuck yourself.
Good God, I've never been more turned on in all my life.
Feel good, baby?
Yes, I respond with a harsh gasp.
As good as I do?
I shake my head. Never. Nothing has ever felt as good as you.
Damn straight,
he growls. Before I can grasp his next move, he rips the toy from me. What are you doing? I moan, wanting to cry at the loss of contact. I was so close.
Giving you the real thing.
In one swift move, he flips me over to my stomach, bringing me up to my knees, then enters me in one swift thrust. My heated cry pierces the air, the delicious intrusion delivering powerful bursts of pleasure throughout my body.
Fuck me. You're goddamn perfect,
Nick groans, his voice guttural. My fists curl in the sheets as he begins pumping inside of me with hard, fast strokes, stealing the breath from my lungs. Oh, God.
It's good, Kate,
he rasps. So good.
That's because it's us, baby. Every time is always better than the last.
Hope flares inside of me at his words, that maybe he realizes what we have is unlike anything else. Every time he touches me, he destroys me for any other man. Nothing, no one, will ever compare to him. They never have, and they never will. His palm lands on my ass, the crack echoing through the room. The sharp sting has me crying out and pushing back for more.
You like getting your tight ass slapped, Kate?
Yes, I whimper in pleasure. I love everything you do to me. He groans.
The things I want to do to this body of yours.
Show me, I tell him between heated breaths, repeating the words he said to me earlier. He slows his pace, and his hand tangles in my long locks, tilting my head back with a delicious sting. He leans over me, bringing his mouth to my ear.
Be careful what you ask for. You have no idea what I'm capable of doing to you.
His warning doesn't scare me. It excites me. I want you and everything you have to give me, including your heart. I keep that last part to myself, but it lingers in the air all the same. His lips gently brush my shoulder in a heated caress.
Be sure, because once you give me the okay, I'm going to corrupt every fucking part of your body, so no one will ever be able to erase me from it.
If only he understood that no one could ever take his place, not in my body or my heart. I'm sure. He grips both hips and stands, his cock still buried deep inside of me. One hand moves to caress the supple flesh of my ass before his fingers seek that forbidden entrance. My heart speeds up in both anticipation and unfamiliar territory.
Has anyone ever taken you here, Caitlin?
He asks. I shake my head. His low growl rushes over me in a wave of heat.
That makes me so fucking happy.
A gasp parts my lips when I suddenly feel a coolness being drizzled over my ass. I quickly register its lube as Nick's finger spreads the substance between the crevice.
We're going to take this slow, baby. Just relax and feel my cock filling your pussy.
He starts pumping inside of me again. I match him thrust for every perfect thrust as he brings my body to highs only he can give me. I suck in a sharp breath, my rhythm faltering, when I feel his slick thumb breach me. Oh, God, I breathe, the fit even more snug than I thought it would be.
Do you have any idea how good it's going to feel when my cock takes this pretty ass of yours?
I I shake my head, unable to imagine it, when his thumb fills me as much as it does. He speeds up his pace, his cock hitting that magic spot deep inside of me, winding my body so tight I feel like I'm about to combust. A ragged moan falls from me as he slips another finger inside, stretching me beyond belief.
Easy, baby.
Nick, please, I beg, needing to be put out of this sweet torture. His other hand moves from my hip to between my legs, his finger gliding through my wet slit to the bundle of pulsing nerves. Oh, shit! A piercing cry slips past me as my body becomes overwhelmed with pleasure. His cock and thumb never falter as he rears his hand back and delivers a delectable slap to my pussy, sending me flying. A scream rips from my throat as I come hard and fast, soaring to a place so high, I'm sure I'll never come down from it. My body becomes soft and languid, tremors of ecstasy still racking me when he slips his cock from me and begins penetrating my ass. Oh, God, I gasp, trying to find my breath.
Easy, Kate. Try to keep your body relaxed,
he murmurs, his voice as rough as sandpaper. I try to do as he says, breathing through the fullness as he slowly eases inside, stretching me and filling me in ways I never thought possible. An exquisite fire tears through me, like dousing a roaring flame with gasoline. I don't know if I want to force him out or take more of him.
Just feel the burn, baby. Relish in it,
he croons, talking me through the beautiful corruption he's bestowing upon my body. God, Nick, I whimper, once he's seated fully inside of me. He stills, giving me time to adjust.
You okay?
Yes, I murmur, but sound unsure.
You want me to pull out?
I shake my head. No, don't. I like you here. It's just different, but good.
You feel fucking incredible.
His hand soothingly strokes my back and the curve of my ass.
You ready for more?
Yes, I whisper. He begins moving in and out of me with slow, careful precision. My teeth sink into my bottom lip, nails digging into the mattress. The painful pleasure isn't like anything I've ever felt before. The more he thrusts, the better it feels. My muscles release their earlier tension, welcoming him into the most intimate part of my body.
There you go. Nice and easy.
His strong fingers dig into my hips as he retreats, then returns. Eventually, I begin pushing back for more, seeking more of the fiery pleasure erupting through my body. A sound that can only be described as animalistic rumbles from deep inside his chest.
Look at me, Kate.
I twist my head to look over my shoulder, my lungs robbed of precious air at the sight of him. His powerful body is on full display, covered with a sheen of sweat like mine. The way he looks as he takes me with such carnality leaves me absolutely breathless.
Mine,
he growls, his possessive words washing over me in surprise.
Tell me this is mine.
I have no idea if he's talking about me or my body, but either way, both belong to him. They always have. Yours.
That's fucking right, and you better never forget it.
Before I can take in those beautiful words, he begins pumping harder and faster, making me lose all sense of reality. Oh, God, I cry, when a delicious vibration begins between my legs. Looking down, I see him stroking me with my vibrator.
I'm not going to last much longer, baby, and I want you coming with me.
When he begins to circle my engorged clit, my arms give out, my chest dropping to the mattress, bringing his cock even deeper inside. The intense pleasure my body receives makes me self-destruct. My mouth falls open on a silent scream, ecstasy robbing me of speech.
Jesus fuck!
The snarl leaves Nick just as he stills, filling me with his release. A few seconds pass before he slowly slips out of me. With a groan, my legs give out and I drop to my stomach. Nick's body heat covers mine as he braces himself over me, our sweat-slicked skin melding. I feel him kiss my head before his lips move to my temple, then shoulder, then spine. No words are spoken, but the warmth of his kisses tell me everything I want to hear. They make me feel loved, cherished, something I've longed to feel my whole life from this man.
"I'll be right back,"
he whispers before he leaves. I'm left cold without his body heat any longer. I hear the shower turn on in my bathroom before he comes back to scoop me up. I grumble in disapproval, not wanting to move for at least a few days, even though I'm in desperate need of a shower. He chuckles.
"We'll be quick, I promise."
Walking into the bathroom, he situates us under the hot spray. He places me on my feet, but keeps me in his arms. Thank God for that, because I don't have the energy to stand on my own at the moment. I lean into him, resting my head on his chest while he washes me. We remain silent, but there's something in the air between us that wasn't there before. Like we both know we just crossed something that there's no coming back from. At least, that's how I feel. He keeps his promise, getting the task done quickly, then wraps me in a towel before carrying me back to bed. Once he crawls in next to me, I immediately move into him, finding my place in his arms. He stares down at me, the darkness doing nothing to disguise his soft expression as his hand gently cups the side of my face.
"You okay?"
he asks, seeming concerned. Yes, more than okay." His eyes flicker with relief.
"Good."
He kisses my forehead.
"You still hungry?"
God, no. I don't think I even have the energy to lift my hand and feed myself. The sound of his husky chuckle washes over me, warming me from the inside out. It's always been one of my favorite things about him, and I've missed it as much as I have him. Reflecting on the past makes me realize how much time we've lost. As if sensing my thoughts, some of his amusement fades. "Can I ask you something?" I whisper, and hate when I feel his muscles tighten with apprehension.
"Yeah."
"What happened between you and Colan that made you leave without saying goodbye?" The question comes out softer than I intended, an ache gathering in my chest. He's quiet for a long moment, but his eyes remain locked with mine.
"Did you ever ask Colan?"
"Yes, many times, but he'd never answer and told me not to think about it anymore." I pause, trying to gauge his expression, but deep down I know. He found out about us, didn't he?
"Yeah. He saw me leaving that night, while still getting dressed. Not that I would have lied about it anyway."
My eyes fall closed as guilt washes over me. It's all my fault. Your friendship ended because of me.
"That's not true."
I look at him, my gaze blurry with unshed tears. Yes, it is. If I hadn't pushed for that night, it wouldn't have ever happened, and you guys would still be friends. You would have never left. The realization strikes my chest painfully. Nick swiftly pushes me to my back and comes over me, his expression hard.
"It's not your fault. I was always going to leave, Caitlin. I got the acceptance letter to the academy a week earlier. I just didn't know how to tell you. That's why I left you the note. Because out of everyone I had to leave behind, you were the hardest."
Warmth blooms inside of me at his words, but vanishes quickly when I can tell he regrets the admission. With a harsh breath, he rests his forehead on mine, his jaw clenching.
"Don't regret that night, because I don't."
"I don't regret it, but I hate your friendship ended because of it."
"It was more than that. We both said and did things we couldn't take back. But don't think for a second I'd take that back, because I wouldn't."
His lips capture mine in a soul-searing kiss. I wrap my arms around his neck, losing myself in the present, but not the past, because it hurts too much. So much pain and time lost. How am I going to survive it a second time? I can't. I won't. I decide I will fight for him. I know he loves me too. I can feel it by every touch and kiss, just like I do right now. I suddenly feel him falter, and quickly wonder if I accidentally said the words out loud. That's until I feel him remove his hand from under my pillow. He pulls back and looks down at the pink, heart-shaped stone. "It's always been my most cherished gift," I explain softly. "But since that night with Vince, I've kept it even closer, replacing the ugly memories with my favorite ones. You and me." My throat begins burning with emotion. It reminds me that I'm more than a pretty face. His eyes move to mine, boring into them with an intensity I feel all the way to my soul. Taking the soft stone, he starts dragging it down my chest between my breasts, leaving goosebumps in their wake.
There's no question that you're beautiful, Caitlin. But never forget you are more. So much fucking more.
He looks down at me in a way I'm used to being looked at by men, but it's always been different with him. When he does it, I feel beautiful, not cheap. What's your favorite thing about me? I ask softly, then rush to elaborate. About my appearance, I mean. If you could only choose one physical attribute, what would it be? He doesn't hesitate with his answer.
Your smile.
His response brings one to my face. Why? I ask, unable to help myself.
Because it means you're happy, and you deserve that. You deserve to smile every second of every day.
That's why he's different, why he's always been different. It's why I will fight for him, for us. I won't lose him a second time.
Chapter 23. Nick. A sound pulls me from sleep, immediately putting me on alert. When I see it's 3 a.m, I nudge Caitlin awake and slide out from under her sweet, warm body. "What is it? What's wrong?" she asks softly, rubbing sleep from her eyes. "Put this on." I toss my shirt at her before throwing my jeans on. "Wait here. Don't come out unless I tell you to." Reaching down, I pull my gun from my bag. "Nick, what's going on? Why?" She pauses, hearing the same sound I just did a minute ago. "Stay put and keep the phone close." I toss her my phone, then leave the room quickly, closing the door quietly behind me. With my gun trained, I make my way down the hall, trying to listen where the sound came from. The same time I pass her spare room, a tall, dark figure emerges. I don't hesitate. Smashing my elbow into his face, I knock him back a step. I swiftly dodge the retaliating fist, but not fast enough. It clips the side of my jaw, and I swear the fucking thing shatters. We move at the same time, our bodies colliding with brutal force. His impact is harder, and it lands us into the hallway. We grapple around, rolling into the kitchen with our fists swinging while trying to pin the other. I clip him with the butt of my gun, stunning him enough to get the upper hand, then press the cold steel in the center of his forehead. "Jesus Christ, Stone, lay off, it's me." Recognizing Colan's voice, I ease up. "Why the fuck didn't you say something sooner?" "Your elbow crashed into my face before I had the chance, asshole." "Because you broke in. You ever heard of using a goddamn phone? Fuck you. This is my sister's place. I don't have to call first. Now get the hell off me." Before I can anticipate his move, he flips me off him. With a force so strong and fast, I land on my back with jarring impact. I grunt and wheeze for air, feeling like a lung just collapsed. "Asshole," he grumbles, standing up. Before he can walk away, I hook a leg around his ankle and sweep his feet out beneath him. "Shit!" He tries to right himself by using the kitchen table, but ends up taking out a few chairs and lands not far from me. He shoves a chair at me, but I send it right back. "Fuck you," I groan and sit up, now that I can finally breathe. "Nick, what's going on? Are you okay?" The fear in Caitlin's voice has me getting to my feet quickly. Ignoring the subtle pain in my chest, I move down the hall and open the door to her room. She throws herself at me before I even step inside. "Oh God, are you okay? What was all that?" I wrap my arms around her trembling body, feeling bad for pissing around with Colan instead of informing her everything was okay. "Everything's fine. It's your brother." Her body stiffens in my arms. Pushing away from me, she looks over to see Colan at the end of the hall. The kitchen light is now on, shining on him and the destruction we just made. "Hey, Kate. Sorry. I didn't mean to scare you." A sob explodes from her just before she charges down the hall and into his arms. "I'm so glad you're okay. I've been worried sick about you." "I'm sorry I didn't contact you sooner. Everything has been a fucking mess. But I'm okay. I can take care of myself, you know that." He rubs her back, trying to soothe her. "What about you? Are you okay?" She steps back, wiping her cheeks. "I am. Thanks to Nick."
His jaw locks down as he stares at her in my shirt.
Yeah, looks like he's taking really good care of you.
He glares over at me and I start thinking fists are about to start flying again.
Didn't take you long, did it?
Colan, don't, Caitlin says before I can tell him to fuck off. Then she touches the side of his face, grazing the angry red surface. What the heck happened?
RoboCop over there felt the need to prove himself, he says, glaring my way again.
She spins around to face me. You hit him?
Yep,
Colan replies before I can respond, looking smug.
Didn't even give me a chance to explain. Just started beating me, then almost blew my head off.
Caitlin gasps in horror. You put your gun to his head? I stare at her incredulously.
He broke into your house. How the fuck was I supposed to know it was him? And for the record, he hit me too. I thought my fucking lung had collapsed.
She turns on him, but he doesn't give her a chance to say anything.
He also broke your chair.
He points down at the floor, showing her the broken pieces of wood.
Oh, fuck that asshole. You're the one who broke the chair.
Okay, both of you, that's enough, she scolds. We're all going to calm down and have a seat in the living room. There's going to be no more fighting or name-calling. Got it?
It's RoboCop you need to be talking to,
he grumbles, trying to blame the whole thing on me. Caitlin rolls her eyes. It's both of you? Now come on, have a seat and tell us what's going on. She ushers him into the living room with a hand on his back, babying the fucker like he's fragile and not some monster who plows into people, puncturing lungs. I rub my chest at the memory and follow in behind them. Colan cages Caitlin between him and the end of the couch so I can't sit next to her, so I take a seat in the recliner, dickhead. Okay, tell us what's going on, Caitlin starts. When he glances over at me and hesitates, she reaches for his hand. You can trust him. He's been helping me with trying to clear your name. We know you didn't do this, Colan. Talk to us.
I'm being set up.
By who? She asks.
Well, that's just it. I don't know for sure. But if I had to take a guess, I'd put my money on Bruce Warren.
The manager of your gym? She gasps. I'm, however, not surprised. I knew something was off about that fucker.
Yeah.
But why? How? She stammers.
Because I know shit about him that he doesn't want getting out. Victor... He pauses, his jaw clenching. Victor's dead.
Caitlin puts a hand on his shoulder. We know. I'm so sorry. I know you two were close.
They killed him. I know they did, and they're going to fucking pay for it.
Who's they? I ask.
Bruce and his fucking posse no one knows about.
How can you be sure it was them? I ask.
Because Victor had proof to clear me. He called me the day he died and told me to come over, said he had evidence, and that it was all a setup. He told me to trust no one, especially the people in our house, meaning the gym, he explains. I was staying at a motel on the interstate about an hour away. By the time I got to his place, it was too late. He was dead. He swallows, his jaw ticking with fury. Whatever he had is now gone, and I have no idea what it was. I'm assuming Warren has it.
I'll bet he doesn't, I say. His eyes snap to mine.
Why do you say that?
Because whoever's doing this is looking for something, and I'm going to guess it's the same thing you're trying to find. It's why they tore your place apart and came for your sister. He turns to Caitlin, his eyes flashing with rage.
They came here?
She nods. Yeah, but I wasn't here.
His body relaxes. Good.
Well, not really, she starts quietly. Because I was over at your place when they broke in and killed Vince.
What?
She tells him the whole story, from us hiding in the closet and escaping, only to end up in a high-speed chase.
Fuck!
He jumps to his feet and starts pacing.
I swear I'm going to fucking kill them.
Did you know about Vince? Caitlin asks quietly.
Yeah, I saw it on the news, and I know they think I did it.
Well, Nick and I can both testify on your behalf because we saw it. We just don't know who they are.
I don't understand how the fuck Padalecki got caught up in this shit. Not that I care, the bastard was a waste of skin. But why use him to frame me? Why not someone else?
Because he gave me information, Caitlin whispers.
Colan stops mid-stride. What the hell are you talking about? I thought you had nothing to do with him anymore.
She swallows nervously. I haven't. Not since, well, you know. But I heard that Nikki has ties with him, so I went and asked him where I could find her, and that's when he told me about Annihilation.
Colan's entire body tenses, horror washing over him. Tell me you didn't fucking go there.
Well...
Colan's hands go to his head, looking like he's ready to explode. Jesus, I can't believe this shit. I decide now would be a good time to move on, because if he hears how I found her, shit will spiral out of control fast. It still infuriates me when I think about it. What about your father? Where does he fit into all of this? He looks at me, a silent warning in his hard eyes. Don't worry about it. It doesn't have anything to do with this.
I know about the pictures, Caitlin says, the pain in her voice gutting me all over again.
Colan remains silent, not making eye contact with her. He stands stock still, his expression as tortured as his sister's.
I love you for trying to protect me, but you shouldn't have given him the money.
There's no way I was going to let those pictures get out.
I thought we had them all,
she whispers, sounding broken. So did I. He grits.
I don't understand why, after all this time, he would use them against us.
He has a gambling problem, Colan replies, surprising me. He owed bookies a ton of money. That's why I paid him the first time. He gave me hours to transfer the money or said he'd release the photos on the internet. So I did. Then I went and beat the shit out of him. I thought I got the rest of the photos, but apparently not because he came back a second time. Rage bumps through my veins, and I swear when all this is done, that motherfucker is going to pay, but not until I can make sure it's kept quiet. When I refused to pay it, they came here. I found them watching your salon one day. Caitlin stiffens from the information. I met them that night at the underground fighting club Knight was messed up in.
That's why you were there?
Yeah. That's also where I saw Bruce and found out about his little side business. Anyway, I ended up paying them off, but told them that it was the last time, that if any more money was owed, they better kill him, because if they came back, I'd kill them. Then I sent them away with a few broken bones, and they haven't been back since. Wait, I cut back in. So that's what you have on Warren? He was a part of some illegal fighting ring? Seems a little extreme to want you dead for that. Colan shrugs. Not really. He's made a big name for himself in the fighting industry, and when I called him out, he knew he would lose it all. Of course he gave me some bullshit reason why he was there, but when I mentioned it to Victor, he said he wasn't surprised. He thought Bruce was also betting on illegal fights. When the bastard started spreading rumors about me, and the board asked me to do a drug test, I refused because I knew the fucker would find a way to set me up. But I guess he still found a way. Jesus, what a clusterfuck. The sound of a pained breath fills the room, and I look over to see Caitlin crying. She stands and moves to Colan, her arms going around his waist.
I'm sorry they're doing this to you. I'm sorry Dad did this, because if not for him, you would have never been caught up in it. And it was all to protect me.
It's not your fault, he says, hugging her back. I'd do it all over again if I had to. No one fucks with us, and I'm going to prove it when I find that evidence. We'll find it, I promise. In the meantime, I'll shoot my partner a text and get him to start digging into Warren's past. Maybe we can find something else to draw him in with. Colan nods. If you don't think Warren has the evidence, then I wouldn't mind going back to Victor's to look around. I'll just have to wait until the place isn't crawling with cops.
I want you to stay here, Caitlin says, stepping back. Don't leave again. I can't stand it. I need to know you're okay.
Kate, I'll be fine. I can take care of myself.
Please, Colan, for me.
He hesitates, clearly not liking the idea but unable to say no to her. It might not be a bad idea, I say. Lie low here, and it will be easier to communicate what we find. We can regroup in the morning and decide what our next move will be. After thinking about it for another minute, he reluctantly agrees. Caitlin launches herself at him.
I love you. I promise we'll figure this out.
I love you too, he grumbles.
You can have the guest room. Everything you need should be in there.
That's okay. Stone can have it. I'll take the couch. I glare at his not-so-subtle hint.
Nick's sleeping in my room?
Caitlin shifts nervously. Then where the fuck are you sleeping? Back off, I snap, having enough of his bullshit. She's a big girl and can make her own fucking decisions. He steps toward me. Listen here, motherfucker. You're not—
Colan, stop!
Caitlin steps in front of him.
Nick's right. I can make my own decisions. He's been by my side this entire time, trying to help clear your name. He doesn't deserve your hostility. He deserves your thanks.
His jaw hardens, eyes boring down on her. He'll be leaving when this is over. You know that. She flinches as if he slapped her, and my temper reaches its breaking point. It's none of your fucking business what—
Would you two stop?
Caitlin shouts, her voice cracking with emotion.
You guys used to be best friends. It kills me to see you act like this toward each other. Please, just stop.
She runs from the room, but not before I see tears tracking down her face. It makes me feel like shit. Silence fills the room as we glare at one another, tension coiling in us both. Do what you want, but don't think for a fucking second that I won't be coming for you if you leave her when this is over. With that, he stalks away, slamming the guest room door. The rage I'm feeling simmers just below the surface. The need to hit something, anything, becomes overwhelming. As much as I hate his intrusion, he's right. I know I'll hurt her, even though it's the last thing I want to do. Just the thought of leaving her has pain slicing through my chest like a hot blade. That pain only worsens when I step into her room and find her curled in a ball on her bed, her body shaking with grief. Closing the door behind me, I move in next to her and pull her against my body. I'm sorry, I murmur, kissing her shoulder.
You both mean more to me than anyone else in the world. I hate seeing you guys like this.
I know. I really am sorry. The last time we saw each other didn't end well. We have shit we need to hash out. But now's not the time. I promise I'll try harder. I don't want you to hurt. With a sniffle, she turns around to face me, her soft, slender hand going to my face. There are questions in her eyes, ones I can't answer. Not right now. So instead I seal my mouth over hers, tasting the saltiness of her tears, and try to inhale in her pain. Jesus, how the fuck am I supposed to walk away from her when this is over? Because I know of the possible repercussion if I don't. It could be her who will leave me, and that hurts far fucking worse than anything else ever could.
Chapter 24. Caitlin. Tension still surrounds Nick and Colan the next afternoon, but they're being more civil, and for that I'm thankful. It guts me to see how angry they are with each other, and even more upsetting to know it's over me. I'm exhausted, the stress of this past week taking its toll on me. I'm worried about my brother and how we're going to get him out of this. Then there's the stress of what Nick will think when I tell him I love him and want him to stay. My feelings shouldn't come as a surprise, but me fighting for him probably will. Especially since we had an understanding, something I knew I'd never be able to follow through with. If anything, I love him more now than I did 7 years ago, if that's possible.
What about this Nikki?
Nick asks, bringing me to the present.
What's her connection to Warren?
Colan shrugs.
I imagine he approached her when he found out about my involvement at Annihilation.
He doesn't make eye contact with me as he talks about the Forbidden Club, not something I'm sure he likes me to know about.
He probably paid her off. She's a money-hungry bitch and has no conscience. She's more fucked up than I am, and that's saying something.
Don't say that about yourself. I hate when he talks like that. He's so much better than he knows. He dismisses me, as if I never said anything.
I went by her place shortly after I found Victor, but she wasn't there. She has to be around. She's not allowed to leave town,
Nick says. Well, when we do find her, I'm going to kick her ass. I grit through clenched teeth. My blood boils at the thought of her so easily taking money in exchange to ruin someone's life. Nick and Colan stare at me in a way that has my back going up. What? I can take her, and it's not like you can hit her.
Easy there, grasshopper, Colin says, patting my head. Let's question her first, then you can torture her with your numerous hair products.
Nick chuckles, finding him amusing. Do you have any idea how sharp my shears are, Colin? It could take your fingers right off. So laugh it up, but sleep with one eye open. Otherwise, you might wake up with something missing. And that goes for you too, Chuckles, I add, looking at Nick.
Now don't go and do that,
Colin says, sitting back in his chair with a grin.
RoboCop won't be able to wave his gun around. He'll have to take disability and be a paper pusher.
Nick glares at him.
Let's see how good you are at your job with 2 broken legs, asshole. And can't you come up with anything fucking better than RoboCop? I don't even look like him.
Yeah, I pipe in defensively. He's way hotter than RoboCop. He's more like Miami Vice. Nick's glare swings my way. What? I'm sticking up for you. Haven't you ever seen the remake? Colin Farrell? I whistle. He's fun. But don't worry, he's got nothing on you. I end with a wink. Colin bursts out laughing, and that's when I lose my composure, laughing along with him. It feels good to forget about all the darkness plaguing us for a few moments.
Hardy fucking har,
Nick grumbles, making us laugh harder. Colin stands and gives me another pat on the head.
That was a good one. I've taught you well.
He heads to the bathroom.
Miami Vice,
he says again, his laughter cut off when he closes the door. I glance back at Nick to see him looking less than amused, his hard gaze holding retribution. The thought makes my thighs clench. Getting up, I walk around the table to him. Oh, don't be mad, Nicky boy, I coo, knowing I'm heading into dangerous territory. Hiking my jean skirt up enough to straddle him, I gasp when he hauls me down with lightning speed, situating me over his hard cock.
Do you have any idea what that smart mouth does to me, Caitlin?
He lands a hard slap to my bare ass. A harsh breath tumbles past my lips, trailing off on a whimper as I grind down on him. One hand wraps in my hair, tilting my head back, as his other hand soothes the sting.
Jesus, what the fuck you got on under here?
Wouldn't you like to know? I try to be a smartass, but it comes out all breathless and needy. He grabs the lace of my thong and tugs, so the center of my panties slide against the bundle of nerves throbbing for attention.
I think you want me to find out.
His teeth begin nipping the delicate skin on my neck.
You like what I did to you last night, baby? Liked it when I had my dick in your sweet little ass.
God, yes, I whimper, his filthy words almost enough to make me come.
That's what I thought,
he growls, before pulling me in for a searing kiss. It's rough and so incredibly hot, it sends my already heated blood into a frenzy. Our passion comes to a screeching halt when there's a knock on my door.
Caitlin, it's Faith.
Tensing, I look down the hall to see Colin still in the bathroom. Shoot! I jump off Nick, riding my skirt, then hurry to the door, glad it was her interrupting us and not my brother. That would have ended very badly. Gathering a deep breath, I open the door to see it's both Faith and Cade. Hey, guys! I greet them cheerfully, hoping Colin hears me. Hey, Faith says, and waits for me to invite them in. I try to think fast, not wanting to hurt their feelings, but no, Colin doesn't want anyone else to know right now. Can we come in? She asks. Actually, Nick and I were just going to head out and...
Hey, Miami Vice, maybe you can...
Colin trails off when he sees me at the door.
Shit.
Faith gasps and pushes her way past me. Oh my God, Colin! She runs and jumps on him the same way I did last night. I'm so glad you're okay. We've been so worried. Faith is probably the only other person, besides me, who could do this to him. Colin doesn't like to be touched, and definitely no affection, but he has a soft spot for her. However, his reception is still uncomfortable and awkward.
I'm fine. Well, other than the fact someone is trying to fuck me over.
Faith steps back. I hope you know we didn't believe it for a second. I knew you'd never do something like that.
Thanks. Nice to know there were at least a couple of people who did. Cooper know you're here?
Cade asks, walking in. Colin visibly tenses, his eyes narrowing.
No, and he's not going to.
I clear my throat, trying to break the tension. Why don't you come sit down and we'll explain everything? It's clear Colin isn't happy about my invitation, so I rush to reassure him. It's okay. We can trust them. You can, Faith adds. Cade will keep this to himself if that's what you want. You can tell he's nervous to trust them, but relents with a nod and follows us into the kitchen. I'm the one who gives them the rundown with Colin and Nick adding in when needed. I even tell them about my father, but leave out the photos. It's something I'm not ready for anyone to know, including Faith. She and her parents already harbor so much guilt over Colin's and my upbringing. I don't want her feeling responsible for this too. By the time I'm done, Faith is crying and hugging Colin. I'm sorry this is happening to you, but we'll figure this out. You have our support.
Thanks,
Colin mumbles, shifting uncomfortably.
I still don't understand why you won't go to Cooper with this information,
Cade says.
Because if I do go, he has no choice but to arrest me. And once he has me behind bars, I'm fucked. I won't ever get out. Not with the evidence they have. His hands are tied, and his station can't be trusted. Just look at what happened tonight because of that dirty fucking cop. That had nothing to do with him. Maybe not, but it was still his officer. Look at how many people were caught up in that shit. I don't trust anyone. Not when it comes to my freedom.
Cade finally backs off.
Fair enough.
So what do we do? Faith asks. What's the first step? Nick is just about to say something when his phone rings. He looks at the caller ID before answering.
Stone.
His eyes move to Colin, and he listens on the other line.
What?
The tone in his voice puts us all on alert.
Yeah, okay. I'll be down soon,
he says before hanging up. What's going on? I ask.
That was Cooper,
he says, surprising me.
He has the 2 guys from the shootout in custody, and they're giving confessions.
What? Colin and I say at the same time.
I don't know what the hell is going on, but I told him I'd come down. Why don't you guys go out to their place, since it's close to the station?
He gestures to Cade and Faith.
I can come by after and fill you in.
No, Colin says, dismissing the suggestion right away.
They have kids. I'm not bringing possible trouble their way. If you want to hide out, that's the safest place for you to be,
Cade says.
No one steps on my property without me being alerted. The kids can go across the way to Jackson's or Sawyer's. Christopher is gone, so you're welcome to the guest house for as long as you need.
Colin's quiet as he mulls the idea over. I place my hand on his arm. He's right. It's the safest place for you to be at the moment. He's reluctant, but agrees.
Yeah, all right. Thanks. Let's go then,
Nick says, standing.
I want to find out what the hell is going on.
I do too. And I hope by some miracle this is true, and these people clear Colin's name. Then I'll only have one more thing left to tackle to make my world right again, and that's trying to hold on to a man who's too scared to love anyone.
Chapter 25. Nick. They're lying, I tell Cooper as I stand next to him, looking through the 2-way mirror as the men sign their confessions. I knew it was a lie the moment they confessed to killing Vince and said the entire setup was organized by Keith Slade. You don't think their father is capable of this? Cooper asks. He's definitely capable. He's a piece of shit. But he's also dumb. There's no way he has the brains to pull something like this off, nor does he have the money to hire anyone. I figured something didn't sit right, but why the hell come in and confess? I shrug. Maybe they're that scared? I've seen people take the fall many times out of fear. They are the same guys from Colan's we ran into, and they did kill Vince, but there's no way Keith set this up. I don't know much about their father, just a little bit Caitlin has told Kayla. I'll at least alert the local police up there and— No, don't! He glares at me. You know how this works, Stone. Yeah, I do, and I'm telling you, he's going to be dealt with eventually, but quietly. If you don't want to hurt Caitlin, then you'll need to trust me on this. That last part has him backing off. Fuck. Fine. I'll dig deeper into their story and see what I can come up with for inconsistencies. Hopefully I'll find a hole that will lead me in the right fucking direction. While you're at it, do some digging into Bruce Warren. He runs the gym where Colan trains and is on the board of directors for the EFC. I know who he is. He watches me, suspicion strong in his gaze. I'm assuming you've talked with Slade. You want to tell me what's going on? I decide it's only fair since he trusted me enough about Keith, but I don't tell him everything. I tell him I've spoken with Colan, but leave out the part of me knowing where he is. Then I fill him in on what we suspect. Jesus. He runs a tired hand down his face. I did not expect that. I have a lot of evidence surrounding that underground ring, and his name has never shown up. Doesn't mean it was never there. It just means he has the power to erase it, just like he has the means to pull something like this off and frame Colan. He nods. I'll see what I can find. What about Nikki? Now that these two confessed, her story doesn't add up. We may be able to get her to crack with the truth. Well, that's the problem, he says, his expression hard. I sent an officer to her place a few hours ago and he said it was completely empty. Everything was gone, including her. Fucking figures. I'm going to hit up Annihilation and see if she's been back there. If not, I know of another place she might be. He shakes his head. Jesus. Whatever happened to living in a fucking peaceful small town? I smirk at his frustration. I wouldn't know. Us boys at the top are used to playing with the bad guys. His glare has a chuckle erupting from me. Keep in touch, Sheriff. After a clap on his shoulder, I head out of the room. Fucking feds, I hear just as the door closes behind me. After the station, I head to the farm and give everyone the rundown. Fuck that, Colan says. I'm telling you, this is Bruce. Keith is too fucking stupid for something like this. I know. Cooper has no choice but to take their confessions. They did kill Vince. But he's keeping everything quiet for now and looking deeper into their story. He doesn't believe them either. I also told him to question Warren. Colan's hard eyes hold mine. Did you tell him where I was? No, but I did tell him I've spoken with you, and I told him what we suspect. Fuck, he curses, pissed off. Listen, I trust him, and right now we need all the help we can get. There's a reason these assholes are taking the fall, and we need to know why. Cade backs me up. He's right. Cooper will keep this to himself, especially for the importance of the case. So, what do we do in the meantime? Caitlin asks. We keep doing everything we are. Colan remains hidden and stays here like Cade suggested, and we keep searching. We have enough people on this, we're bound to find something soon. And if Warren is as arrogant as I think he is, he'll trip up eventually. I really need to open my shop again, she says. I'm losing a lot of money. Don't worry about your money. You know I have you, Colan says. She smiles softly at him. Thank you, but it's not just about the money. I don't want to lose my clients. That place means everything to me. The longer I stay closed, the more of a chance I have at losing it. Get your girls to work, but not you, I say. I don't want you there until we know what's going on. She nods but doesn't seem happy about it. Okay, I'll tell Chantal and Shauna to open tomorrow. Do you guys want to stay here too? Faith asks. We have the guest room upstairs. Stone should stay here, and Caitlin can stay with me in the guest house, Colan says, making Faith smile. Caitlin rolls her eyes. That's okay. We'll stay at my place. All our stuff is there anyway. We'll come back in the morning. Sounds good. I'll have breakfast ready. Thanks for everything, Caitlin says, giving her a hug before moving to Colan. Stop being such a grouch. She gives him a big kiss on his brooding cheek. And be good. With a grunt, he hugs her back but glares at me over her shoulder, a silent warning in his eyes. Whatever. He needs to get over it already. Caitlin stands and turns to Cade. I'd give you a hug, big guy, but we all know how growly you get unless it's your girls, so here. She kisses her hand, then pats his cheek. Just for you. Both the girls laugh at his less than amused expression. I smirk, glad to know someone else is at the receiving end of her smart mouth. That's until she turns to me with a sassy smile. I'm ready, Miami Vice. Let's roll. She gives me a slap on the ass as she passes by. As I follow her out the door, I think of all the ways I'm going to make her pay for that. We stop on the way for a bite to eat and arrive back to the apartment, well into the evening. I have her wait by the door again while I check things over just to make sure. After today, I don't expect trouble, but something is going on, and it still leaves me on edge. When I come back for her, she's leaning against the wall, quirking a brow at me.
Everything all clear, Miami Vice?
In a quick move, I pin her against the door, my body pressing against her soft, delicate curves as my hand wraps in her long, thick hair. Be careful, Caitlin. It's just you and me now, and I'm about to shove something into that sassy mouth of yours. Her brown eyes spark, her chest rising and falling. She licks those plump fucking lips that I've been dying to fuck.
That's what I was hoping for.
My control snaps at the breathy words. With a growl, I slant my mouth over hers, inhaling her sweetness before I dirty up her mouth. Then my phone rings, shattering my intentions. Pulling my cell out, I check the number and don't recognize it. I consider ignoring it, especially at the sight of Caitlin's swollen lips, but decide against it. Don't fucking move, I order. She smiles, her hands moving to my belt as I answer. Yeah, I bark, my voice rough.
Is this Nick Stone?
I frown at the unfamiliar woman's tone. Yeah?
The son of Lila Stone?
Everything in my body freezes, ice rushing through my veins. Caitlin stops her attempts and stares up at me, her image blurring in front of me as blood pounds in my ears. I love you, Mom. Please come back. Pain lances through me, making it hard to breathe. I shake myself from the past before it can suck me into its dark abyss. Who the fuck is this?
I'm sorry, I know this must be a surprise, but I had to call you. My name is Mira Gonzalez, and I'm a nurse at St. Michael's Hospital here in Las Vegas. I've been your mother's caretaker for the last 3 months.
Caretaker? She trails off, her voice cracking.
She's passed away.
Passed away? I ask, still having a hard time registering this phone call.
Yes, Lila was diagnosed with HIV over a year ago. She had no money for medical insurance, and her condition deteriorated fast without the proper medication. She came into the hospital very ill and passed away yesterday.
I walk into the living room and drop down on the couch, feeling numb.
I know this must be a lot to take in, Mr. Stone, especially considering your relationship with her.
A bitter laugh escapes me. Well, that's where you're wrong, lady. We didn't have a relationship. I haven't seen her since I was 6 years old.
I'm aware of that,
she replies softly.
It's something Lila shared with me, and I can tell you it's something she has regretted deeply over the years.
Bullshit, I shoot back. As the shock wears off, a fury takes root inside of me, and I grab hold of it, not wanting to feel the searing pain in my chest when I think about this woman.
Look, I know this isn't my business, but I called because Lila wrote a letter. It's addressed to you. She never intended to send it, but I think it's important you get it. She was a lost woman who made mistakes, and she paid for them greatly. She died alone.
She adds with a whisper. That was her fucking choice. She had a family, and she left.
Please, Mr. Stone, try to understand. She was sick. People with—
Look, lady, you're wasting your time. I don't give a fuck what her problem was. She's been dead to me most of my life. This changes nothing.
I see,
she says tightly, but she doesn't get it. No one does. They can't.
I'll have the letter here if you change your mind, and—
I won't. Sorry you wasted your time. I end the call, my fist clenched tightly around the small device. Fuck! With fury pumping through my body, I throw the phone across the room, shattering it against the wall.
Nick?
A soft, tearful voice barely penetrates through my rage, and I turn to find Caitlin watching me, tears welling in her eyes. I had completely forgotten she was here.
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Do you want to talk about it?
No. She has a pretty damn good idea what that phone call was about, and Lila is not someone I'm talking about with her. Not anyone. Except Pop. Shit. How the fuck do I tell him this?
I can't think about that right now. I can't fucking think at all, not with all this turmoil battling inside of me. Please talk to me, she begs. It's killing me to see you like this. Let it go, Caitlin, it's not your business. Hurt sparks in her eyes, but she lifts a stubborn chin. It is my business because I love you. Her admission, although not surprising, still barrels through me like a painful blow, adding to the destructive emotions inside of me. Nick, I love you, and if you would just trust me, don't. I point my finger at her, stopping her words before they can destroy what's left of me. Don't fucking say that. Why? It's the truth. I always have, and you know it. Why won't you let me be there for you? Don't do this to me. We had a deal, an understanding. Don't go back on it. The pain that washes over her face has guilt almost wiping out every other emotion inside of me. You're telling me everything this week has been nothing but a deal? Really? What the fuck do you want from me? The truth, she screams. I told you the truth. I can't give you what you fucking want. Can't or won't. When I remain silent, she lets out a bitter laugh and shakes her head. You tell me I'm more, yet I'm not enough for you. All these years I've treasured those words, but you don't mean them. You never did. This isn't about you, God damn it. This has to do with me. This is who I am and who I always will be. I will never love anyone. Because you're a coward, she grinds out. You're so concerned about protecting yourself that you're willing to hurt someone who has loved you from the moment they met you. You can't even be there for a man who gave you everything when you had nothing. You just leave. How does that make you any different than her? The last of her words hit me like a punch to the gut, penetrating through the only barrier I had left. With a sob, she storms off, slamming the door to her room, and leaving me with a pain far greater than I can comprehend. Mainly because the truth fucking hurts. Chapter 26. Nick. The past. 6 years old. The sound of a crash wakes me up. My heart begins to thunder as I listen carefully, scared of what's happening. I hear whispers, but can't make out what they're saying. One voice belongs to my mom, and the other sounds angry. It could be anyone. There are always men coming in and out of here, most of the time hurting my mom and me when I try to help her. I decide to go check on her and make sure she's okay, even though she'll probably get mad at me. She doesn't like it when I help her. But I don't care. No one hurts my mom. Looking out of my broken bedroom window, I see it's completely dark outside. I put my dinosaur slippers on that the lady across the street gave me since it's so cold in our house. Colder than usual. Opening my bedroom door, I blink at the bright light and see my mom on her hands and knees picking up a glass vase that broke by our front door. I don't recognize the man standing next to her, but he doesn't look very nice. Would you hurry the fuck up? We need to get going. Going? Where are they going? Just give me a second. I don't want him hurting himself on the glass. Once she sweeps the broken shards into the dustpan, she stands. Mom? She spins around, and that's when I see she's crying. Oh, Nicholas, you scared me, honey, she says with a hand to her heart. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to wake you. I suddenly notice her suitcase at the door. What are you doing? Why do you have your suitcase? Mommy's gotta go, she says, a sob escaping her before she covers her mouth. Okay, hold on, I'll go get my stuff. I have no idea where we're going, but I'll always follow her. I turn to leave, but she calls me back. She drops to her knees in front of me, her crying eyes really big and glassy. That's how I know she's been taking her medicine, the one that makes her act funny. Sometimes she can't even talk and will sleep for days. I hate it. It scares me. She cups my face in her soft, shaking hands. You can't come, baby. A sharp pain strikes my chest, fear skittering along my spine. What do you mean? Why not? She tries to answer, but is crying too hard. Why are you crying so much? I glare at the guy behind her, letting him know it better not be because of him.
I'm so sorry, Nikki, but it's better this way. I'm no good for you.
Pain rips through my little body, making my eyes burn with tears. Don't say that. We have each other. I'll take care of you, Mom. I promise. I'll be a good boy. She looks over at the guy next to her, trying to stifle her pain. He shakes his head. No fucking kids, you know that. Now are you coming or not? She pulls me into her arms, crying hysterically.
I love you. Please never forget that. I'm so sorry. I'll send someone, soon.
She releases me with a kiss. Panic threatens to choke me as she stands, grabbing her luggage. No, stop! You can't leave me! I grab hold of her suitcase and try pulling her back, tears tracking down my face.
Nicholas, please don't do this.
Jesus Christ. The guy pushes me with a force that sends me flying to my back and knocks the air from me.
Don't put your hands on him.
Then let's go or I'm leaving without you. I fucking warned you that I don't have time for this shit.
I watch my mother brokenly walk out of the house. She turns back to me one more time.
You'll be better off without me. I'll send someone right away.
Her sobs are cut off by the slam of the door. No! Catching my breath, I get to my feet and run outside to see them driving off. Wait, please, I cry, running as fast as I can after them, my dinosaur slippers causing me to slide on the gravel. I love you, Mom! Please come back! Once the truck disappears, I fall to my knees as sobs rack my chest. Please, don't leave me. When one of the neighbors' lights turns on, I get to my feet and quickly run back inside. Closing the big, heavy door, I fall back against it and slide to the ground, unable to stand from the agony ripping through my heart. She'll be back. She'll be back. I waited and prayed for her to return, but she never came back, and she never sent anyone for me. It was 4 days before the police found me, and I swore to myself then I would never love anyone again. I'd never give anyone the chance to destroy me again.
Chapter 27. Caitlin. With an aching heart and swollen eyes, I glance at the clock to see it's 5 a.m. The agony tearing through me is still of the same intensity it was when I came to bed last night. Not only am I hurting for me and what I'll never have with the only man I've ever loved, but I also hurt deeply for Nick. I will never forget the pain I saw on his face as he spoke with whomever was on the phone last night. It had to do with his mother, that much I know, and from the few words I heard him say, it seems she passed away. All I wanted to do was be there for him, as he has been for me. I didn't mean for a fight to happen. I just wanted him to let me in. I feel horrible for some of the things I said, but they needed to be said. I've come to realize as much as I love him and want to be there for him, I can't force him. I have no doubt he loves me too, but I can't make him see that, nor can I force him into a life with me that he's too scared to have. But can I let him walk away? Especially when I know he needs me as much as I need him. More tears begin slipping from the corners of my hot eyes. With a frustrated sniffle, I swipe my cheeks and sit up. I have to get out of here. I need to clear my head and talk to someone who will understand, and I know Faith will. After throwing on a pair of jean shorts and a tank top, I toss back a couple of aspirins to dull my headache. If only there was something to ease the pain in my heart. Quietly stepping outside, I walk down the hall and see the guest bedroom door halfway open, with Nick sleeping on the bed. I quickly look away when I get the urge to crawl in next to him. I hated sleeping without him, missing his arms wrapped around me that I've grown accustomed to in such a short time. Writing a quick note, I let him know I'll meet him at Faith's. Then grabbing my purse, I leave. I head out the back entrance to my parking space, thankful Faith brought my car back for me after I fled Colan's. As I step outside, I see the early morning sun just starting to rise, and decide to head to the salon first before Faith's, giving her more time to wake up. I'm so distracted digging through my purse, looking for my key, that I don't register the fast, heavy footsteps before it's too late. A scream rips from me as I'm grabbed from behind.
Shut up,
a sinister voice says, sending icy terror through my body. A horrible-smelling cloth slams over my mouth and nose, smothering my cry. The pungent smell instantly floods my senses.
Quick, grab her legs.
A guy in a black hoodie grabs my kicking legs as I fight with everything I have. But suddenly, I have no control over myself. My vision starts to blur and my body grows heavy, weakening my attempts to nothing. Oh God, this is not happening. That's my last thought before my world turns black.
Chapter 28. Nick. I drive out to the farm, furious she left without me. I'm mostly angry with myself because if I were her, I wouldn't have waited for me either. I have no idea what time she left, and I have no way to call her since I smashed my cell after that fucking phone call. One that I had hoped was a nightmare, but when I woke up, knew it was reality. I try not to think about it because I still don't know what the fuck to think. Since that call, a part of me feels like I don't even know who I am anymore, and I hate it. Hate feeling unsure, and hate thinking about her, because it only brings the dark, buried pain to the surface. One thing I do know is I didn't like waking up without Caitlin. I missed the smell of her, the feel of her warm body wrapped around mine, and just her. This wasn't supposed to happen, but I knew it was inevitable because it's Caitlin, the only girl who has ever been able to break through my defenses. You tell me I'm more, yet I'm not enough for you. All these years I've treasured those words, and but you don't mean them. You never did. If she only knew how close I've kept her to me. You're so concerned about protecting yourself that you're willing to hurt someone who has loved you from the moment they met you. The thought of never feeling her again guts me. But when I think about what could happen if I take that chance with her, and she's the one to eventually leave me, just the thought of it destroys me. I'm pulled from my turmoil when I arrive at Faith's and don't see Caitlin's car. I scowl. What the fuck? Did someone pick her up? The feeling I have settling in my gut isn't a good one. Getting out of my truck, I rush up the front steps and try the door to find it unlocked. I enter without knocking and see Cade, Faith, and Colan all in the living room to the right, but not Caitlin. Where's Caitlin? Faith frowns. What do you mean? Isn't she with you? All the blood drains from me and is replaced with pure, cold fear. I shake my head. She was gone when I woke up this morning. She left me a note saying she would meet me here. What do you mean she's fucking gone? Colan bellows, getting to his feet. Calm down, Faith says. She has to be somewhere. Maybe she left just before you and made a quick stop. I shake my head, disregarding the suggestion right away, that feeling of dread getting stronger. Someone call her. I don't have my fucking phone. Colan pulls his out before I can even finish my sentence. My worst fear is confirmed when I see him tense, rage hardening his expression. Who the fuck is this? Speaker, I order with a harsh whisper, moving closer. He does and holds the phone in front of him. I'm surprised you don't recognize my voice, Mr. Slade. I swear to God, Warren, if you've laid one fucking hand on my sister, I will rip you apart. Ah, so you don't know who it is. Excellent. Although I wouldn't be tossing out threats like that if I were you. It could end up backfiring, and you could lose someone who means a lot to you. It wasn't a threat. If you hurt her, I will kill you. I see, the bastard says, sounding amused. You're not the one who holds the power here, Mr. Slade. I do. And you will do what I say, or your sister dies. After I'm done having fun with her, of course, because she's much too pretty not to. A sharp, pained breath leaves Faith before she stifles it against Cade's chest, her shoulders shaking. My stomach clenches in fury, violence pumping heavily through my blood. What the fuck do you want? I want the evidence Victor gave you. Colan's eyes snap to mine, confusion marring his face. I shake my head, warning him not to tell the truth. What makes you think I have it? I saw the text message he sent you, After turning Charleston upside down and not finding it, I've come to the conclusion there is only one place left for it to be, and that's with you. What if I told you I didn't have it? For your sake, I hope you do, because you have 1 hour to bring it to me or your beautiful sister dies. Where? Colan asks through clenched teeth. He rattles off the location of some warehouse located 30 miles away, and that's when Cade walks out of the room, pulling at his phone. You come alone. No cops, including her fed boyfriend, or I will slit her fucking throat. Do you understand? I want to know she's still alive. She is, he promises. Prove it. Let me talk to her. There's a moment of silence, one that has dread pounding in my chest. Of course. One moment, please. There's a rustling sound before I hear a sharp cry escaping Caitlin. It heats my blood past its boiling point. Your brother wants to speak with you, my dear. Colin? Caitlin sobs, the sound of her terrified voice slicing through me. It's me, Kate. I'll be there soon. Just hang on. No, don't. He's going to kill us both if you do. Just please, tell Nick how sorry I am, and tell him— She's cut off by a sudden loud crack. Her scream of pain shatters my composure. Turning around, I put my fist through the wall next to me, feeling no impact over the rage pummeling through me. I'm going to fucking kill you, Colan yells, saying the words that are close to exploding from me. Wrong. You're going to do what I say, or I will make you watch while I torture every part of her body. Don't fuck with me, Mr. Slade. You have 1 hour. Don't worry. I'm coming for you, motherfucker. At the sound of the call being ended, Colan throws his phone with a roar. I'm going to fucking kill him. Not if I get him first. What are you going to do? Faith sobs, dropping down on the couch. We're getting her back, I say with absolute certainty, a terrifying calmness settling over me. And how the fuck are we going to do that when I have no evidence? It doesn't matter. We're going to take the bastard out before he even has a chance to ask for it. Cade comes walking back in. Sawyer and Jackson are on their way. What about Cooper? I ask. He looks at me in surprise. Am I calling him? I nod. No, Colan interjects. You heard him. No fucking cops or she's as good as dead. I'm going in alone. Not happening. And we're not going in without backup. He's right, Cade says. We'll slip inside before they even know you're there. Colan stares at him like he's crazy. And how the fuck do you plan on pulling that off? You leave that part to me, Cade says. That's what I'm trained to be. A ghost. Ghost or not, we're going in guns blazing, and God help anyone who's laid a hand on her.
Chapter 29. Caitlin. After blacking out, I woke up here in this cold, abandoned warehouse, gagged and tied to a chair by none other than Bruce Warren and 4 men who obey his every command. My head throbs violently, my eye feeling like it's about to explode out of my face from the blows I've been dealt because of my refusal to tell them where Colan is. But no amount of pain can compare to the fear I have coursing through me as I tightly grip the bomb my hands are bound to. A blanket covers my lap, hiding the square metal device that has every color wire protruding out of it, the red digital numbers frozen at the 5-minute mark. My thumbs taped over top of a lever it's been forced down on, one that will ignite the explosion if released, ending my life and anyone else around me. And it's all my fault. I shouldn't have left without Nick this morning. I didn't think I'd be in danger by going out to Faith's alone, especially with Cooper having those 2 guys in custody. Now the chances of me getting out of this alive are slim. I have no doubt my brother will come for me, even though I warned him not to, and I know Nick will be with him. The thought has a fresh wave of hot tears tracking down my cheeks. I know Nick was listening in on the phone when Colan called, which is why I apologized. I hope he knows it's not only for leaving this morning, but also for our fight last night. Knowing those will be the last words we say to each other absolutely shatters me. I just wish I could have told him I loved him one more time before I was silenced with a powerful backhand. An unexpected touch to my face hurtles me out of my tormented thoughts and makes me flinch. My eyes snap open to see Bruce Warren, running his slimy finger down my cheek, a malicious smile curling his lips.
It's almost showtime, sweetheart. Are you ready?
I jerk my head away from his touch, my eyes narrowing with hatred. How deceiving looks can be. The man who's dressed in a gray suit that's worth more than my entire wardrobe looks nothing more than your typical businessman. However, I've come to learn he's much more dangerous than he looks.
Now don't be like that. I told you I'm sorry you had to be caught up in this, but your brother left me no choice. It's very crucial I get that flash drive back. A lot of people's reputations depend on it, including mine.
If I wasn't gagged, I'd tell him to shove his reputation up his ass.
Believe me when I say, you're lucky it's me you're dealing with. The other people you could be with right now are far more dangerous than I am.
He drops a hand to my shoulder, his finger trailing down the exposed skin of my chest, making my stomach rebel.
The things they would do to your pretty body would have you begging for them to end your life. If your brother comes through, then I promise you will die quickly. If not, well, let's not go there quite yet, shall we?
He adds with a wink.
I just got word that he's pulling in, boss, and he's alone.
One of the men says, making my throat close up in fear. No way. There's no way Nick isn't with him.
Ah, perfect. And with 20 minutes to spare. Very impressive,
he says, as if Colan is showing up to nothing more than a casual meeting and not our impending death.
Man and Yates, go greet our guest, please, and make sure you search him thoroughly. Yes, sir. What's the ETA on my choppergram? 5 minutes, sir. Fantastic,
he says gleefully, rubbing his hands together. The side door at the far end of the warehouse opens, revealing Colan being escorted in by the 2 men who were ordered to retrieve him. Both of them have their guns drawn and trained on him. The vicious sight has me sobbing behind the gag. Colan's hard gaze focuses only on me, carefully taking in my appearance.
You okay, Kate?
Bruce is the one to respond.
She's fine, for the moment.
Colan's eyes shoot to him, his jaw flexing prominently.
Lucky for your sake.
Bruce chuckles, unafraid, when most people shit their pants over Colan. However, my brother has no idea just how screwed we are.
Glad you could join us, Mr. Slade, and with impeccable timing. Cut the bullshit, Warren, and let her go. Well, I'm afraid I can't do that. But hand over the evidence peacefully, and I promise to make this as painless as possible for you both. No evidence, until you let her go.
I glance up at Bruce, seeing his earlier amusement gone.
Perhaps you're not comprehending the severity of the situation.
He leans down and whips the blanket off me, unveiling the bomb strapped between my hands.
Jesus.
Colan breathes, his hands fisting in his disheveled hair. The look of utter dejection on his face rips through my already tortured heart. He knows there's no getting out of this, just like I do. Grabbing my hair, Bruce yanks my head back painfully, tearing a cry from me. He brings his disgusting face near mine.
Isn't it beautiful? He says,
before reaching down and hitting a button that sends the digital time to a ticking countdown. A muffled wail of despair leaves me, the fear that gripped me turning to icy terror.
You have less than 5 minutes, Mr. Slade, before we shoot you and leave you here to die with her. That was a big fucking mistake,
Colan says, appearing a hell of a lot calmer than I feel.
Yes, it is yours,
Bruce shoots back.
Now hand over the flash drive. Actually, it's yours.
Before I can register Colan's response, I watch him swiftly take out the guy to his left, the same time gunshots explode through the room. I attempt to scream through my gag while the scene unfolds, confused as to what's happening. My blood roars when I feel a bullet whiz past my ear. I squeeze my eyes shut as I wait for pain to strike me.
Shit, he's headed up top,
yells someone who sounds an awful lot like Jackson.
I'm on him,
another person calls out, this one sounding like Sawyer.
Cooper, watch my back. We got a chopper coming in.
Cooper?
Go ahead and help the others. We got this.
Nick?
Kate, you with me? Come on, baby. Look at me.
Registering the warmth on my cheeks, I open my eyes to see Nick on his knees in front of me. A sob of relief escapes me at the sight of him, but it's short-lived when I see the time on the bomb is 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
It's okay. I got you,
he says, slicing my gag. Colan drops down on the ground next to him, cutting through the ropes at my ankles.
Jesus, Stone. Please fucking tell me you know how to defuse this thing. There's not enough time,
he grinds out dejectedly, staring at the device I hold.
What do you mean there's not enough fucking time? You make time, goddammit.
Colan starts untying my hands when Nick pushes him away.
No, not yet. Don't fucking touch anything. What the hell are you doing? Let's just rip it off of her and get the hell out of here, before it detonates.
That was my thought too.
If her thumb leaves that lever, we have 15 seconds to clear this place before it explodes. There's fucking barrels of gas all over the place. We'll never get far enough away.
Oh God, I cry, as utter despair washes over me. Nick cups my face again.
Stay calm, Kate. I promise I'm going to get you out of here. Trust me.
The determination in his hard gaze has me nodding, even though I have no idea how he's going to pull it off. When I feel his hand move over mine, I look down to see him pushing against the lever before he slowly removes the piece of tape from my thumb. My gaze snaps to him. What are you doing? He doesn't answer me and keeps his head down.
Cut her free, Colan. Fast.
Colan goes to work, quickly slicing me from the thick tape that binds my hands to the bomb. The entire time, I keep focused on Nick. Nick, answer me. What are you doing? His head remains down. I'm uncertain if he's purposely ignoring me or just focused on the bomb. Colan finally frees me from the deadly device.
Now get her out of here,
Nick says, sending pure terror through me as he stands.
What?
Colan asks before I can, his eyes snapping to Nick.
Go, hurry. I'll meet up with you.
I slap Colan away as he grabs for me. No, Nick, what the hell are you doing? I begin to go after him when he runs out of the warehouse, but Colan grabs me around the waist and charges in the other direction. No, let go of me. We can't leave him. I struggle against his hold, tears flooding my face. There's a huge scene as we make it outside. Cops swarming the grounds, and men who I've never seen in handcuffs. A few of them are headed for the warehouse before they see Colan charging toward them with me in his arms.
Go, go, go,
he yells in warning.
Where's Stone?
Cooper asks, following our pace.
With the bomb.
What?
There was no time to defuse it,
Colan explains, his voice tight and strained as he moves us faster. I try to beg Cooper to go after him, but I can't speak through the sobs racking my body. Once we get far across on the other side of the road, where all the police vehicles are, Colan releases me.
Take her,
he says, thrusting me at Cooper.
I'm going back for him.
Just as he turns around, the explosion happens. Bright orange flames lighting the sky in the distance behind the warehouse. Though far enough away, the sound is still deafening, but not as deafening as the screams that rip from my throat and shatter through the air around me. The agony that strikes my soul brings me to my knees. Nick! I scream his name over and over again until my throat goes raw and pain overrides everything else. Oh God, oh no! Harsh sobs cause my body to tremble with despair, stealing my breath. I watch Colan run in the direction of the destruction. Cade, Jackson, and Sawyer following him.
Stay with her and wait for the fire department.
Cooper orders one of the deputies before pointing at the others.
You guys get the rest of these assholes out of here.
Then he runs after the others. The deputy Cooper ordered to stay with me drops down beside me, wrapping a blanket around my shoulders, while the few other cars drive off. However, I feel no warmth from the heavy fabric. I feel nothing but a gripping pain at the center of my chest, radiating through my entire body. I stare at the spot where the guys disappeared from, praying and waiting for them to come back. As minutes tick by, the little bit of hope I held on to dwindles. But then I spot them, their figures emerging through the dark smoke, all of them walking back sluggishly. I begin counting each person, since they're too far away to make out clearly. And when I count to more than 5, I get to my feet and run. As I near the group, one person begins moving faster than the others, heading right toward me. A sob flees me, my heart already knowing who it is, and I hurtle myself right into Nick's waiting arms. "Oh, thank God," I cry. Picking me up off my feet, he holds me close.
"I'm so sorry, Kate. So fucking sorry."
Leaning back, I cup his face and stare into his blue-gray eyes that are brimmed with guilt and unshed tears. "No, it's my fault. I shouldn't have left this morning, but it doesn't matter anymore. Nothing matters but this." He says nothing in return, but his mouth fuses with mine, melting away the fear and despair that was just flooding me. If I had known it would be our last kiss, I would have held on and never let go.
Chapter 30. Nick. As I stand outside St. Michael's Hospital, I consider getting back in my truck and driving away. The amount of emotions battling inside of me has me breaking out in a cold sweat. Jesus, Stone. Just get in, do what you need to do, and get the fuck out of there. After much thought, I decided I had to do this. For my sake, for my future, for Pop, and for Caitlin. Just the thought of her has guilt tearing through me, adding to the storm inside of me. I fucking hated leaving her, especially without an explanation. After helping Cooper wrap up the case, I left to take care of shit I need to deal with before I can attempt to give her what she deserves. What I've wanted to give her for so many years. And that's laying these demons to rest. Or rather, the painful memory of the only woman I once loved.
"Can I help you, sir?" a nurse at the front station asks.
Yeah. Is there a mirror?"
"Mr. Stone." I look over at the petite Mexican nurse standing at the end of the hallway. She smiles. "I recognize you from your picture. I'm glad you changed your mind and came."
My picture? I nod, having a hard time finding words at the moment.
"Come with me."
I follow her down the hall and into a room.
"We just finished packing up her things. She didn't have much with her when she came. I donated the few clothes she had to the women's shelter down the street."
I'm only half listening to what she says, looking around the place. I get a weird sense from knowing my mother was here only a few days ago, dying alone. My throat begins to feel tight at the thought, and I hate it. Hate the guilt I feel when I should feel none when it comes to her.
"Why don't you have a seat, Mr. Stone?"
She gestures to a chair in the corner, then grabs a small wooden box and brings it to me.
"These are the things she treasured most. Your letter is in there. I'll give you some privacy while you look."
Thanks. She leaves the room, shutting the door behind her. I stare down at the box, nervous to open it. With a heavy breath, I lift the lid and see an envelope with my name on it. Underneath are a few pictures and a newspaper clipping of me when Ryder and I cracked that big case involving Emily's father, proving she thought about me at least a few years ago. Picking up the photos, I see one of her and Pop when she looked to be a teenager, her and my grandmother that I never met, and a few of us from when I was a kid. My arm is around her shoulder as she kisses my cheek. I looked happy, something I don't remember feeling as a child. In the other photo, her arms are around me, a big smile on her face, but her eyes look how I always remembered them, glassy, bloodshot, and distant. I grab the envelope addressed to me, my hands fucking shaking as I take out the piece of paper and start reading.
"Nicholas, you'll probably never read this letter because I'm too scared to give it to you, but I figured why not write it anyway. I need to purge this guilt I've felt most of my life. I know you must hate me, and I don't blame you. I hate myself too most days, and now I'm suffering a fate I deserve. But I want you to know a day hasn't gone by where I don't think about you. As hard as it might be for you to believe, I've thought about you every day since that god-awful night 21 years ago. You'll never know how sorry I am about forgetting to send someone for you. I was not in my right mind, and I got even more messed up to bury the pain from leaving you. I thought I was making the right choice, that you were so much better off without me. With the lifestyle I lived and the men who came in, I was destroying the one person I loved most in the world. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find it in me to get better. Then I had an opportunity, a place some would call hell, and I took it, thinking I deserved nothing better. It was a mistake I've regretted all my life. A week after I left and was sober enough to realize what I had done, I called around, praying you were okay. I was relieved to find out you were with my dad, the greatest man I've ever known. And I knew you'd be okay, safer than if you were with me. I knew he would give you a good life. I was a lost girl after leaving my dad for someone who I thought loved me but never did. I made so many mistakes I didn't think I could go back home. How different our lives would have been had I set aside my pride and gone back to my dad, who I missed dearly. From the moment you were born, you held my heart. You were the only good thing I'd done since leaving. And although I can't take credit for the man you've become, I want you to know how proud I am of you. From afar, I've watched you grow up to be everything I knew you would be. A hero, just like you were mine for those short years, always protecting me with an intensity far bigger than your years. If there is one thing I could teach you from all this, it would be to hold on to the people who love you and never let go. Don't take them for granted. The world is so big and lonely when you have no one. Live without regrets because life is too short. I'm not going to ask for forgiveness because I know I don't deserve it, but I love you, Nicholas, always and forever. Love, Mom.
The last of the words blurred before me, the searing pain in my chest erupting like hot lava. Burying my head in my hands, I do the one thing I haven't done since I was 6 years old. I cry, not only for myself, but also for the woman who left me, a woman who hated herself, and it was that hatred which destroyed us all. So many emotions barrel through me, anger, resentment, but most of all, guilt. If I hadn't held on to my anger all these years, I could have tried to find her and help her. If only she would have come to us when she was sick. So much senseless regret for nothing. If there was one thing I'm mad at her for, it's that. But I refuse to hold on to it any longer. I refuse to let this destroy my life like it did hers.
Mr. Stone?
I quickly swipe a hand down my face before lifting my head and looking at the nurse while she stares at me with sympathy I don't want.
Are you glad you read it?
Am I? Right now I'm not so sure because it changes nothing. She's gone, and nothing can be made right when it comes to her. I don't know, I reply, my voice gruff.
Fair enough. You want to keep that?
She asks, pointing at the box. Yeah.
Good. I know Lila would want that.
Where's her body? I ask, thinking about it for the first time.
We sent her to be cremated. That's what we do when there's no family. The state pays for it.
She pauses, her voice quiet.
I was going to spread her ashes somewhere I know she used to like to go. But if you want them...
I nod without hesitation, especially thinking about Pop. Yeah, I want them. Chapter 31, Nick. If I thought reading that letter was the hardest thing I'd ever do, I was wrong. What would be the hardest is watching Pop read it, seeing his pain, the same one I harbor inside of me, and watching a grown man break down is fucking hard, especially someone like Pop. His head falls in his hands much the same way mine did, his broad shoulders shaking with his pain. I loved her so much, Nicky. I would have done anything to help her. I know, Pop. Me too, I say gruffly, clapping his shoulder. And I think she knew that. I think that's why she never came to us. She didn't feel like she deserved it. And that thought alone is fucking painful. I tried so hard to do right by her. Her decisions aren't your fault. They aren't either of ours. We can only help people if they allow us. I know, but it's hard not to feel guilt. She was my baby. I know. She was a good person, Nikki. Just lost. And I know that too. He sits up, scrubbing a hand down his face before looking at me, the pain in his eyes hitting me square in the chest. Do you? He asks. Do you know that now? You've been so angry, and with good reason, kid. Don't think for a second I blame you for that. It's easier for me because I remember her before she was sick. Bright, vibrant, beautiful, with a heart of gold. She would have given you everything she had even if she didn't have much at all. Drugs do terrible things to people, make them become something they're not. It's more than selfish. Addictions are a disease, as destructive as any other illness out there. I nod, swallowing past the excruciating burn in my throat. Yeah, I know. Running my hand through my hair, I let out a heavy breath. Look, Pop, I know I've been a shitty grandson. He waves a hand through the air, cutting me off. Nah, stop that. You've been great, boy. I'm damn proud of you. No, I haven't been. I've kept myself away for so long because I was scared, I say, having a hard time admitting that. But I don't want to live like that anymore. I don't want to end up alone like her, and I definitely don't want you to either. There's nothing we can do to change what happened with her, but I can make sure it doesn't happen to us. That's why I've pushed about Caitlin. She loves you, Nikki, a whole lot. A love like that doesn't come by every day. I was lucky enough to have it once, but it was shorter than it should have been. Don't waste another damn second to grab hold of her. She needs you as much as you need her. I nod. I know, and I plan to, but I needed to write some things first, and one of them is with you. There's nothing to write with me, boy. I love you, and nothing could ever change that. The fact that he forgives me so easily only has me feeling even more guilt. I know. That's why I want you to come to Charleston with me. Come live by Kate and me so we can take care of you. His eyes bulge in surprise. You're moving there? But what about your job? I haven't talked with the chief yet. I'm headed there after I leave here, but I'm going to put in for a transfer to the headquarters in Columbia, which isn't far. I know Chief is going to be pissed, but I don't care. Caitlin's life is there, and I'm not asking her to leave it. I have nothing in Florida but my job. And Ryder, of course. Losing my partner will suck, but I'd give up anything for Caitlin. Hell. I don't know, Nikki. Like I said before, this is all I know. My life is here. My memories of Lila and Helen. You'll always have your memories of them, no matter where you go. Sometimes change can be good. We'll set you up with a nice place, maybe even some land since I know you like the solitude of country living. We'll be closer to each other. We're the only family we got, and I want to start making up for lost time. I'd move here, but Caitlin's business is there and she belongs there. She's surrounded by good people. Charleston is actually a pretty nice place. I think you'll like it, and you'll have George to shoot the shit with. He grunts. Haven't seen that crazy bastard in a long time, he says fondly. His eyes meet mine thoughtfully. Yeah, okay, I'll come. But not because of George or anyone else, they're just bonuses. I'm coming for you and Caitlin. I've missed you over the years, and if there's a chance I could see you more often, then I'll take it. We'll definitely see each other more. Things will be better for us, I promise. He grabs me by the shoulders and pulls me in for a strong hug. Thanks for asking me. I love you, boy. I love you too, Pop. He backs up, wiping his eyes again. All right, now just one question. Shoot. What happens if Miss Sassypants doesn't take your stubborn ass back? He says with a grin. And if that isn't the kicker, I won't take no for an answer. I'll work my ass off every day until she says yes. His grin spreads, a chuckle escaping him as he claps my shoulder. That's my boy. Use that stubbornness of yours for something good. I grunt, thinking she's a hell of a lot more stubborn than me. So you headed to Florida soon? Yeah, but I have one more thing I need to take care of here first before I head out. And that's to make sure Keith Slade pays for what he did and never has the chance to hurt Caitlin again.
Chapter 32. Caitlin. 3 weeks later. The steaming mug of tea in my hand does nothing to warm the cold loneliness I've had inside of me since finding out Nick left without so much as a goodbye. I knew the chances of him staying were slim, but to not even say goodbye? Last time he at least left a letter. And what about that kiss when I thought I'd lost him? The kiss that destroyed every other kiss we've ever shared. I thought it meant everything would be all right. But turned out it was a goodbye kiss. The bastard.
Can I please kick his ass?
Colin asks, pulling me from my depressed thoughts as he sits in my living room across from me. I give him a sad smile. No, but thanks. He grunts in disappointment.
Let me know if you change your mind.
You'll be the first one to know, I promise, feeling my smile slip. I'm sorry I've been such a downer lately. I'll be fine. One day.
Don't worry about it.
All right, enough about me. Tell me what's been going on with you. Have you decided what you're going to do now that you're not fighting anymore? The case involving the illegal fighting ring that Logan was messed up in turned out to only be half the story. It seems Bruce Warren also had a side business betting on the legal fights, just like Victor suspected, and he had a lot of money on Colan to lose his next fight, one where he would have owed people in the mob more money than he had. When he realized Colan would win, holding his title for heavyweight champion, he tried to find a way to stop the fight before he could lose everything he had. Except, his plan to get rid of Colan before the fight could happen backfired. The evidence Victor had was discovered under a floorboard in his house. In it was a flash drive with all the people's bets, including some big names in the EFC, and Ricky Spencer, which is obviously why he helped by keeping his mouth shut when he knew Colan didn't hurt Nikki. A videotape was also retrieved of Bruce Warren paying Nikki off after her statement to Cooper. Victor was the one who recorded it, and in return, lost his life while trying to save Colan's. Something I'll forever be grateful to him for. At least everyone is now paying for their part, and my brother's reputation has been salvaged. Mostly. There will always be people out there who only want to see the bad in others, something both Colan and I grew up with. But the people who matter know the truth, and that's what's important. Colan found out about other people who had a hand in his setup, including some of his fellow fighters. They knew what was going on, but kept it to themselves, so he decided he didn't want to be a part of it anymore. Much to the dismay of the EFC president, but I think it was a good choice for him. He made it to the top of his career. It's better to leave on a good note. He doesn't need to be around people who are willing to throw him under the bus for their own personal gain. And for my own selfish reasons, I'm glad he's chosen not to fight anymore.
I'm not sure. I've had a few opportunities presented to me that I'm considering, but nothing concrete.
Oh, like what?
Anna came to me and mentioned a program she wants to launch for the Men of Honor Center,
he says, talking about the nonprofit organization she started not long ago. It provides housing for homeless veterans and helps them deal with the struggles after war while getting them back on their feet. It's really an amazing organization, and I can't wait to see all the good it will do. So what's the program?
I'd train the veterans in mixed martial arts, which will add to their combative skills. Then, in return, they'll train underprivileged kids, ones who don't have the money to take classes. It will get them off the street and help them burn off their aggression in a positive way. She thinks it will give purpose to both, and I agree. She asked if I would run the program. It will take place at the gym, and Jackson asked if I would help with the self-defense classes too.
My jaw drops at the news, and I feel my throat grow tight. I've been so lost in my pity party that I haven't kept up to date, and it makes me feel awful. That's fantastic, Colin. You would be amazing at that. He shrugs, getting uncomfortable.
I don't know about that, but it would give me something to do, and it's not like I'm hurting for money. I told her I would get back to her by the end of the week.
I hope you do it, and I'm glad the guys asked you. I think you'd all make great friends. I snicker at his scowl.
I don't do friends,
he says, standing. My smile dims. I know, but I wish you would. I hate that you're alone so much. I'm holding out hope that one day he'll meet someone who loves him as much as me, who will show him he's so much more than he knows, and that he's not the fucked up person our father brainwashed him to believe. He grunts.
It's the way I like it. You know that.
Bending down, he kisses the side of my head.
I gotta run. You going to be okay?
I wave him away. Yeah, I'll be fine. I'm going to have another cup of tea, then go to bed. I'm heading to the salon early tomorrow. I'm still trying to make up lost time with the clients from when I was closed.
You're working too much lately, and it shows. You look exhausted.
Wow, thanks, I say, feigning annoyance. If he only knew why I was so tired.
I mean it, Kate. Get the other girls to fill in.
Don't worry, I'll be fine. Shaking his head, he gives up and bids me one last goodbye, then leaves, closing the door behind him. My hand immediately moves to my stomach as I think about the precious life I have growing inside of me. I found out a few days ago that I'm pregnant. When I went to the doctor to find out how it was possible, he said my IUD shifted and I was not protected while Nick and I were together. I'd say it's something I regret, but it's not. I could never regret a baby, but especially not one created by Nick and me. I haven't told anyone yet, and it's been killing me to keep in, but I think Nick should know first. I'm just having a hard time figuring out how to tell him, especially when I'm so hurt at the moment. As tears begin building behind my eyes, I shake myself out of my turmoil before I can get sucked into another crying spell and go refill my cup of tea. I glance at my living room window as I sit back down, thinking I heard something, but then shrug it off when I realize it's probably just the rain. It's been pouring all night. Grabbing the blanket from the end of the couch, I cover myself and click on the television, trying to focus on the show and not my aching heart. When I'm still hearing that weird ticking sound a few minutes later, I get up with a huff, feeling annoyed. Is there something loose on the stupid thing? I grumble, walking over to the window. A loud cracking sound happens just as I reach it, causing me to jump back with a squeal, my heart racing a million miles a minute. What the? I lift the rain-streaked glass to get a better look outside.
It's about fucking time.
I gape down at the person below and blink several times, thinking I'm seeing things. Nick stands below, a bunch of rocks in his hands that he's been clearly throwing at my window. The rain has slowed to a drizzle, but by the looks of it, he's been there for a while, because he's soaked. A million emotions plague me, but instead of asking him what the hell he's doing here, the question that comes out of my mouth is, "You ever heard of using a door?" He smirks, lifting his arms at his sides.
Where would the fun be in that?
A laugh escapes me, but it quickly turns into a sob. I cover my mouth, wondering what he's doing here, scared for my broken heart.
Let me up, Caitlin,
he demands, pointing at the fire escape. I shake my head, tears clogging my throat, too much to speak.
You can let me up, or I'll break down your door. But either way, you're going to see me.
Ha! I wonder what he would think if I had Cooper come and arrest him. Or better yet, I could call Colin and let him kick his ass. He can come up here with me. My head whips to the side to see Mrs. Myrtle, the elderly lady who lives a few doors down from me, waving at Nick. Nick gives her a polite wave, but moves closer to my window, looking nervous. "Let me up," he hisses. I debate leaving him out there for Mrs. Myrtle, but decide against it, not wanting a broken door because I know he'd do it. Leaning out my window, I push the metal fire escape out so the ladder can fall down for him. I live only 3 stories up out of 15, so it's not far. "Oh, rats," Mrs. Myrtle says, as Nick climbs the fire escape, making me chuckle. She looks over at me with a smile. Have fun with that one, honey. I scoff under my breath, but feign a smile for her sake before she goes back in. Nick climbs up the ladder quickly, showing off his Ninja Turtle skills again. I back out of his way when he crawls through my window. As he stands to his full height, my eyes take in every inch of him. Even though I'm mad at him, I can't help the way my heart tumbles at seeing him again.
Hey,
he greets me, his eyes doing some traveling of their own. I fold my arms across my chest protectively, trying to prevent further damage to my heart. What are you doing here, Nick? His hand runs through his rain-soaked hair, the same thing my fingers are itching to do.
Give me 1 sec, okay? Just one.
He walks through my apartment in his wet shoes. I move to the edge of my living room and see him enter my room. I'm about to ask what the hell he's doing, but he comes back a moment later and stands in front of me, handing me my stone he gave to me.
Ask me,
he says, his blue-gray eyes boring into mine. I stare at him like he's a lunatic. Ask you what?
Ask me the question you always ask, but I've never answered.
When I say nothing, he elaborates.
Ask me what's something I've never told anyone else.
Nick, I trail off, shaking my head.
Please, Kate, just ask me.
He looks so nervous that I find myself unable to deny him, so I play along. Tell me something no one else knows about you, I whisper, feeling my eyes well.
I've been in love with you since I was 17 years old.
My breath hitches, tears spilling down my cheeks. I shake my head, refusing to believe it, too scared to believe him.
Yes,
he says, refusing my denial.
You see, Kate, the thing is, I'm starting to realize that you were right all along.
What on earth are you talking about? He reaches into his pocket, but his gaze never leaves mine.
That sometimes, 2 broken pieces make a whole.
Taking the stone from my hand, he shows me what he pulled from his pocket, and it completely knocks the breath out of me. It's the other half to my heart. That's why it was hollow. On the back is engraved, "She is more." He clicks the 2 pieces together, making it whole, then gives it back to me. Where did you get this? I ask, barely able to breathe.
I've had it with me the entire time. You've always been with me.
I gape at him, and before I can stop myself, I punch him in the shoulder. Ow, what the fuck? You've had this the whole time and you never told me? I slap the hell out of him, tears pouring down my face. All these years lost, when you loved me the whole damn time. Securing my wrists, he pulls me against him, his expression hard.
Listen to me. I've fucked up, I know that. And you'll never know how sorry I am. Sorry for all the time wasted. But I can't think about that, or it will drive me fucking crazy. All I can think about is the here and now. I want you, Caitlin. I need you.
He grinds out, his voice rough.
Please, let me make it up to you.
I stare back at him, my heart hopeful, yet still hurting so much. You just left, I cry. You didn't even say goodbye. Do you have any idea what I've been going through these last 3 weeks? Not one fucking word, Nick. And now I'm supposed to just trust you with my heart after you shattered it for the 2nd time? He drops to his knees in front of me, his hands gripping my hips as he places his forehead to my tummy.
I know. I'm so sorry. I had to leave, though. I had to deal with the past before I could move on.
He pauses and looks up at me.
She left me. I was 6 years old. Just a little fucking kid. I begged her to stay, but she left anyway. I was alone for 4 fucking days until the cops found me.
I suck in a sharp breath, my heart breaking at his tormented expression. My hand lies against his face, and he leans into my touch.
I had to deal with it. I had to move on, and I needed to do it on my own. I've realized that even though the thought of you leaving fucking terrifies me, it scares me more to not have you at all. I want every second with you that you're willing to give me.
I don't ever want to leave you, I say through pained breaths.
I hope it stays that way, because I need you, Kate. Forever. And if you leave, it will fucking destroy me.
I'm not her, Nick. I would never do that to you because I know how it feels. A fresh wave of pain washes over his face.
I'm sorry. So fucking sorry. Please, forgive me.
I take a big breath, trying to compose myself. My love is unconditional and it's forever. But I need yours in return. Otherwise, I can't do this.
You have it. You always have. I swear I'll never leave you. This is forever. I've put in for a transfer, broke my lease, and moved out. Pop is moving up here too, as soon as the ranch sells. I hope you don't mind, but I told him we would find a place for him close to us and—
Wait, you put in a transfer? You left your job? He nods. But you love it there.
Not as much as I love you. I love nothing more than you. And I wasn't going to ask you to leave. You belong here. With me.
And Pop, I blubber, my heart soaring.
Yeah, baby. And Pop,
he says with a smirk.
So is that a yes?
Is what a yes? You didn't ask me anything, I say with a laugh.
I guess not.
He chuckles before letting silence hang in the air for a long moment.
Marry me, Caitlin.
Okay, I agree, since he still never asked.
That's the most fucking compliant you've ever been,
he says, standing up and taking me in his arms, lifting me off my feet. I wrap my arms around his neck. Well, don't get used to it.
Never.
His mouth claims mine, our lips in a heated frenzy as we make up for lost time, his taste and scent flooding my senses and seeping into my soul.
Jesus, I fucking missed you.
He growls into the kiss. Me too, so much.
Never again, baby.
Never. His hands go to my ass, cupping it to hoist me up. My legs wrap around his hips, and my fingers spear into his wet hair as he walks us down the hall to my room. Our lips never sever as he lays me down on my bed. A needy moan escapes me at the feel of his hard body pressing against mine. Nick, I breathe as he trails his mouth down my throat, leaving a path of heat in its wake.
I need you. I need to be inside of you.
Yes, I agree, but then suddenly remember about the baby. Oh shit, wait, I need to tell you something.
Fuck first, talk later.
He continues his delicious assault, his teeth finding my sensitive nipple through the thin fabric of my tank top, drawing a heated whimper from me. No, now, it's important.
Nothing is more important than being inside of you.
A baby is, I blurt out, before I can control myself. His entire body goes stock still, his gaze snapping to mine.
What did you say?
I bite my lip nervously, my heart thundering for a whole other reason now. I found out 3 days ago that I'm pregnant. He stares at me, his face expressionless, and it takes my anxiety to another level.
But how?
I stare at him, wondering if he's serious. He shakes his head.
I mean, I thought you were on birth control.
I was. I had an IUD inside of me that shifted.
A what?
I laugh at his horrified expression. An IUD. It's a birth control device. It's very effective, except when it shifts, and that's what happened with me. After a long moment of stunned silence, he moves lower and lifts my shirt, his large hand covering my abdomen, just under my belly button ring.
My baby is in here?
He asks with a whisper, still seeming in shock. Yes. He says nothing, just continues to stare at my stomach. Are you upset? I ask, my heart hurting at the thought. He immediately shakes his head.
No. Shocked, yes, but not upset.
His smooth lips drop to my belly, giving me a long, lingering kiss.
You're going to be such a good mom, Kate.
My heart warms at his words. And you'll be a good dad. He nods.
I will. I promise.
You don't need to promise me. I already know. Even when I didn't think you were coming back, I knew you would be there for our baby. A pained noise leaves his throat as he rests his forehead gently on my stomach.
I'm so sorry I wasn't here when you found out.
It's okay. All that matters is you are now.
Forever, he murmurs.
Forever. His smooth lips trail across the exposed patch of skin, creating goosebumps. Nick, I whisper.
Yeah?
We can get back to what we were doing. With a growl, he stands and rids himself of his shirt, exposing his decorative bronzed skin and hard body. Before he can do anything else, I quickly sit up and press a kiss to his toned stomach, my tongue trailing along his sculpted abs. The way his hands fist in my hair has me undoing his jeans and pulling out his hard, smooth cock. I glance up at him, giving him a small smile before I lean in and take him in my mouth.
Fuck me.
The primal noise that leaves his throat spurs me on, and I take him deeper, loving the way he fills my mouth.
That a girl. Suck my dick. Just like that, baby.
I whimper, his dirty words making my clit throb. My hand goes to his shaft where my mouth can't reach, and I stroke as I suck my way back to the top. Growling, his fingers tighten in my hair, and he starts pumping his hips, fucking my mouth with fast, steady strokes, taking away my control, and I absolutely love it. I glance up at him, taking in his carnal expression, and love that I can make him feel this way, that I can bring him pleasure the same way he does me.
Do you have any idea how many times I thought about fucking this sassy mouth of yours?
I moan, trying to convey how much I've thought about it too, how much I thought about him. As he thrusts one more time, I grab his hips and relax my throat, then swallow. Fuck, he hisses and quickly pulls back, the fire in his eyes proving his breaking point. He swiftly removes my Victoria's Secret pajama shorts, then lifts me up and turns, bringing us back on the bed with me straddling him. I moan at the feel of his cock between my legs, the lace barrier doing nothing to mask the hard, hot feel of him.
Lose the shirt.
The order has a shiver of pleasure shooting down my spine. Sometimes he's really sexy when he's bossy. My hands move to the edge of my tank top before pulling it over my head. He sits up before I can discard it and takes one of my sensitive nipples in his warm, wet mouth. Oh, God. I grind down on him, my fingers sliding through his magnificent hair. His hands move to the side of my panties and tears them from my body. Then he glides into me in one smooth motion. I gasp, my nails digging into his shoulders, loving the way he completes me.
God damn. I love you so fucking much.
The words I've longed to hear from him for so many years fill me like nothing else ever could. Say it again. My voice is thick with emotion, making him falter. He pulls back just enough to look at me, his hand cupping my cheek gently.
I love you, Caitlin. I always have and I always will.
My forehead drops on his, my tears running along his face now too. His lips move to my cheek, kissing away the tracks before he takes my lips.
Mine,
he whispers. Yours. He threads a hand through my hair in a soft caress, letting it trail down my back to my bottom, his fingers gripping my flesh.
Mine.
Yours, I whisper, a little more breathless. He lifts his hips, bringing him deeper inside of me.
Mine.
I nod in agreement, unable to speak from the pleasure soaring through me. Starting at my cheek, he trails a finger down my neck to my chest, stopping at my heart before pressing the softest kiss there.
Mine.
Forever, I promise. His face remains buried in my chest, his arms holding me tight.
You're never going to leave me. I won't let you.
Never. I'll love you for eternity. Lifting his face, his lips find mine, sealing the promise between us that this will be forever. We will be forever. On their own accord, my hips start seeking his pleasure again. With a groan, he lies down to his back, and it brings him so much deeper.
Ride me, baby. Show me how much you want it.
My teeth sink in my bottom lip as I brace my hands on his chest and begin taking every inch of him. His burning gaze never leaves mine.
Jesus, you look like a fucking angel over me like this.
I smile, his words warming me from the inside out, and spurs me on to give him more. When his hands move to my breasts, his palms brushing my nipples, I moan and pick up pace.
Good girl. Fuck me.
His hips start picking up their own speed, his cock hitting that hidden spot deep inside of me. Oh God, Nick, I'm going to come. I whimper, my nails digging into his hard flesh.
Do it, Kate. Come all over me, baby.
When his fingers grip the hard points of my nipples, bordering my pain threshold, I explode around him. My head falls back as ecstasy rushes through my veins. In the middle of my pleasure, I feel Nick take his own release. I drop down on him, my body limp with pleasure. I love you, I murmur, kissing his chest.
I love you more.
A small smile takes my lips. I'll never tire of him saying those words to me. After cleaning me up, he situates us back in bed, our naked bodies tangled with one another. I look up at him, a big silly smile on my face. We're going to get married and have a baby, I whisper excitedly. He smirks.
Yeah, baby. I'll take you to get a ring tomorrow.
I don't care about that.
I do. I would have gotten one before, but I was in a hurry to get back to you.
I raise a brow at him. In a hurry? It felt like you were gone for an eternity. He drops a kiss on my lips.
I know, but there was lots of shit to take care of. And I shouldn't need to go back except to help Pop pack up when the ranch sells.
I'm excited for him to come here. I'm glad you asked him.
Me too. I think it will be good for him. We just need to find him the right place. He's used to the ranch.
Maybe we can buy an acreage like Kate and Faith and have a guest house for him. That way he can still be in the country but won't need to worry about the work. I watch him roll the suggestion over.
Yeah, that's a good idea. And I'm sure he'll love being that close to us, especially now with a baby.
He says, his hand finding its place on my tummy. My hand covers his, everything feeling right in my world. What did you do with your stuff from your apartment?
Ryder is holding most of it for me, until I can arrange for movers to bring it down.
What did they say when you told them you were moving? He shrugs.
Ryder didn't seem all that surprised, even though he's not happy to be getting assigned another partner. He says with a smirk. Emily was Emily, happy, but blubbering.
And your chief? I whisper, remembering what Emily told me. Nick grunts.
He's a miserable bastard, but he gave me the transfer because he knew I was leaving either way.
I hate that you've left so much behind just to be with me, I admit softly, guilt building inside of me. His eyes hold mine.
Don't. I told you, Caitlin. Nothing matters more than you. This is where I want to be.
I give him a half-hearted smile, still feeling bad. Then an idea forms, one I'm hoping I can make happen. He pulls me in close when a yawn escapes me.
Sleep, baby. We'll talk about everything else tomorrow.
His fingers begin trailing down my spine. A soft sound of contentment escapes me as I listen to the steady thrum of his heart. This is my place, where I'm always meant to be. Just as I'm about to slip into a peaceful slumber, he presses a kiss to my head and whispers words that have been engraved into my soul forever.
You are more.
Epilogue. Nick. 1 month later.
So, Slick Nick, are you excited to be starting your new job on Monday?
Kayla asks, popping the cherry from her drink into her mouth. Kate and Faith's backyard is filled with people for a barbecue, since Faith insisted on having a celebration for Caitlin's and my engagement and the news of our baby. The whole group is here, including the one couple I hadn't met yet, Anna and Logan. Even Pop made it in time. He and George have been shooting the shit for the last hour and running around with all the kids. Yeah, RoboCop, you excited to get back on the job and catch those bad guys? Colan taunts with a smirk. Dickhead.
He's not RoboCop. He's Miami Vice.
Caitlin corrects him, giving me a sassy wink that turns my dick hard.
I still like Slick Nick, Kayla says. It's a damn good name if I do say so myself.
Whoa, wait, Sawyer cuts in. Why the hell does this asshole get 3 names and I don't even have one? You do have one. Sexy Sawyer, Jackson mocks, making everyone chuckle. Only my woman gets to call me that, jerk off.
All of you guys have one, Kayla says with a shrug. We just need to find one for Colan now. I've been thinking hard about this one, but you're a complicated guy there, Slade.
Colan grunts. Hulk, I toss out, remembering the way that asshole smashed into me.
Can't. That's Jackson's.
Kayla punches him in the shoulder.
Isn't that right, Hulkmeister?
He stares at her unimpressed while Julia snickers. Wait, we all have one? Sawyer asks.
Yep.
Kayla points at Jackson.
He is Hulk because he's a spaz. Kate is Thor because he's silent and very unsmiley. Sawyer, you're Iron Man because, well, you're the most arrogant.
Sawyer rears back offended. Fuck that, I'm Iron Man because he's badass and the most intelligent of the bunch. Grace rolls her eyes and Kayla waves him away.
Whatever, you have no say. We choose them.
Oh yeah? Then who's your husband?
Kayla eyes Cooper with a seductive smile. He's my favorite. Captain America, or sometimes Officer Sexy.
She shrugs.
Whatever I feel like at the moment.
Cooper stares back at her, seeming as unimpressed as the others. So, these guys get to be superheroes and I'm Slick Nick? I ask, trying to see where the fairness is in that. No, asshole, you're RoboCop. I glare over at Colan, ready to punch the smug grin off his face. You know, I just thought of the perfect name for you.
What's that?
Kayla asks. Catwoman.
Catwoman?
She repeats, her face scrunched in confusion.
Why on earth do you think that?
Because she loves her whips and leather, I say, trying to suppress my smirk. Colan's eyes narrow, his amusement vanishing. Even though we like to piss each other off, things are better between us. We've come to an understanding, an agreement that the only thing that matters is Caitlin and her happiness. He knows I'd die for her. I'll protect her with my life. I think the fact that I locked his father up for what he did to both of them helped too. Thanks to the chief for putting in a call to the bureau down in Montana, I made sure the arrest was kept quiet, and any remaining photos of Caitlin will never go public because they've been destroyed. Nothing or no one will ever hurt her again, including me. Colan respects that, and I think one day we will even have the friendship back that we lost. I know it's something Caitlin wants.
Am I missing something here?
Kayla asks, still confused. No! The quick shout comes from both Caitlin and Cooper. Before anyone can say more, the sound of a vehicle pulls up. Caitlin turns to me, a huge smile taking over her pretty face as she claps her hands excitedly.
It's your surprise.
Surprise? She stands from her chair, waving at something behind me. Turning around, I tense in shock when I see Ryder and Emily walking over with Rosa. What the hell? I mumble, standing up. I follow Caitlin as she walks down the deck to greet them.
I'm so glad you guys found it okay, she says, giving Emily a hug.
We did. Thank you for the invite.
I shake Ryder's hand. What the hell are you doing here? Miss me that much you came all this way for supper? He smirks. Actually, I start my new job on Monday. I scowl in confusion. New job? Yep, I got a transfer and they're partnering me with some hotshot asshole who thinks he knows everything. Apparently, we make a good team. I stare at him, shock barreling through me. Are you fucking serious? Emily is the one to answer.
Very serious. We're moving here.
How the hell did you pull that off? It's all thanks to that pretty girl of yours. My head whips to the side at the sound of my chief's voice. Chief? What the hell are you doing here? I ask, feeling like a broken fucking record. Jesus, I couldn't be more fucking shocked right now if Rosa grabbed my beer and started drinking it. I wasn't about to lose the best damn agents I ever had. I'm the one who deserves all the credit for you two. He grumbles and comes to stand next to Caitlin, putting his arm around her. Nice to finally meet you, sweetheart. You're as pretty as her, he says, pointing at Emily. What the hell are you doing with him? Emily and Caitlin both laugh, finding him fucking hilarious.
Chief,
Caitlin greets him with a smile.
I'm glad it worked out, and you were able to come too.
Well, like I said, I wasn't going to lose my best agents. I'm the one who paired them. No one else is going to have them. Besides, the chief at this department was washed up. They needed someone more qualified," he adds with a grin. Both Ryder and I grunt. "So, where's the cake? This is a party, isn't it?" he says rudely.
"It sure is," Caitlin laughs. "This way, let me introduce you to my friends and family."
Emily looks at me apologetically, but has an amused smile.
"Sorry, he insisted on coming here with us."
I'll bet he did. She moves in to hug me.
"I'm glad Caitlin thought of this, and we didn't lose you. From the little bit of Charleston we've seen, I can tell I'm going to love it here."
My eyes move to Caitlin as she walks arm in arm with the chief, still feeling in shock. We join everyone else, and Caitlin makes the introductions, pointing to each couple.
"Guys, this is Chief Reynolds, Nick's boss, Ryder, his partner, Emily, and their daughter Rosa."
"Great, more feds, just what I need," Cooper grunts. "Who the hell are you, and what do you have against feds?" Chief asks, affronted by the comment. "You a criminal?" "Not quite, but he's sheriff here," I explain, amused. "And a damn good one, I'd have to say. He's another person that I've reached an understanding with. And if I wouldn't have gotten that transfer, I probably would have went to him for a job." "The sheriff," Chief bellows in surprise. "Well, hell, why didn't you say so? Let me pull up a chair and teach you a thing or two, rookie." I chuckle at the look on Cooper's face. "You could even learn a thing or two from Starsky and Hutch here," he says, pointing out Ryder and me. "Starsky and Hutch!" Colan barrels out an exaggerated laugh. "Holy shit, that's the best one yet." Everyone else joins in on his laughter but Ryder and me.
"Well, I'm glad there's another sweet little girl to add to the group," Julia says with a smile, pointing at Rosa. "And there will be another baby soon enough," Faith says, looking at Caitlin. I pull Caitlin against me, my hand covering her stomach. It's now my favorite part of her body. "Now there's something to cheers to," Kayla says, raising her glass and taking a sip.
"Hopefully it's a boy," Sawyer interrupts. "We're starting to be seriously outnumbered."
Grace elbows him, then looks to Emily. "How old is Rosa?" 15 months. "That's close to the same age as my Ella," Kayla says, standing up. "Come on, I'll take you over and introduce you."
She points to where Anna is holding her daughter out in the yard. Both Grace and Julia follow. Colan stands next and pulls Caitlin from me, giving her a hug. "All right, I'm out of here. But you and Starsky have a good party. Or are you Hutch?" he asks, looking at me smugly.
"You're leaving already?" Caitlin asks, sadly.
"Yeah, you know me. This is enough entertainment for one night, but I'll stop by tomorrow."
"Okay," she mumbles, wrapping her arms around his waist. "Thanks for coming. I know it's not your thing."
"Anything for you. You'll like it better once you get married," I say, knowing the comment will get under his skin. He grunts. "I would say I'll never be shackled down like you, but you're lucky to even breathe the same air as my sister, let alone marry her." Can't argue with him there. After bidding everyone else a goodbye and thanking Faith, he leaves. "Hey, Jameson," Chief bellows. "Come over here and tell this guy about the Lux case we just closed." Sawyer claps Cooper on the shoulder with a laugh, getting a kick out of the chief, and even offers him a beer. Caitlin turns around, her arms going around my waist as she stares up at me, and I pull her in close.
"Are you surprised?"
"Very. You didn't have to do this. Not that I'm not happy about it, but it wasn't necessary." She shrugs.
"I think it was. I want you to be happy and to be surrounded by everyone who cares about you. I don't want you to sacrifice just to be with me."
"I never sacrificed when I left. I only gained." Bending down just a little, I lift her off her feet, bringing her face level with mine so I can kiss her sweet lips. "All I need to be happy is you. Then I have everything." She gives me one of her pretty smiles that always knocks me off my feet.
"Well, now you have more, just like you deserve, and our baby will have even more family now. Family that matters. We've come full circle, Nick."
She's right. We have. Going from keeping everyone at a distance because of my past, I now know that some people are meant to stick around. The people in this yard, new and old, are some of them, and the girl in my arms is the most important of all. A girl I could never live without.
This concludes An Act of Salvation by Casey Lynn. Narrated by Callie Dalton and Teddy Hamilton. Copyright 2016 by Casey Lynn. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Casey Lynn and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.